Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side managed shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I'll bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you're hollering and cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live. Got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We'll tug on this trigger, nigga, it'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
Woo! That's Brother Eric, better known as 16 to Life. That's Brother Eric, better known as 16 to Life. And he is a good dude, man. Brother Eric is just a good dude, man. If you ever get a chance to talk to the brother and just hang out with him, man, he is a good dude, man. That is a good dude, man. Brother Eric did 24 years straight time out there on the California penal system. And, you know, he is back home. He's over there. He's got his own webpage, 16 to Life. Go over there. You can listen to some funny stories. Brother Eric is a funny cat, man. Good dude, good-hearted dude, funny dude. Gone over there. I know I tell y'all every week, but he really is, man. You got to give him a try. Going over to his webpage, 16 to Life, man. Dude is a funny cat, man. And he's got a lot of funny stories from when he was living on the streets and also he's got some funny stories about living in prison, and then he's also got some not so funny stories about both. But you know, he's a funny cat, man. But go on over and check him out. He's got merchandise over on 16thelife.com, and you can get the Yard Down T-shirt. You can get the Yard Down pullover. Plus, he got some other stuff over there you might want to pick up. Plus, Brother Eric does music too. Very talented musician. Go check him out down there. Excuse me. Go check him out down there. Go check him out down there, man. He's got a lot of good stuff, and I do have his permission to use the music, man, because he is a good dude, man. Such a good dude, man. Shout out to Brother Eric, man. All right, that's Brother Eric. Y'all know what we're here to do today, man. We're here to do a few things, man. We're here to straighten out a few things, man. I think a couple of days ago, I think it was Tuesday, myself and the brother We On-Loc was on Black Man Unfiltered Network, and we were down there on a show called, I think something about does the body count matter, body count of a woman matter, or something like that. And so we're gonna run through it, y'all. We're gonna see where I messed up, where We On-Loc messed up, where those guys over there messed up. We're gonna see what happened. You know what I mean? So we're gonna go through it in just a minute. First of all, let me shout out the MVP of Let's Talk to Better Black Life, the chat. The MVP, the most valuable people, is here on the chat. Shout out to We On-Loc, brother. If you could go to my about page and email me, man. I wanted to do this with you on there, but I had no way to contact you, brother. I don't have your contact information, so there's no way I couldn't contact you. But you know, man, if you could, you know, hit me up, that way I could have you actually on the panel talking about your situation on here, man, because I can only, you know, speculate on what you were thinking when you were on there, man. But I saw it a different way than some of the other people saw it. Anyway, shout out to We On-Loc Nation. If you haven't already subscribed to We On-Loc Nation, go over to We On-Loc and check him out over there and see if that's the kind of content you want to be down with, man. I mean, man, the only man I know that's simple for black women harder than me is We On-Loc. Shout out to We On-Loc. Brother Sim, good to see you in the building. I checked the show out. We On-Loc. It didn't get no heat, but you did, Brother C. And I understand both sides, but I'll ask my question when the show's on. Okay, got your Brother Sim. You know what, Brother Sim is the kind of dude that he will get at us. He will tell us when we did good, and he'll also tell us when we did not do so good. Shout out to Brother Sim. Glad to have you in the building, brother. Brother New Growth. He said, you know I love you. I love you, big homie. You know when they start out with that, you know I love you. That is you know, a big butt is coming. But y'all were both all over the place. We gonna chop it up and shut it. Yeah, man, help us get it straight. Help us get it straight, Brother New Growth. I got another old man in the building, Brother Rico. Rico, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
All right, yeah, you good. I'm doing a rundown in the chat, man. Hold on 1 second, man.
Okay.
All right, of course, that's me reaching out to We On-Loc. Sister Quantum, glad to have you in the building, sis. Good to see you. Let's see. Who else? Oh, Day One, Risa Neal. Quantum is a Day One, too, as well. But Risa Neal is Day One, too. Shout out. She said, I'm driving on my way to work. I'm here. Let's get it. We're going to get it, sis. We're going to get it. Brother Chris, glad to have you in the building. Glad to have you in the building, brother. Good to see you. Jill's Chocolate Boutique. Hey, Brother Clarence in the chat. Hey, brother, Sister Jill, good to see you. Glad to have you in the building. Stick around because we're going to straighten some stuff out for sure. Negro said, greeting to the awesome, unstoppable black family. Yeah, man. We ain't going to stop, man. We're going to straighten out what we can, and we're going to get what we can get. Mr. He said, shout out to you, brother. Good to have you in the building, man. Peace to the family. Salute, brother. See you in the panel in the chat. Glad to have you, Mr. He said. Glad to have you and your beautiful wife, man. Appreciate you guys, both of you guys, stepping in here whenever you guys get a chance. Appreciate you, brother. Newgro said, my big brother Clarence was good. They twisting your words. Looked like you was playing baseball. Yeah, man. I mean, it was you know, see, you know what the thing about it is, Newgro? It's hard to talk when you got so many people talking to you at the same time, right? You're trying to set up to set yourself up to defend one person, and you got 3 other people talking to you, and you trying to, so it's very confusing. So you have to just focus on one person. That's what I'm learning. You have to focus on just the one person and then deal with that. Because if you listen to everybody that's talking to you, right? If you listen, and we're gonna go through it, where you see, I say one thing, and they just like 5 of them just start talking to me at the same time.
Oh, he talking about the same stream?
Yeah, you talking about the same
okay,
thing.
New Growth. I thought you was talking about over here on Let's Talk the Better Black. Like, I can fix that real quick. Clarence, listen to me. Listen to me. All right, we got that fixed over here, New Growth. But yeah, I saw that tragicness over there, and it was tragic.
They gave out a lot of bad information. They gave out a ton of bad information.
Let me just say this before we even get started, because this, Clarence, and I think maybe you guys heard it. If it's one thing that I am a fucking Nazi about, is giving out bad information. And I think we do it too loosely and too freely. And that's why we screwed up, because I heard a lot of bad information on that stream. Now, the part I'll tell you guys is this, and Clarence knows, because I was sending him texts all before we got together. I said, oh, that's wrong. That's wrong. Because here's the thing. I go and look shit up. I even was so busy taking apart the bullshit they were saying, I don't believe nothing this nigga Clarence say. I went and checked his shit and came to find out the one thing that I realized, like, that sounds like some bullshit. I'm gonna have to get on Clarence ass. And I looked it up. I said, God damn it, he was right about that. Okay. But because what I'm trying to say to you guys, and I encourage everybody, anything that comes out my mouth that sounds, if it just sounds remotely janky, don't you fucking take what I say. Go do your research. And I'm so disappointed to watch that panel full of black men spew shit that was just easily debunked, like with a 2-minute search. And I'm just like, I hate to say it, niggas don't like to read. We just don't like to read. We can be intellectually lazy, and we will just believe a conspiracy and a trope without putting just the minimum amount of research. And for us to have the internet at our fingertips, it's intellectually malpractice to be repeating shit that can be dispelled so easily.
Well, they use your favorite debunkable stat. 80% of women initiate divorces, right? And I was so caught up, Rico. I was so caught up. I didn't even check nobody on that one. All I had to say was, okay, just don't tell me where you got that stat from. Outside of Kevin Samuel's mouth
a million times. And what's crazy, me and Kate called Kevin Samuels out on that shit a half a dozen times. And he never, she said, Kevin, I've been looking for that stat for weeks. Please tell me. I'm gonna send you by email a month later. Have you got it? We still waiting. No, I'm sending. He just made the shit up.
Yeah.
And I'm like, we have to stop doing it. And
sounds good though, don't it?
Yeah, because it's like COVID. That stat is like COVID is out there and you can't kill it. And it does us a disservice, because you further perpetuate the narrative in the gender war that women are the main reason. And I do believe, and again, like I said, I believe that women file for divorce at a higher rate than men. Agreed. But I don't think it's 80%. It could be 60%, but 80% sounds a whole lot worse. You see what I'm saying? And then number two, at the end of the day, if the 80% was 100% accurate, it doesn't mean a fucking thing who filed the paperwork. That's an administrative task. It's who has constructively ended the marriage. So in other words, if you as the dude done left your wife and you cross town with 2 kids with Sally, and 3 years later she filed for divorce, she's not the reason for the divorce.
Well, but see, here's the thing. With the
that's
presumption that they're making. The presumption that they're making is
no
matter what the man does,
you
should stay in there in that situation.
Once again,
right? No matter what's going on,
because
you
who done told him that shit?
You ungrateful B going down there and filing for divorce, right?
Who told him, I don't care if the man go out and have an outside baby. I don't care if he go upside your head. You ain't supposed to keep the nuclear family. I'll just tell any young man out there, I got 2 daughters. Put your motherfucking hands on air one of them. Put your motherfucking hands on air one of them. And I done told both my daughters, the first time that motherfucker step out on you, fuck them.
Yeah.
I'm not raising my daughters to be abused or mistreated by anybody. And I think as a black man, it's ridiculous to sit there and encourage that shit.
Hold on. No, I want you to say that again, Rico, but hold on. We on lock. You out there, brother? Email me, man. Go to my about page, email me so I can send you the link. I'm going to email you the link, brother, so you can come up here and you can...
put your email in the chat so we can email you.
Well, he might not want his email in the chat.
Well, either.
That's what I'm saying. So if he email me privately, then
but that's my thing is so many narratives that he put out there, and these guys, and they just regurgitate the shit. It's based on nothing. So that stat is, and I've said it a million times, the stat as to who filed most by divorce, for one thing, all 50 states have their own individual shit. There's no national database of divorces. Number 2, they don't even classify it by sex. It's just plaintiff and defendant. Period. And you can't, and if you sit there and say, well, they could tell if it's John and Mary, I'm like, maybe a quarter of America don't even have traditional American names. So you ain't gonna tell when it's a fucking Korean name, Han Kwan Han. You don't know the male from the fucking female. No one collates that data. For me, I've been divorced twice. When I go to look at my divorce record, I have to know who was the names of both parties, the dates of the divorce, what county in the state of Maryland or DC it was. You have to know all that information. There's just no database. Oh, here, because there's still books. You go to Charles County, Maryland, you go and you got to pull out them fucking books, and that shit's like the old card catalog. It's not even computerized. That marriage records and the clerks, if you want to go get a marriage certificate, right, Clarence? You go down to California, you have to fill out a form and give it to a clerk. You already have to have that information.
Yeah.
And then they have to go look it up. You just can't say, give me all the marriage records in California. They're going to look at you like you fucking crazy. You have to fill out the paperwork to request a specific marriage certificate, divorce certificate, birth certificate, death certificate. It's just not a smorgasbord of information that you can get. When people do birth records and death records, you know where they used to get that shit from? The fucking newspaper.
Wow. Yeah.
The obituaries. That was public record, but they don't record it in the newspapers anymore.
They still do. They still do obituaries.
But I'm saying, if you put it in there.
Yeah. You got to put it in there. They don't automatically do it. Yeah. They don't automatically.
Again,
the count's real small. Yeah.
Yes, it's very small, and once again, you have to do it. But at one point, it used to be very big. The obituary would be 10, 20 pages.
Right.
But now it's like
they definitely don't do it in LA.
No, they don't do it here in DC, Maryland anymore either. So that's why I sit there and said it's so easily debunkable because it's not even a statistic that even fucking matters. That's like me. I'm gonna sit there and say, what's the percentage of bubbles on a bar of soap? 29%. Based on what? I just pulled it out my ass and now it's out there forever. That's what that stat is. And they will fight you to death. So there's no CDC, there's no nothing. He pulled a random article that was written by a law firm, and all law firms say they speculate. Even TLA said it's not recorded anywhere. It's just a guess, and they take it.
Oh no! Stop! Oh no! Our leader TLA said that. Our leader TLA said that. Well, you must have a good reason.
He just went. Well, TLA, a divorce lawyer. I said, once again, let me explain something. Nothing TLA said was wrong. But TLA is a 20-year divorce lawyer in the state of Georgia.
Right.
Them laws don't extend outside the state of Georgia. They don't. Right. Every state family laws is written by their own state legislature. And again, like I said, and the whole argument they always say, and TLA, I'm like, yeah, he gives a red pill slant. Oh, the courts is made for the woman. No, it's not. That family court, the interest of that family court is this. It's not for the man. It's It's not for the woman. It ain't even for the child. You know who them family court judges, when they trying to make a motherfucker take care of them kids, no interest they have? The taxpayer. The taxpayer in the state.
Okay.
The taxpayer in the state. They don't. It used to be, people fail to realize around, like during the Great Depression and things like that, before we had all these social service, a lot of these social service programs came on. I think, who was it? Was it Roosevelt? The Great New Deal?
Yeah.
And he started a lot of social service programs.
Right.
And the reason why that was started was because prior to that, during the 1900s, the 1910s, and the 1920s, poor people were just left out on the street to starve.
Yeah.
They just fucking starved. There was no welfare, no social security, no nothing. You lost your job, they just threw your ass out on the street. Hobos are riding around the country on trains, knocking motherfuckers over the head and killing them and eating them and shit. Because it was just, I mean, there are true stories about that. There are true, real, horrific stories, because when the country hit the Great Depression and a quarter of the country, with 25% of white people were out of work. So, for black people, that's probably 35 or 40.
Right.
Because, like you say, if they catch a cold, we got pneumonia. That's just, it just is. So what I'm saying is, people tend to romanticize the past a lot, and they fail to look at, there were a lot of hardships back then. So what the government said was, we can't have all these women. They didn't give a shit about the men being out on the street. The problem was all these women and children.
Right.
So they started creating all of these programs. One of the things that was also at that point, sometime around the Great News, they started coming up with these family laws. And they started saying, okay, these dudes, y'all just can't be leaving these damn women and kids out here abandoned and struggling, because when the woman and child is out there on the street and the husband done run off and the woman and child is abandoned, who does the woman and child turn to? The government.
Of course.
The government.
So
now I'm making taxpayers support your fucking kids. Are you crazy? I'm all for child. They crack your head to the white meat and all this. Why do I gotta fight for them? Motherfucker, you fight for everything else. I mean, I hate it. I don't know the brother. The brother's like, oh, I didn't want to go into court and I didn't want to talk. But motherfucker, you sit up here on YouTube and talk all day. But you don't want to go to court and talk for your kids. The logic was making no sense.
Rico,
y'all niggas just don't want y'all kids. Period.
Rico, you jumping ahead. Rico, we can jump ahead.
Right.
We got our special guest.
I didn't see your part.
We
on lock. This shit was all jacked
on lock, man. Hold on, y'all. Let me do a shout out real quick. Shout out to Don Frank. Good to have you in the building, sis. My Caucasian sister. Glad to have you in the building. Shout out to you. All right, so we on lock. Glad to have you up here, brothers.
What's happening?
I wanted to discuss you going up there. I wasn't expected to be up there, but you were expected to go up there, and so I wanted to go over there and support you, man. From the chat. But when I saw how they was trying to play you a little bit, I was like, oh man.
Listen. They always do that, and then I was being called every name other than the child of God, but
right.
It's all, what, it's in the best interest of Black Man Unfiltered, shouts out to him. I know what he's trying to do. Shout out to
Black Man Unfiltered.
I know what he's trying to do, but he's not gonna persuade me either way. I mean, I am what I am, and I'm gonna stick to my principles. I'm gonna stick to my principles. But what's interesting to me is what I heard. I don't know if I heard it from an individual. She will be nameless, but it's just like it took the heat off me. I could be wrong. It took the heat off me, and it went on to you when I heard you last night, and I just got off. And I went to work and I replayed the video. And then that's when I heard you, and they were going off on you. Because you were basically stating truth and facts.
Yeah. See, and they were giving me alternative facts. We're gonna discuss that in a little while too.
Yeah, see, and I was
like they were complaining a lot.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a problem if the shit just wasn't made up. And it was like, I'm like, what planet are these guys on? I mean,
I don't know.
And what, you know, me and tomorrow, and I'm like, I don't know. Other than Black Man Unfiltered, I don't know. I didn't hear anybody else up there said that they was a custodial father.
I don't think so.
So I'm like, so what the fuck are y'all talking about how you can't do what y'all ain't never did?
No, I think Hank is. You know what?
He
I'm
never
not
said
sure.
anything.
I know he's a father. Know. You're right. Because I never heard him say he's a custodial father. You're right.
And here's the thing that I'm not sure of. See, now I heard the young man or the gentleman what we know when he had said about how when he got picked up for his arrears, he had his kids with him. But my question that I wanted to ask, wait a minute, bro, did you said that like you were taking care of them? So you wasn't a custodial father, they just was visiting with you. That's just bad fucking luck if that's the case. But don't make it seem like, oh, I'm taking care of my kids and they locked me up for being
well, Rico, if you listen to what he said, he said from the jump, he admitted
he
from
fucked
the
up
beginning.
every step of the way.
Exactly. He admitted that. He admitted that. So
and here's the whole point is it's like, so what are you crying for if you didn't do the very thing you needed to do to protect yourself? It's almost like they do this huge pity party shit. Well, I go to court. This is what they do. And I say, this is what it is.
Thank you.
I go to court. I sit there. I look stupid. You supposed to tell me everything that's gonna help me.
My wife took my kids away from me.
Right. What did y'all tell me?
Did you sit down? I'm like, did you sit down with your wife and did you discuss arrangements? Did you discuss arrangements with your wife?
No, because you know the truth. We On-Loc. I'm gonna tell you the truth, and this is the gospel. And it's kind of funny. I always tell people, like me having been a single custodial father and fought so hard for them. Mm-hmm. When I got my kids, about a year later, you know what I said? That bitch tricked me. I didn't know how fucking hard this shit was. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I also know, while most of those dudes, I was like, I feel like a motherfucker for this shit. This shit is kicking my ass. I know most of those cats will say that, but they don't know what they're asking for.
Hey, both of you guys, I'm done. I'm leaving, man. I'm rich. I just got an email from Mr. Irabrim Sarafith. And he says, I'm a staff working at the Bank of America in Africa, here in Quadodo, Baringo Faso. I want you to help me in receiving. On it. Hey, wait a minute, man. I'm trying to tell you how I'm rich, man. I want you to help me in receiving the sum of $27,200,000 into your bank account. This fund will deposit in the bank here by a foreign customer who died accidentally alongside with his entire family members many years ago. Nobody had asked for this fund until now. Please contact me through my private email address for more details. That's it. I'm gone, y'all. See y'all.
Okay.
I gotta go.
So look, here's the thing too, right? Here's the part that gets me, right? So, and I listened to Black Man give his story about what he went through to get his kids. And what he went through to get his kids, I'm like, bruh, that's what you need to do. And
hold up.
Go ahead.
Have you ever listen? I don't know if you were on my live. I don't know if you even looked at my live or not the last time he was on there.
Okay, I gotta say there's some gaps.
Who was in the chat?
I just said overall, there's some gaps about some questions.
Tell me if this is weird or if it's natural to you. I just want your opinion. This dude said in the chat, you can look it up, that he want his son stuff tucked until he gets married.
Who said that?
He wants his son's stuff tucked, his lower extremities.
Who said that? We all are.
Black Man. He said it. He said it on my chat. You want me to give you the evidence? I'll give you. I will Snapchat you the evidence.
I'll take your word for it. That's something he got to do. He's got to defend himself on that one. I don't know why he would say something like that.
I don't know why you would say something like that either, but that's what he said.
But look, I go back to the premise of the one premise I said they said nice last current. I said, okay, he tell the story about his children's mother, this, that, whatever, and he painted a story of a very bad, unfit mother. And I'm like, okay, fine. But I'm like, where's everybody saying you picked her? Because I don't hear that. But if you was a woman, everybody would have said you picked her.
You picked that,
and you had 2 children by her.
Right.
Now, when it's a guy, we heroes for this shit.
Right.
We heroes for this
see, Rico, their whole premise is everything. If you're a man, everything should bend down for you.
Right.
Whether the woman is getting what she needs out of whether she's getting what she needs out of the relationship or not is totally irrelevant. She should just, the fact that she's filing for divorce, she is ungrateful.
Here's part of the premise that they leave out. I said, one, I know wholly the vast majority, and especially what the hell happened?
Trying to show. I guess he's trying to show. Black man. I told my son to tuck his thing until you marry that chick. Okay. Got you. Got you in a lot. Shout out to Tech Tool Chatter.
Okay. Yeah. But my thing is, the whole premise is that the arguments that they put forth, it's like, yeah, you got to fight for your children. First thing I would ask any father, are you willing to die for your children?
Of course.
Right?
Of course.
Are you willing to die? So why are you willing to die for them, but you're not willing to fight for them? Well, I got to fight for them. Motherfucker, because that's what you got to do. Yeah. You got to fight for it. You got to fight for everything in life. What in life do you not have to fight for if you want it? If I don't want it, I'm not fighting for it. If I want it, I'm going to compete and fight for it. But you motherfuckers don't want to fight for your kids. You just want somebody to give them to you. Then you should have stayed with that chick. You should have stayed with her. You decide, and I get it. It was unbearable to share the same space with the woman. You should know at that point, when you go in your separate way, I know I'm going to have to fight this motherfucker for my kid.
Yeah, it's just especially if you leave the residence.
Get ready.
See, that's the one they don't get. That's the one they don't get, man.
And here's two things. And this is what I tell you, they're intellectually, they're fucking lazy and they're full of shit. It is relatively easy to get joint legal custody of your children. Most courts will give you that as long as you're legal. That's the paperwork.
They're gonna come and get you, Rico. They're gonna come get you. They already came and got me.
They
already came and got me and Wait, we on lock.
You run scared of them motherfuckers. I don't. If you are a father in your child's life, taking care of your child, go to court day one when you split up. It's relatively easy to get joint legal custody. I didn't say custodial. I said legal. Legal custody gives you the rights to have say-so in your children's school, religion, medical decisions. So when that woman say, the school ain't got to give you nothing, bullshit. I got a joint legal custody order, and it spells out things like education, medical, religious decision is decided 50-50. Almost every state will give you that. Pay your fucking child support. You almost get that off the break. Now, when it comes down to deciding physical custody, I agree with TLA that it's almost always going to go to the mother unless she's incarcerated, she gives them to you, she dead. And pretty much, or either you have to prove her to be so wholly fucked up. However, just like it's very easy to get joint legal custody. And when you file for joint legal custody, what I also tell brothers too is, at the same time, as part of that order, you stipulate that you want to do alternating years for claiming the children on your taxes. See, a lot of times people don't know. Dude be like, you pay all that child support. Why can't I put them on my taxes? Because you ain't the custodial parent, motherfucker. You don't get that unless it's in the court order. There are things you have to ask for. They don't ask for it, so they're not going to give it to you. That judge is not going to be so unfair to say, hey, look, man, Mr. Clarence, pay $500 or $1,000 a month child support. Yeah, you 50-50 decisions on all these. What are you paying the child support? The kids go with your wife. You work out visitation in a whole separate thing because visitation is that if y'all can't get along and work it out yourself, then you come back in the family court and you file for a visitation order. But usually, the reason why guys holler about, oh, she won't let me see my kids, nigga, you ain't paying. They leave that part out. So the woman will get bitter if she's financially trapped.
Rico, you're just right. But the only thing I see, I'm going to agree with it.
I said,
right. I can see why they would have a beef with that, because just because I can't pay, don't mean I shouldn't see my children. I agree with that.
I come from the school of thought. Ain't no such thing as you can't pay. Ain't no such thing.
I know. I mean, we old school. I get it. I'm sorry, but I'm just saying.
Motherfucker. You ain't no father.
But if I ain't working this week, Rico, if I got fired last week and I'm looking for a job, that don't mean I don't see my children.
Let me tell you why I don't accept that premise. Because every morning when I get up and get ready to go to work, I stop at 7-Eleven for a cup of coffee. If I don't get there early, I'm in a line damn near around the corner of fucking undocumented people.
Right.
These motherfuckers can get up and go to work every day. Miss me with your bullshit. Miss me with your bullshit.
I'm not saying they can't, Rico. Some dudes are not. Some dudes.
Go back over there with the pity party crew.
That's arrangements to go see your kids.
I'm not in the pity party group. I'm just saying there are some cats that fall on hard times from that.
Then you got no business bringing no life into this world that you cannot provide and protect.
I understand that, Rico.
You have zero. That is your sole responsibility. And you just a sorry motherfucker if you don't. I don't care.
Well, if you consistently don't, I agree with you, Rico.
With his story, it's just too many holes. Okay, you're the so-called good parent. Okay, but what made her want to leave from where you were then to going up to Michigan? From where you were to Michigan, what happened in between that time? What made her so unhappy for her to happen to leave your ass? What like I said, you if you're gonna tell a story, tell the whole goddamn story. That's all I'm saying.
Nobody tells the whole story.
Exactly. What needs to tell it? Right. Your narrative is a woman is the worst thing since white bread.
The black woman.
A black woman. I prefer a white woman. This is why when I went up there and I cringed, because this woman up here, like when she spoke to me, my tea was. Don't say nothing. Don't say nothing.
Which woman? There's 3 women.
Coach K.
Okay.
I didn't want to say anything because, but I was like, just like I didn't want to say anything that's gonna help me get kicked off, and they're gonna talk about me for the entire time that I'm there. So
okay, what did she say?
It's bad enough that I had to lift that notebook paper up, and it had the word coon written on it. It had sellout written on it. And it was mostly meant for this little son of a bitch at the bottom right here.
Which one? It's 5 dudes. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
You know what gets me though? See, and this is also what's problematic too. It's like they just spew a lot of bad information, because I knew when which they all and see this is how you know, like, they butt hurt and they just make up shit, right? Just the butt hurt holler. You know that they make you a daddy and you ain't even a daddy. They make you a daddy and you ain't the daddy, and you ain't even a father, and they make you father. There's some truth to it, but this is the butt hurt. And then we're gonna show you the clip. They all jumped on Clarence when Clarence said, "No, they changed that law in Michigan." They all jumped on Clarence's ass.
No, they didn't.
No. You can do it today. Black man, fucking Mandrell, all of them. Guess what? A 2-minute Google search will tell you that shit was repealed in 2012. 10 years ago.
I got Rico.
10 years ago.
You know how we do? I got the receipt form. So we can watch them deny it, and then I got it right here. I got it right here. So they can continue to tell me I'm wrong, and I got it right here.
Here's the problem with it.
And you know who I got to thank? Well, hold on. You know who I got to thank for that? Daryl Long. Daryl Long came and brought me that information, so I got to thank him for that.
But I knew that. I knew it before Daryl did the stream.
Okay. See, I didn't know how
the way it was. And here's the thing: is even when it was jilted the way it was, people mistell the story how it was. So Michigan had what they called dad by default. What it was by default was the woman would go to court and would say a certain person, say, the woman says, we On-Loc is the father. Right. So they say, give me his name and address, and they would send it and then basically tell you, you need to come to court to contest it. Right. It's not just because she said it. Right. You get an opportunity to come and contest it. If you choose not to come and contest it, you daddy. Now, the problem with it was oftentimes some of these men didn't know about it. And then when they showed up, they then tried to, and even we had DNA to show that they wasn't. Well, the problem is the state of Michigan was one of those states where it was hard to, they did not want to break the parental rights, but then you got to break the finance.
Rico, let's just break it down to the brass tacks. They had no path of relief. Right. They didn't have a path of relief. Where this is the procedure how you get your name off of that.
But here's the thing: the path of relief was this. If anything, they should have just sued the woman. Here's what they should have did: they should have sued the woman in civil court for deceptively naming them, because Michigan law at that time said I'm gonna tell you how it is now. Your path of relief is when I send it to you, Mr. We On-Loc, you come to fucking court and you contest it.
But back in that day,
at that point, the court has to order a paternity test to establish if you are. They don't just go and say, well, because she said it. They figure because a lot of men won't show up. So they're like, we ain't gonna be all day fucking with you deadbeats who ain't gonna show up. No way, we just gonna do this.
In that situation in Michigan, even if you had the paternity to prove that you aren't the parent, there was no path of relief. That was the whole point.
Clarence, the reason why is because after the judgment went in, the path is prior. The judgment isn't given that day. It gave you a period of time. Like even right now,
I hear you. I think
Michigan say you can contest paternity in the state of Michigan today up until the age of 3.
Right.
After 3. If you find out when that baby turned 4 that ain't your kid, that's your fucking kid. So they still take it away. They don't give you what these states are saying is you ain't gonna play daddy. You ain't daddy no more.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
Because dudes will be contested now. You can at least contest it now. At 10. Even the way I read it, you can at least contest it. It didn't have a limited age.
Up until the age of 3. And then you still can up until the age of 18, but they still don't have to withdraw it. It's at the discretion of the judge.
Up to 19 and a half.
They're looking exactly, and they are looking at the child. Like, look, come on, man. You've been that boy daddy for 15 years. Why? Why would you? It's like, okay, well, it ain't just you that's fucked up. Now he fucked up too.
all right, y'all. We got it, y'all.
The kid didn't do it. The mother did.
We got to get into the video.
It's the one.
Yes, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okay. So we're gonna get into all of this. Okay. Shout out to Quinn Hanifa. Glad to have you in the building. Says shout out to Von Eric.
And you're right, Von Eric. It is in some states, but it's not a lot of states that have dad by default. It's like maybe less than half a dozen.
Okay.
Pretty much all the rest. Now, one thing I will say is most states do say this. If you are legally married at the date of the birth of the child, you are presumed to be the father.
Yeah, they call it
if you are legal, father. So if you could be married, you are presumed.
Right.
But they still have to go through a court of law. And then at that court of law, you can still contest it in all states. And there'll be a court-ordered DNA. So when guys be saying, the only time you get fucked out of that is if you sign what's called an acknowledgement of paternity. That's where you at the hospital and you say, I'm that baby daddy. And you sign it. And you don't want to test. Well, that's just on your ass.
That's stupid. That is stupid.
But it's on you.
You should demand a DNA test at every live birth. Every live birth, you should demand it.
You can demand it. You can.
All right. Yeah, that's it. I mean, that's it.
But I got suckered with an AOP too because I was scared to contest it. And it was paternity fraud. I had to eat it. I had to eat it.
Man, do we have to play the clip? Man, do we have to play the clip of these fools, man? Excuse me.
We got to, man, because I wanted to see what you was thinking at certain points, man. All right, so let me see. Let us play some of this beautiful music here. All right, so we're gonna start here at 52 and 19.
Listen, man, I pull up, bro. I pull up in my I had some AN1 shorts on and a t-shirt. I pull up. She said, "Why you not dressed to go?" I said, "We ain't going nowhere. Listen, we ain't got nothing."
Oh,
this is Black Man Unfiltered talking about how he found out the girl he was dating was, a favorite garden tool of the people in the neighborhood. All right.
What to talk about? Hey, she said, "What's wrong with you?" I said, "Listen, man." I say, "Man, you done garage sell yourself all these years, and you ain't told me that you put yourself out here for a yard sale. Oh, I can't do it. I can't do it." She talking about, "Well, can I be honest? Can I be honest? What's the honesty? Tell me."
Why would you?
I was out there.
Give a damn though. Why would you even care? That's yours, ain't it? Not
you, dog.
Who raised you?
Oh no! Did he just ask me?
Who raised you, partner?
So, we On-Loc. Let me ask you a question. You in the barbershop getting your dreads retwisted, right? And let's say your wife's name is Laura. And me and Mandrea are talking, man, Laura can suck Kansas through California, boy. Oh, boy, she throw that thing back and look back at it. You seen them brown eyes? And the whole time we talking about, and I show him a picture or a video of her giving some voluptuous PhD service. And you look at the camera and it's your wife. You're going to say, "Oh, yeah, I get that same thing too."
Yeah, that's what he going to say. He going to be like, "Don't worry about it, man."
Are we talking about current or are we talking about past? Are we talking about current or are we talking about past?
It can be either one.
Everything is the past, homie.
Let K together, Mike.
Go ahead, K. Go ahead.
Let K together, Mike.
You muted,
brother. You muted, good brother.
Coach K, Shoo, and Family Values. Please do what they call them when you're a kid, like mitten. What do they call them when you don't want to hear a kid?
Earmuffs.
Yeah. I think the three of you guys should be earmuffs. I want to ask Will a question. I don't want you guys to get offended by this question, but yeah, I mean, if you're adults, we On-Loc Nation, cut the cap. I'm about to ask you a question. Don't pretend like you never watched it. If you were dating a female and somebody showed you a video of ghetto gaggers and she was on there from 10 years ago, would you continue to date her, sir? Keep it real. Don't pretend like you never watched ghetto gaggers.
Is that a rhetorical question or can I speak? Yes.
You continue to date a woman.
Hey, you disgust me, man.
Oh, the boy.
All right.
We On-Loc, man. You know look how far you have fallen to where Chaotic Truth said you discussed him. Wow.
Yeah, that was man
falling down, brother.
Oh, I had to fall down deeper to the pits of hell.
But it's such a stupid argument. You know what makes the argument so stupid?
Okay. Number one, this little son of a bitch. After yelling and screaming at the top of my lungs, you don't believe a goddamn word that you say. He gonna come jumping off network after network after network, video after video after video, denying black women, but he's married to a black woman. You contradicting son of a bitch. And they're gonna freaking front on me. He's gonna front on me to look. Another man's I said another man's trash is another man's treasure. What difference would it make if a woman 10 or 20, even 5 years ago, did the most exclusionary shit ever? Of course, somebody's going to pick her up. Somebody is going to sweep her off her feet. Somebody is going to do something to this woman, whether you want it to happen or not. Where did all these other guys come up? Wait. So you mean to tell me you can go on the street, get a woman pregnant at age 18, and then send her back on, put her back on the shelf for other niggas to go, man, she easy for the streets, dog. What world are you living in? That's why women are not used to what they're used to. When they're not used to a single guy treating them like they should be treated, their minds are warped. They're not used to stuff like this. But you don't mind it, but you don't mind talking about females on a regular. Man, get the fuck out of here.
But you know what?
I said what I said, but then I get crucified for it. And then another thing, when I mention anything, and if I mention anything in the gospel,
we gonna get there. We gonna get there. We gonna get there. See, we got receipts. We unlock.
Here's the thing. This is the part that I don't get, right? And they once again, they're very butthurt. So it's the fact that they showed you pictures of her being a garden tool. But if you never saw those pictures, you still gonna go home and kiss her in the mouth, right?
Well, here's the thing, Rico.
Right, so
Rico, I want to let you finish. But I want to make this clear. What they kept doing to him is moving the goalposts, right? It started out with you don't know, right? They started out with the woman you just kind of like coming up on that information. Then it came to we got video. Now it came to she been on ghetto gaggers. Now I mean, they just kept moving the post, moving it for them.
Right, and then here's the deal though. No matter how salacious they try to make it, it still doesn't make any difference because at the end of the day, nobody knows their partner's previous intimate relations.
That's what I was trying to tell
them. Their partner previous intimate relations is shit that they probably haven't even shared with their own mother. So they ain't gonna share it with you.
And there's no way to verify it.
I've done things intimately that I got to take to the grave. I've done some decadent debauchery shit, not with a dude, but I have done with
Rico, easy.
So all I'm sitting there saying, but what I'm sitting there saying is, even worse is some of them have done it. I believe Mandrell is a veteran.
Absolutely.
If Mandrell, I think he's a veteran.
Yeah, he is.
I'm not even going to tell you the whorishness of our U.S. military.
I know.
But I went into the military at 19, didn't drink, didn't smoke. Well, I still was a whore, but it got amplified times 100.
Yeah.
And it's just been growing all my life until I hit a certain age where age just slowed me down. So I'm like, dude, they talk about the woman's body count. Most of them couldn't give you their honest body count because they don't know. So all I'm sitting there saying, he's like, okay, well, what if she was on Ghetto Gag? Okay, well, what if your wife was on Ghetto Gagger, Chaotic, and you just ain't seen it? It don't mean she ain't done it. You know what I'm saying? She could have been over there where you come from, getting drilled out and pounded out and back blowed and some more shit. But when you think she gonna tell you, she's not gonna tell you. So why as a man do you dwell on something that no matter what she tells you, you should care about the woman you lay down with today?
What if you found out that your wife was a transy?
Was a what?
What if you found out that your wife was a transy?
Well, I mean, you talking about him personally chaotic?
I tell you what, it just doesn't make sense why they worry about things, and it's like you never gonna know anyway. And for me, it's like, okay, so you break up with a chick because she gave oral sex to somebody before you. So was she good in bed to you? Was she good for you spiritually? Was she good for you mentally? Was she good for your soul? So you could throw away your fucking life mate, your true soul mate.
Yeah.
Somebody fucked her whether you seen it or not. Okay.
Well, let's just put it on the table, Rico. Let's just put it on the table. Most of these guys are scared of the body count because they don't think they'll be able to compete with
or measure
the unknown.
Or measure up
to the unknown. Right.
And that's the one thing you should never be
40s and 50s.
Right. You shouldn't be chasing that anyway. I'm only chasing my last success. I don't give a damn what nobody else did.
They're chasing them because they're easy access. That's the only reason.
And at the end of the day, there's no tens up there. I'm like, what are we talking about? Ain't no tens up here.
10 where?
Just lucky to have somebody. Lucky to have somebody. Come on.
Rico, a 10 where? Where?
Hey,
on earth.
It's crazy. I'm just saying you can have whatever you want. It's just it's the level of ridiculousness that they put on something so superficial, shallow, and meaningless. Okay, because here's the thing. The shit he went through with his kid's mother, was it because her sitting there? No, it's because she was a fucked up person. But you know what? She might have had a low body count though. She might have had a low body count.
That's the thing, Rico. That's the thing.
She might
That's
only
why
have
character
2,
is important. That's why character is important.
So you worried about her fucking body count, but that motherfucker was crazy in the head and took you through hell and back.
See, but no, I'd
rather a woman with a high body count that would sit there and give me peace for me and my children.
But that's what I'm saying. You gotta see. Some people have a high body count. Let's make a separation here. Some people have a high body count because they made bad decisions in the past. They no longer are. Hold on, Rico.
Some of us just like fucking sex.
Hold on, Rico.
It's not a bad decision. Pleasure is a pleasurable thing.
No, because now having high body count, man, is to put you in the way of being caught up with a lot of different health problems. So let me be clear. Let me make this, and then you guys see if you agree with me. Some people have high body count because they made some bad decisions in the past, and they no longer are living that lifestyle, and now they're trying to live a better lifestyle. And so
at age 40?
At age 40 or 50 or 60 or whatever it is, right? They're trying to live a better lifestyle. So then there's some people that have a high body count and they're still living that lifestyle. They're still living it. And so what does that mean? Because in today's world, high body counts, we're talking about having sex with, let's just say having sex with three different people per week. That would be what? Over 100 people a year.
Look, I've done it. So let me tell you this. So in other words, this logic that you're using, bad decisions, just that whatever, that applies to men too, right?
Of course.
Because you can't just make it.
Of course. Of course. I'm talking about body count, period. I'm talking about period.
Because we say men just like having sex for pleasure.
Correct.
Right?
Women do too.
Thank you. Yeah. That's all I was saying. That some women, not most, you're right, new growth, just fucking freaks. Some people just, and it's okay. It's really okay. Yeah, I used to love to get my freak on. It's okay. And I look for other freaks. Yeah.
Okay, but
I ain't want nobody with no fucking nobody. I want somebody with some
okay. So what used to be, Rico, what used to be the value of a woman, her main value used to be not even the beauty appearance, it was her chastity. It was her chastity. That was used to be people used to be able to deal with women. But I'm just saying,
I don't ever remember them days. Yeah, Rico, I don't remember them days.
Everybody ain't been trolloping through the tulips like you, man. Some of us, you know what I mean? Some of us are slow walkers, slow treaders here. So anyway, so what classically was the value of a woman was her chastity, right? And people valued the chastity of the woman, right? That's why Danny Glover in the movie Color Purple, he wanted the first daughter because he thought their chastity was intact. Right?
The youngest daughter.
The youngest daughter. No, the oldest. Was it the youngest?
No,
Whoopi was the oldest.
No, it was
the youngest. He wanted the youngest. He got the oldest.
He wanted the youngest one, right? Because Whoopi was the oldest.
Whoopi was the old.
Okay, so Whoopi. Yeah. My mistake. He wanted the younger one. He wanted the one that wasn't Whoopi Goldberg. He wanted her, right?
Right.
And so the father was really trying to save her for himself,
right?
Until he could crack her open, but he had already got to Whoopi, right? Mm-hmm. And so he wanted to get Whoopi. He wanted to get rid of Whoopi. He was like, "You can have her." You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You can have her because I already cracked her, right? And so Danny Glover was like, "Well, I'll take her," thinking that he was gonna get the other girl, but the other girl eventually ran away, right? Mm-hmm. He said, "I have to take this one first." It's like in the Bible, I have to take this one first. Okay, then I'll get the If you take this one, because I can't marry the younger one over the older one. You got to take the older one first, and then you can come back and get the younger one, right? Mm-hmm. That's what he thought was going to happen, right? But it didn't happen that way. But my point is this: he thought that, okay, well, this one is busted, but at least the chastity on the other one is good. So I'll take that one. You know, it's worth having this one to get to the other one, right? But it didn't work out like that. But classically, like a woman's value is typically rooted in her chastity. Classically, right? Of course, in today's world, that's not the case, right? A woman's value is depending on the man, depending on the man looking at her, that's what her value is. Very subjective, right? So now we got a situation where does the body count matter? It matters for both the man and the woman.
Even when you talk that chastity crap for women, back then men was expected. No, I'm just saying. I'm gonna go with your logic. Even then, back then men were not expected to be hoes.
Right.
They were expected to be men of honor, men of faith, men of virtue as well.
But they weren't questioned. Men weren't questioned. Men's behavior wasn't
questionable.
They
were expected to be a certain way.
Your family name was what your honor. Your family name was it.
But you still wasn't expected to be out there hoeing. They still did it. No, that was not an encouragement thing because men were supposed to
encourage you.
They were church men every Sunday. They were men supposed to go to church every Sunday. Right?
Which they did.
I mean, look at King Henry, man. I mean,
Dude, I mean, we're not talking about what the reality, but I'm saying if you look at that time, you took it to the color purple shit. I didn't. Men were expected to be in church every Sunday.
Every Sunday.
Yeah. But of course.
So
that don't mean that they ain't out there hoeing.
I didn't say they were.
Even the preachers.
They still was expected to live a far more virtuous life. Even though they was expected to. We know what they did when they got the lick in them, down at the juke joint, this, that, whatever. You cannot tell me that these women.
The whole point of the juke joint was because men need a place to go with a certain type of women. Because stuff ain't happening at home. That was the whole point of the juke joint. But you don't take your wife to the juke joint.
No, of course not. But you're sitting there placing this parameter as if it was never expected for men to be honorable to their wives. No, that expectation was there.
I'm not saying never. I'm just saying there was much more slack for men than women. That's all I'm saying, Rico.
He was waiting on should.
Wait. There's much more slack for men than women. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, because men give men more slack.
Everybody gives men more slack. Even women give men more slack.
Yeah. But the thing is, I'm not disputing the slackness of it. I'm just disputing the fact that I'm just saying on paper, by virtue, whatever, the standards were supposed to be, I want, because the whole reason why a man would say he wanted a virgin was that he don't mess around with loose women. So he want a good woman. I don't mess around with these loose women. That was the whole concept of, even though he done probably just came from messing with a hoe. So if you can't say I'm a hoe man, but
exactly. I don't want my children coming there, but my children should come from a pure hallway, right?
So the representation that was the point. That's the point. The point that the representation that still, as I said, men still presented themselves to the public as I'm a good man. I got a good, virtuous wife. I'm not out there. I might be hoeing. You still represented yourself to society a certain way, regardless of the fact that you were doing dirt in the dark.
Okay. I just want to be clear that yes, they did promote themselves as these pious people, but
upstanding,
high upstanding people.
That's how they sold themselves.
But definitely people have more leniency for men's vicariousness than the women. Okay, Sister Annie, I didn't use the fair use because I got permission from the good brother Black Man Unfiltered.
He might revoke it after he hear the way we talking about him.
That's okay, brother. I got it on. I got it on the email. So
there you go. All right, there you go.
All right, so let's get back into the clip, man.
I just to button that up, I just want to say it's like they make it seem like we on lock was so crazy for saying, but it's like, why would you? I mean, it's like, at what age do you stop caring about stuff like that? I'm like that. That's the argument of a 20-year-old man.
I would see if you were 20 years old.
Yeah, 20, 21,
25. But you in your freaking 40s, dude.
Dude, everyone, right? Yeah, because here's the deal. When you're in your 40s and 45 and 50, good luck finding somebody who ain't been around the fucking. Good luck. Good luck. I don't give a fuck what she tells you. Good luck. And you shouldn't even want that. I don't want that at my age.
There's a sighting on Mars.
Because my thing is like when I walk into the bedroom ready to get my kink on, like don't be asking me what the fuck I'm doing. You better know.
Okay, well let me ask you gentlemen something. Let me ask you gentlemen a question.
So you need that compatibility in the bedroom.
Okay. Let me ask you guys a question, because just to look at it from the other side, does your wife or your mate represent you? When she goes out with you, does she represent
has
you?
nothing to do with her reprepresentation.
Exactly.
Huh?
Yes, but her
I'm saying, it depends, Rico. It depends.
No, it doesn't.
It depends on where you are, because you could live in a place where it's small enough where her past may count.
Her representation is set by her representation to me is dictated by me, not others. So
agreed.
Agreed.
But
you worried about
it's dictated on how you treat her.
Right.
It's dictated on how you treat the woman.
As a husband, if you worried about what the folks in the town think, you ain't got no business being no husband.
Exactly.
I don't give a fuck what nobody think about my wife. It's what her representation means to me and how I dictate it, not the town folk. I don't give a fuck what my family think about her. Why the fuck I give a fuck about what the neighbors think? I don't.
All right, gentlemen, we got to get back, because they're gonna jump on We On-Loc with both feet, man. So we got to get to that. And then they're gonna, and then after they wipe their shoes off with him, they're gonna jump on me.
Okay.
After they get done with him, they're gonna jump on me. So we got to get to it, y'all.
Let's go. Let's speed through it.
Oh my God! Man, you gotta be trolling, Loc.
Y'all make Mr. Bennett calm down. Y'all made Mr. Bennett calm down.
Mr. Bennett, jump in, Mr. Bennett, and have a word. Mr. Bennett, come in.
Wait a minute, we don't like Nation. You mean to tell me that you would continue to date her after you saw that she was on Ghetto Gaggers?
Man, he gonna chaotic. He gonna tell her meet her at the altar.
That matter how
he gonna say meet me at the altar.
That is crazy.
You said 10 years ago.
From 10 years ago, correct.
It doesn't matter what she did 10 years ago, 11 years ago, 12 years ago.
Have you ever watched? You've watched.
So you gonna leave? So you gonna leave her out there to be single forever?
Yes.
No wonder y'all niggas is single. God damn.
Okay, hold on.
You willing to marry a hoe?
He's married though. He's Chaotic's married though.
That's the only one on this planet Earth. The only one on this planet Earth. Everybody else is gone.
Now we On-Loc. Let's get the ladies. Let's see what the ladies have to say.
On this planet.
Okay, let's see what the ladies have to say.
Oh my God!
Hold on. We On-Loc.
I'm coming for your neck.
We On-Loc. Let's see what the ladies have to say.
I'm ready. I
Shoo. If a man seen his girl on Ghetto Gaggers, does he proceed to give her what she need, or does he leave? Bars.
If she don't Ghetto Gaggers, honey, more than likely, I mean, if she gagging on his, like she gagging on his, honey.
So should he stay or should he go?
He still might stay anyway. I'm telling you. Let me tell you something. Something I noticed, and this is where a lot of guys, like, I have to call kind of cap on.
I'm not staying.
The only time a woman's body count really matters is if, like, I don't know, if only time a guy would take a woman when her body count doesn't matter is if she laying it down good enough. I'm talking about she put it down, he don't give a damn who she been with. Like, even if it is a thought in the back of his mind, he don't give a damn who she been with. If that head's so good, honey, you sliding it down. I'm telling you, he gonna be like, damn, that's fucked up, but god damn. Like, dudes are like that. Is that, or because, and proof is in the pudding. Amber Rose been married multiple times. Kim Kardashian got a sex tape that made her famous. Everybody in their mama done seen that tape, and she been married multiple times.
But that's the out word, multiple times. They got tired of that. They didn't want that.
Openly telling people what.
That's a very valid point that Shoo made, right?
Right. Hold on, Rico. Let me do some shout outs. Shout out to Man of Prestige. Glad to have you in the building, my brother. CBN Talk Tech Talks. Glad to have you in the building, brother. Don't worry, CBN. We're gonna get to your part in a little while, man. Give us about an hour, probably, to creep down there, because I'm trying to move it up right now.
That's a very valid point that Shoo made about, like I said, Kim Kardashian became a billionaire off a sex tape, and it's a lot of chicks out here making sex tape. Now, I don't recommend going that way, because I think it's unnecessary to be trying to put your bedroom habits in the public, and plus, I didn't think the tape was very fucking good by my standards anyway. But you can't say that a woman won't get wifed after publicly having a sex tape because her and several others have done it. You know, so it's like now I granted it's more favorable if you ain't, you know, one of us. You know,
Yeah.
so it's more likely if you ain't one of us that, you know, you're going to blow up. But that is proof that it is. And again, like I said, we all know it's just a dumb argument to. I could see them saying, if before I met my wife, I saw her on Ghetto Gaggers, I might pause. But what I'm trying to understand is you're already deep into a relationship with this person, and something from their past comes up. That's what doesn't make sense. So if my wife found out I used to be a damn junkie, why should it matter now? I'm clean and sober.
Exactly. That's my point, Rico.
You know what?
But Rico, can you understand that if they find out that you are a junkie, you were a junkie,
right,
and you still got junkie ways, you still a junkie,
right,
that could be an issue, right?
Yeah,
so that's
but,
all.
But the whole
that's
point
what we're talking about.
But the whole point is you can't judge.
What have you done in your life?
And my issue is do you, and this is my thing, is this. Again, it's a difference between judging someone before you get into a relationship with them, because that's part of vetting. Oh, I run a background check and I see things I don't like, so I'm not going to take it. Oh, that's a red flag. I don't trust this. I don't trust that. That's one thing. Even then, I think you should. It's up to you. Some people can still say, "Hey, fuck it, I'm gonna give it a try." Ain't no big deal.
Because at the end of the day, you were a judgmental person,
right? But if you, and here's the thing, though, Clarence, you know. And speaking of being a junkie, once a junkie, always a junkie till the day you die.
Wow.
You could be 20 years clean, you still a junkie. A junkie will tell you that. An addict will tell you you're sober for however length of time, but you will always be an addict or an alcoholic for life.
But that's what the world. But that's what the world is telling
with
you.
that. But I understand. I understand.
That's from the ideology of drug and alcohol counseling.
Yeah, and I agree.
And that's what I'm basing it on. I'm not basing it on me. I'm basing it on.
You have to prove that.
I understand.
You have to prove that.
I spiritually disagree.
Okay, because they say you have to continue every day working to make sure that you don't fall off. I guess that's where it comes from.
I agree with that.
You know, but honestly, you have to prove that to yourself. You have to prove that to yourself each and every single day that you can remain sober. Damn what the world thinks. You have to prove that to yourself. Okay. Period. Mm-hmm. So it really doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter what she's been through or not, what you've been through or not. You are together and you made a covenant with one another. It doesn't matter what the words are. Really, what I would have done was burn that goddamn barbershop. That's what I would have done.
Now my thing is this: what if the woman you with
can't burn the barbershop,
but Clarence, what if the woman you with previously went through something and killed one of her children? You know what I'm saying? She had a mental breakdown, whatever the case may. You know what I'm saying? And then you find out 10 years in the marriage, you getting divorced?
You have to work it out.
No.
You getting divorced?
What I'm saying, y'all, is if a woman does something, has something in her past,
right,
that is unfavorable, and you recognize that behavior, she's no longer displaying that behavior,
right,
walking that path,
right,
then why should it concern you?
That's
what I'm saying is, but what I'm saying is, if you see that unfavorable decisions have been made in the past, and you still see that same line of thinking,
well, then that's just
that is questionable. That might need some investigating.
But my whole point is this: then that means you didn't do your fucking vetting in the first place. If she's still doing it,
but Rico, we both been married a long time. Rico, we both been married a long time, and we know people can hide for years.
Sure.
They can hide. They can hide. So it's not so much. You can only vet so much, and you're right. The only defense you have is vetting people. That's your best defense. But I don't care how good you vet somebody, you may not catch everything.
My wife said it about me all the time. Yeah, my wife said that about me all the time. You ain't the same man I met when I married. I was like, you're right. And I said, no, I'm the same man. I'm the same man. you just didn't.
I just don't activate those tendencies.
That's it. I'm the same man. I got a little
You never know.
Yeah.
Hey, this is where they got you. This is where they got you in the cross. We unlock. So let's go through this one. I think you was talking about the woman at the well. So let's go through that one.
It shouldn't even matter to you. It shouldn't matter to you at all. You treat a woman how she should be treated. If the one nigga didn't treat her like a woman, then somebody else will. Guarantee you that.
And she won't respect him.
You're gonna be looking real suspect out there.
No, she won't respect him
at all.
You want to bet?
Yes.
How much you want to bet me?
You respect the hoe? Do you respect
how much you want to bet me?
I would bet
you. She slapping that knob right.
No.
You will if she slapping on that knob right, honey.
Mandrell, hold on, guys. We're gonna have a full table conversation about this after we get everybody's thoughts on the number. Mandrell, go ahead with the number, and then when everybody finish, we'll hop in with conversation. Go ahead, Mandrell.
Y'all don't believe what my sister's saying. She's actually.
Hold on, stop. I'm getting up here and pretending like.
Is it my turn to talk? Is it my turn to talk to yours?
But no.
Thank you. If memory serves, you had your chance.
He won't move on it.
No. Here's the thing.
That's the cabinetry.
No. Here's the thing. She knows better. She knows full well. A dude with 30 bodies, she wouldn't pay that nigga no attention. Dude with 20, if she knew a guy had 20 or 15 bodies, we've had these conversations. Okay, so no, she wouldn't. Body count's matter to her. Okay, don't believe this bullshit.
I just at my point.
So here's the thing. My answer to your question, black man.
What's the number?
I agree with Hank. 5 or less, given my age. Okay, and if it's a woman in my peer group.
Clarence, hold up, Clarence.
Right.
Hold up, Clarence. Pause this.
Delusions of grandeur.
Let me tell you this. Dude, how old is Mandrell roughly? Just somebody give it to me guess.
He looks like he's about early 40s, maybe late 30s or early 40s.
He ain't fucked no woman with no 5 bodies or less. 5 with a 0 behind it.
Period.
5 with a 0 behind it.
He ain't had pussy till pussy had him.
5 or less.
Yeah, that's teenage years. Those are teenage years right there, right?
In fucking high school. Stop.
Right.
Some a year younger than he is.
Are you serious?
Hey, but this is what we was dealing with, man. This is what we was dealing with over there, man.
This tells you where the mindset is coming from. 5 or less.
Your mindset.
5 of that sounds like high school.
That's 11th grade.
Go
ahead. I just heard that, and that's fun.
That sounds like it. So I want to get to
cinco or less. Come on.
I want to get to where they start talking about the woman at the well. Let's go.
We'll get my co-host last. Mr. Bennett, what's the number?
5 bodies.
Under 20.
What world are you living in, Negro?
What world?
What world are you living in?
He asked me what my preference would be, and I gave him the answer.
Hold on, guys. We're gonna have a conversation. Mr. Bennett, what's your number?
Again, a lot of it's going to depend on the age of the individuals.
Right.
I'm different from most of the guys on the panel in that I don't buy this this thing where men can do whatever and women can't. I think men should be celibate as well as women and get married early. Find your woman, keep your body count low, marry early. That's me. If I had sons, I have 3 daughters, so I can't teach this to a son. If I had a son, I tell him to keep it zipped up also. And so, I'm not one to think, man is, yes, biologically, I know what we are, but I don't think it's good for a man to have a lot of partners either. So marry early. And my thing is, if you're going to be together for the rest of your lives, you got 50 years to work it out. You can come to the table not knowing anything, but look, give it time and patience. You can learn how to do stuff, right? You learn almost anything off of YouTube. So figure it out, okay, as you go along. You don't have to go. But that was a thing. I will say this, especially about a lot of these quote unquote values religious women. One thing I always call them out on is because they'd be the first ones to talk about values, but they always expected their man to always know what to do on the honeymoon night. That they always left up to him. So they would never concern themselves with it, but they expected that the man would know what to do. So there was a little bit of hypocrisy with that. But I say, as far as the number, I would say definitely under 5. I prefer under 2. I prefer 1. Right. So, but that's me. But I understand the world that I'm in. If my daughters ever came to me and that was the reality, we would deal with it as is. But I teach my daughters as much as they can that, again, save themselves for marriage, but don't be waiting until you're 30, 35 to get married. Make yourselves what you need to be a wife to a husband now. So that would be my answer. I would definitely keep the body count low.
All right, now,
absolutely. Like I said, it depends on her age.
What's the number? And then we'll have the conversation. Then we'll let you ask some questions as well. But go ahead, Ms. K, Coach K. What is the number?
I would say best case scenario, 1 waiting till marriage, but in reality, maybe between 5 and 10, but no more than 10. I would preferably 5. But I think that I'm sure the conversation is going to go towards the double standard, but I think there should be a double standard. However, I don't think men should just be having sex all over the damn place. However, men and women are different biologically. Sexual liberation was not good for women, but we live in different times. I acknowledge that, but I think it says more about a woman when she, like, half these kids, like, aren't you in school? Like, don't you have other things to do? It just goes to the moral conversation for me, but I would say no more than 5. Worst case scenario, no more than 10. So that's what I would say.
Yeah, because I've heard some female. Oh Lord have mercy. I've talked to some females that's in their 40s and they brag about it. Girl, I've been throwing this thing. Girl, I've been throwing this thing on them boys since I was 15 years old.
Hey, black man, you know what the best sex is?
You're 15 and you're 50.
Shit.
That means that thing been out of warranty for at least 10 years.
Shout out to Arby's.
The warranty on that vehicle is over. Because what can you enjoy if you started out? And I ask people a question without trying to offend them. But I was like, hey, listen, at 15, she said, yeah, the dude used to come pick me up from school. Y'all know, come on now, some of you older men know what I'm talking about.
Wait a minute, y'all.
So, right, and this is what drives me crazy. He know he would have probably fucked the hole in the doorknob when he was in high school. Okay, we know what we were like in high school.
No, not
the hole in the doorknob.
We know what we were like in high school. What the hell are we doing? What are we talking about?
Are you saying, sir, that he's had experimented on that wall? He experimented on that wall, sir.
Anything moving that would have given it to him. We all would have. That's just the guys. Y'all are not going to tell me a young high school.
This is not the normal program at all.
No.
At all.
You're talking about teenage high school boys. No way in hell.
Oh Lord Jesus!
Now me and you was before the age of the internet, but we weren't before the age of Playboy, Hustler magazine, and everything else. And that once that shit got started, it ran at 124 hours a day, all through high school. So why are you going to sit there and tell me you don't have? If you didn't have ample number of bodies coming up through high, because again, like I said, it's not even like you didn't even have any preferences in high school. You know what the preference was? She's breathing. She's breathing. You don't care how big she is, how skinny she is, she's breathing.
I don't fuck fat chicks.
That's high school teens, and I get that. You're experimenting, you're doing all kinds of stuff. So this, well, I was just, no, stop it. They got to stop doing that. They got to stop doing that. Like the standards you have now, you didn't have in high school. Hell, you were lucky if somebody was going to let you smell it. You ran around trying to finger bang every little girl that would let you. And any of them that did, come on, let's go to the bathroom. Let's go underneath the steps. Let's go underneath the bleachers out at the football field. Anyway,
you wonder why these 12, you got a whole bunch of 12-year-old girls getting pregnant.
Now, right. So I'm like, come on, man. This is crazy. To make it seem like they were in high school being virtuous?
Yeah.
No, I don't believe that at all.
Nope.
At all.
So they didn't have no home training at all? No home training at all?
Oh, I'm definitely speaking for myself, New Growth, but I know I was not the only motherfucker about fuck. But like that, I tell you what, when my ass was out there hoeing, so was a lot of y'all sisters. Because I'm a failure. I had a different one every
Hey, New Growth said, speak for yourself, Rico.
It was a whole lot of sisters.
Speak for yourself, Pretty Ricky.
It was a whole lot of little girls. That was every little
hold on, y'all. Let me go through the chat, man, because in the chat they are disagreeing with you, Rico.
I'm sure they are.
Okay. CBN Tech Talk says I was a virgin throughout high school. You definitely didn't go to American high school because that is an anomaly in American high school system. Definitely, for sure. Man, Gerald, glad to have you in the building, my brother. Man, just said hello, brother. These guys not to understand the context and the concept of preference. Okay. We call it all. I love it. Shout out to Big Rick Slaps, man. What's up in the Bay, man? Let's see. Man, he says, well, we're generalizing, right? Let's keep it generalizing.
It is generalization. It's not no individual. There were the unicorns that cared. There were the unicorns that cared. I get that. And there were guys and girls who cared. But we're just saying that was not the norm. But yes, it is a generalization.
Unicorns. What the hell is
No,
that?
Well, I'll just say that it is a generalization. We're just saying the norm was that young boys and girls in high school are exploring their sexuality with fucking abandon. And now people are giving them alcohol. Come on.
Alcohol, weed, sherm, a whole bunch of shit.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
See, it said I was a nerd. Yeah, man, but that's not
and nobody.
Okay, well, let me ask CBN.
And if you got teenage children, if you got teenage children, and you think that they have sat there, I'm not saying that your kids is. I'm just saying you believe whatever you want to believe. Don't be clutching your fucking pearls when you crying about your ex won't get on gagging you. I hope you don't see your fucking daughter on there.
Let me ask CBN something. CBN says I was a nerd and a virgin in high school. So what are you going to say now? All he's saying is, brother, that's not you. You are an anomaly. You are the exception to the rule. You're not the average high school student. The average high school student is not the.
Sex crazed high school kids have been around since the fucking 70s. That's not even a 2000 or 90. Yeah, sex crazed high school kids have been around
since before that.
Forever.
And it's good, and we're glad that you were a virgin in high school. That's good for you, brother. But we talking about the reality of real. The reality of real life is most of these children are out here having sex. So that's the reality of that. All right. So Brother Mandrell says the question is about preference. We all know that finding a woman with 5 bodies is unrealistic.
Oh
okay.
No,
that's what.
But
that's the thing. But that's the thing.
Oh, okay.
See,
okay, there's a preference.
We are. If finding a woman with 5 bodies is and we all know that's unrealistic, why are we jumping up and down when a woman has a high body count? See, that don't make sense. Right. That don't balance off.
I thought you were saying that was an expectation. Because I was like, where the hell you gonna find that? Because even your sister sat there and said, in what reality? So that's
okay. So CBN says Cheeky Banter is 25 and a virgin in ATL. So explain that. I can definitely explain it. There is always an exception to the rule. There's always exceptions to the rule, brother. There's always exceptions to the rule.
CBN, ask him how many 25-year-old virgin friends he got in Atlanta. Not
I do one better than that. I do one better than that. I'll send you to the government. Go to the government numbers for baby mercs for women under the age of 25. Go find that number.
Thank you.
Go find that number for the past 5 years.
And they didn't pregnant by another woman. They got pregnant by a guy.
Okay.
And all I'm saying is, I got my daughter lives in Atlanta.
And this is a bunch of what they call that? What happened to Mary? When she got pregnant, but there was no man there.
Right, the Virgin Mary.
Virgin Mary.
Yeah, but they called it something else. Emancipation, not emancipation.
Immaculate
Conception. It's the Immaculate Conception. And that's a lot of people having these immaculate conceptions out here. People getting a groove on.
I tell you what, Mandrell, if your preference is a woman with 5 bodies, the next woman you meet, you fall in love with,
you better be R. Kelly going to the high school. You better hang out at McDonald's.
No. All you got to do, fellas, if you want a woman with 5 bodies, this is all you have to do. It's a piece of cake.
What do you got to do, Rico?
You meet the woman, you fall in love with her, and you just tell yourself she got 5 bodies. You believe whatever the fuck you want to believe.
That's good as well.
If she says 2, that's 10.
No, if she says 2, believe it's 2.
No, what you do is no matter what she says, only a fool would ask a woman. Shout out to Victor Freeze. Only a fool would ask a woman what her body count is. Only a fool would do that. So if you're going to be dumb enough to do that, then understand that it's better to watch the movements of a woman than to ask her about her past, because her past could be she was just following after a bad man. She was following the leadership of a bad man. But if you a better man and she's following your leadership, then you should lead her to the path where her chastity means more to you, and she's able to only have it for just you.
But Clarence, here's the thing, and I'll tell you, gentlemen, why do I suggest you just tell yourself that this woman you met, you fell in love, you vetted her for everything else. great personality, great character, good employment, good values, good everything else. Just tell yourself she got 5 bodies. That's good enough. Because you know why? Let me tell you why that's a good thing to do. Because when she look at your hoe in the ass, she got to tell herself the same thing.
Rico,
my wife better not ask me my body count. Ain't none of her business.
Rico. Everybody may not be a hoe, Rico. Everybody, some people I feel like CBN. There's some people like CBN, man.
And everybody may not be a millionaire.
They got everyone that been.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what.
You know what I'm saying?
I'll play the odds. I'll play the odds that more than half of them had a very active sex life. So when that woman
over more than half. I would say over more than half of them.
So when that woman
I would say over more than half.
So when that woman comes into a relationship with that man, she has to look at you and say, "Oh, he hasn't been with a whole lot of girls," and you don't nod your fucking head and lie, because ain't no man gonna tell no woman. If you knew your body count, you ain't gonna tell the truth. I'm cutting mine in half. I don't care what it is.
A smart woman's not gonna tell you the truth. That's for sure. A smart woman's not. If it's big, if it's huge. If it's over 2 people, you won't tell anything more than that.
You with a woman that you love, you gonna say, "Oh, I've been with 200 chicks." Hell no, you gonna say I've been with about 5 or 6.
Yeah, I don't know.
You gonna lie?
I don't know.
What you mean you don't know?
What you mean you don't know? You know everybody you said with.
You gonna keep fudging the number down.
Rico. We gotta get to this,
push
man,
it.
Because
push it.
We waste time. Okay, come on, y'all. Let's go. Because we gotta get to another receipt we got. Okay, so let's go. This is Black Man Unfiltered telling We On-Loc. We On-Loc brings up Jesus and the woman at the well, and Black Man Unfiltered kind of just
give me a refill. I don't do church.
His version of events, right?
No, I don't do church. Y'all go ahead, go church.
All right. So we're gonna go through it.
Well,
go ahead. We all like.
I mean, I'm saying that wasn't it some whore on the street that saw Jesus and grabbed his garment and he lost his ability?
No, that was the woman with the issue of blood that had a period.
Okay, so who was the one grabbed the feet and washed the feet?
Hey, Mr. Ben, I saw your face too.
Are you talking about Mary?
That grabbed the feet and washed the feet of Jesus. Okay. If Jesus can give that woman, can use that woman, then I can use any woman that has.
You're talking about the woman at the well, and Jesus told her, "You sleeping with a lot of men, and the man you with right now ain't your man,
not your husband."
He checked her.
Okay, and
so come again.
Jesus.
Point one. What does that have to do with what you were the point you were bringing up? We On-Loc. What was the point you were bringing up? By the way, you just want to tell us, make that clear.
What my point was, if Jesus can use a murderer, if Jesus can use a backslider, and there are many backsliders, if Jesus can use a person that has fought many wars and killed many women and children, can they not be used by God? Have they been used by God? Yes, they have. It's been proven. Paul was now, or was it Paul now? I might be getting this backwards. I don't care. Paul was now Saul. You have
Paul was Paul.
Paul was Saul.
Saul became Paul. Saul became.
Okay, that's what the first thing that I said.
Right.
and so you use I believe that Noah was a drunk. Was a drunk.
He was.
And God used him, did he not?
Yes.
So if God can, the point of all this, if God can use all these particular people in the Bible, why can't I choose a woman that preferably I don't know her body count, I don't know what she's been through in life, I don't know what she's done, I don't even know her first name yet. Why can I speak to this woman and have a covenant with this woman? Since all of what the men she has been through, and she's going to talk about, she's going to go through her past. Basically, when we have the conversation, she's going to talk about everything. She's going to talk about everything in life that she has been through. She's going to talk about her father. She's going to talk about her mother. She's going to talk about past tense. Maybe, I mean, hell, maybe not. I don't know. It all depends on how it goes and how many years I've been with this woman. Right. Bottom line is, if I can't be with, if I'm with this woman and we establish a friendship first of all. If we establish a friendship, and if that friendship grows to a relationship, and I've been with her for so many years, and it grows into a marriage, why not?
Why not?
Am I a how do I put it? I'm not God, but how do I put it in words? I'm not God, but I'm supposed to be a representative. I'm supposed to be a representative of God.
Right.
I'm supposed to love people. How I'm supposed to treat people how the way they're supposed to be treated. I'm supposed to respect people how the way they're supposed to be respected. Not everybody's not going to give you different strokes for different folks. I understand all that, but that's what I was trying to stimulate. But if you keep putting this negative notion all the time on these freaking platforms, which just makes me fucking sick to my stomach, if you're going to keep putting that notion out there, that negative notion that no woman under 10, or you're going to put 10 out there.
Hey, you're not going to be dealing with nobody in their 20s and above. You have to be like R. Kelly, hanging out at the high schools and the McDonald's. If you want 5 and under,
But that's my reasoning. But I actually wanted to do it to piss Mantrell off.
Why you want to piss Mantrell off?
Because last time there is no Jesus. That's what he said.
Shout out to Mantrell.
There is no Jesus.
Oh, so that's his problem. So that's his problem. That's why he's stuck on the numbers. We done figured it out now. We have figured it out now, man.
Let's move on. Hey, man, we got a lot of ground to cover.
Go ahead. Go. Push it.
Right. Checked her. She tried to get Jesus. She left a man to go get water, saw Jesus, and said, shit, I might get him some too. And Jesus checked her.
All right. Now, that I disagree with that.
That's foul. Keep pushing.
Why do you disagree with that, Clarence? Why do you disagree with that, Clarence?
Push it.
Okay. Here's why I disagree with that. That is not my interpretation of what's going on. So let me just read you a little something here.
You slowing us up. Go ahead.
I am slowing us up, but I got the receipts, brother. So let me go through the receipts, and then we'll be done. Okay. So this is the King James Version, John 4, where the woman comes to the well. Let's see.
I don't want to do church.
Number 4.
That's Sunday. Go ahead.
You ain't doing no church. This one will be real quick. Rico. Let us pray. Lord, I know we have Rico here, but please don't strike us down.
Hurry up, I'm about to explode.
Because Rico was here and we're reading about it.
Hurry up, you know, all right, so
okay, this is John 4 and 4. I think it's First John. And he must needs go through Samaria. So Jesus has to go to Galilee, and to get to Galilee, he has to go through the Samaria little area there. All right. Then cometh he to the city of Samaria, to a city of Samaria, which is called Shire, and near to the parcel of ground that Jacob gave his son Joseph. Now Joseph was well there. Jesus, therefore, being wearied with his journey, sat thus on the well, and it was about 6 hours. So it's about 6 o'clock, and he's been walking all day. He's chilling. He's sitting at the well like, man, I'm just tired. He's too tired to even get his own self something to drink, right? There cometh the woman of Samaria to draw water, right? Jesus saith unto her, give me to drink, right? Hey, you, as long as you here and you getting water, can you give me something to drink, right? Jesus, he didn't even have a cup with him, right? But this lady has a bucket to put down in the well to get some water. So she never approached him. He approached her. That's a little different than what our brother Black Man was kind of making it out to be. Jesus approached her saying, give me the drink. Can you give me something to drink? because he didn't have nothing. He didn't have no cup or nothing to drink. But this lady had a bucket. All right. His disciples were gone away into the city to buy meat, so he had already took them away to go get some dinner or whatever. Right. Then the woman said unto him, how is it that thou, being a Jew, askest drink of me, which am a woman of Samaria? For the Jews have no dealings with the Samaritans, right? So basically she's saying, hey, look, you know the kind of woman I am. Kind of men that come from where you come from, they don't talk to me unless they want something, right? Why are you asking me for anything like that? Because she was confused. She was like, wait a minute, you ain't asking me to, you know, for the business. You asked me for some water. What's up with that? That debunks that thing. So I just wanted to go into how, you know, if you don't know what's going on, people can sway something to look like it's one thing, but it's really of another thing. Last thing I'm gonna read. Jesus answered, saying unto her, if thou knowest the gift of God, and who it that saith to thee, give me to drink, thou wouldst have asked of him, and he would have given thee living water. He's saying, hey, if you asked me to get you some water, I would have gave you this real game right here, this real God game, and that way you will have way more to drink. You ain't gonna be thirsty never again, because you're gonna have understanding, wisdom, and understanding in your head. But I just wanted to show how things can be flipped around, man. All right, so we're gonna go back to where we were, and let's see.
You moving on, Pastor?
May the doors of the church open.
Lord, please don't strike us down. I know we have Rico in the building, but please, Lord, please don't strike us down, Lord, please. All right, Brad, we had to take a break.
About church. Come on now. And I got my libations.
And you got your libations, man. Why you have a problem, man? You got your libations. I still got to get I got to get the CBN. I got to get the CBN. I got to get the Dusty. I got to get to all these people, man. Okay. Let's move along, man. Let's move along. Shout out to Von Brian, by the way. Shout out to Tristan in the building. All right, let's see. Okay. So we got to move this along. So what do y'all think about so far? What are we clearing up some things so far?
Yeah, I mean, we all are in fair agreement. I think we all come from a place that just the whole body count conversation is just silly. As Brother Von Brian, and it's a silly conversation. And the more I hear people talk about it, it sounds even more sillier. It makes less sense every time I hear people rationalize the reasoning for it. And I'm like, we all know you don't know, and you never really gonna know. And you guys are making decisions. Again, to me, it puts me in the mind like I'm gonna make a life decision off of guessing the number of bubbles on a bar of soap. Who gives a shit?
And for you to wanting to know, going based on a barbershop conversation, makes you look even more foolish. As a matter of fact, I'll be slapping the shit out of each and every single barber, and then I'll burn the shit down. It was like, it's none of your freaking business how many bodies she got. She ain't gonna care about me. I ain't gonna care about her by having body counts unless she really wants to know, and we can have that conversation. But until then, stay out of my freaking business. It's like, well, how did you get? And another thing, how did you get this information in the first place, genius? Give me my money.
And this is one thing.
Give me my motherfucking money back.
I would say this. Now, I would have to wonder. You're right, man, of prestige. I definitely agree. Put you at a disadvantage. I would have to wonder, like, okay, where there's a big hole in the story for me is, I'm like, okay, so was this must have been a new relationship that he had been in, because I don't see barbers, like, in other words, right? If I had some sort of sexual exploit with a woman, and I got a video on my phone, that's pretty recent, right? I ain't still got videos from chicks that I was doing nothing with 5-10 years ago. So for that to be, for me to believe, for it in my mind to ring as a valid story, then you know again, like if I'm showing you some stuff, like man, yeah, I was, it's sort of like recent. It's within the last 6 months or the last year. So now, if you're telling me that that's the length of the relationship, then again, it goes down to a vetting issue. But if you're telling me you with somebody for 10 years or 5 years, and dude still showing people 5-6 year ago videos, that's like that. Come on, ain't nobody doing that. Ain't nobody doing, man, look at this girl I was with 5 years ago. I don't see nobody you screwed 5 years ago. I mean, that's not even relevant.
Some dudes are like, hey, I was with that dude's wife. Yeah, that was what 10 years ago.
But if you're holding on revenge porn that long, you a fucking loser.
Hey, bro.
If you're holding on to it that long, something's wrong with you.
You know what? But
something's wrong with you. Recent stuff I did.
Stop
sharpening swords.
No, it doesn't make sense.
I tried to ask the question. Maybe if all of these people you hanging out with always had these horrible stories, maybe it's the people catch you hanging with. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that might have something to do with it.
He has stories in the head.
Oh man, dude. Oh man. Shout out to Black Man. Okay, so we On-Loc. I had to move it along, man. Now we're gonna talk about where they jumped on me, man. They replaced you with me, and they started jumping on me. Hallelujah, hallelujah. All right, so
after that, I want to ask you an important question, brother.
Okay.
Clarence, after you do that, yes, go ahead.
You want to wait, or you want to ask me now?
No, I'll wait.
Okay.
Wait, let's get into it.
Let me play this real quick. No, ask me now, because once I get into this clip, man, I'm probably gonna be done. Might as well ask me
now. Why is it that all the again, it kind of baffles me a little bit. I'm always getting my brains bashed in when I'm with these dudes when I'm on the panel. But it was like super clear that they didn't like you at all.
Yeah.
They didn't like you.
Definitely. Yeah. I don't think it was that they didn't like me. I think that they were projecting their
meat lovers
personal stories, their personal stories and anecdotes, and they were projecting that and not having, and because let me tell you what about black men. Most of the time, black men don't know who to strike. When they have an issue, they usually strike whoever's standing close enough to them, or even shows a little sympathy for the enemy, right? What they consider sympathy. Now here I am, all I'm doing is explaining how the court system works. Their perception is, well, since he's explaining that, he has a weakness for that, and he's taken up for he thinks that that's right, that how the court is doing them, right? That's how the mentality was working.
For men, that's what you were.
Exactly. So that was their perception, right? Because I'm saying, hey, fellas, this is how come you losing. So let's don't do this no more. Let's don't lose no more. Let me show you how this thing works so y'all can win more. Their perception at the time was, oh, you how come you caping for them? You don't understand. I've been through this bad experience. And I've been through this bad experience.
Right. If they were willing to look, here's the problem is it did get to a point where obviously, and again, like I said, black man, I forgot what the other guy named we know. They've had personal experiences, and sometimes it's kind of hard to see you get blind spots when you've been through a personal experience.
Right.
I've been through it personally as well.
So I had to take that into consideration when I was talking to them.
Yeah, but you have to realize you have blind spots, and you tend to see the whole system through your experience rather than it as it is. And that was what Clarence was trying to tell them, which was factually and true. That's why they were spewing a lot of wrong, broken shit that we're going to show y'all receipts on in a minute, where y'all was champion because y'all, people were either the guys either look at it through their own personal experience or what my friend went through. Man, if you don't get away from me with this shit, because again, it comes down to the sample size. It becomes too small on any individual state level. And
I done been through this, Rico, and you have too. You and I definitely have been through this. I'm still going through it with my son right
single
now.
Parent twice, custodial
so we
parent.
Can see where
you can't talk to me about this.
Exactly. So we can see exactly what's going on. Even if you leave stuff out, I'm going to ask you, hey, just like I asked the brother, hey, did this happen? Did this happen? Because I already know.
And I saw a lot of the holes in there where things where it just was done wrong, but it's like it just ain't gonna see it. And you know, again, the ultimate thing goes down to is, and black man confirmed it, but he don't want to say he confirmed it. He got his kids because he fought for them.
Exactly.
And if he hadn't have fought for them, he would have never got them.
Exactly.
Full stop. I don't care how fucked all the shit he said about that woman, and she went to Michigan. Them kids be up in Michigan with his ass. But maybe the fear of his kids being moved away from him scared him so much that he was compelled to act.
Thank you, man.
A lot of fathers don't feel that way. And again,
we're gonna open it up, and you guys are still around, man. You guys can come up here on the panel too.
They'll say the woman moved away with the kids. She took my kids from her. I'm like, but you know, you can go and you can file a court motion to stop the woman from leaving the state with your children. You know, you can do that, but you have to be.
If you have joint custody, right?
You have to be fucking proactive and not reactive.
Right.
And that's what most of those guys do. They put themselves in a position
where they playing catch up, right?
Well, the guy told me a long time ago, when you go to court, the best position you always want to be in is the plaintiff.
Right.
You don't ever want to
be proactive of a fucking with a woman, but you ain't proactive with dealing.
And I get people like, oh, you shouldn't have to fight for your kids, just that whatever. I'm like, okay, but here's the whole point. I don't know. I don't think you should have to. But if you do it.
Well, Rico, let's put it into perspective.
We talking our ass.
So you have two parents, biological parents, and both of these biological parents want full and sole custody of these children.
So they both gonna fight for it.
Okay. So that's the point. But if you leave, whoever leaves the children with the other person,
I got that. That's a fact.
Okay. So that's the thing where
but
ain't making the court work. The court don't have to work when you do that.
Even with the leaving, just the leaving alone is not a slam dunk. It's like
nothing's a slam dunk. Nothing's a slam dunk. But it's definitely in your best interest to stay if you can.
Yeah, but the thing is, sometimes staying is detrimental, especially if it's causing harm to the children.
Yeah, right.
You know what I'm saying? You have to take all those into consideration.
What I'm saying, Rico.
Normally, if you can
stay, I'm not saying you can.
If you can stay, and it's not detrimental to your own mental health, the mental health of your children, physical health, then stay. If for whatever reason that's not going to work, then I'll tell a man leave. But just you leaving isn't you lost. No, you just got to fight a little bit harder.
It shouldn't be. But yeah, you're gonna have to fight harder to show why you left.
Gotta do a little, but that's not the sole. The court is the person that left. That's not the sole determining factor. So that's why I say
I'm not
it's
saying
very true what you said.
I'm not
I know. It's very true what you said, that they take it into consideration, but when they weigh the scales, so she got, you left over here, you need to put more shit on your side.
Yeah, exactly.
You need to put more factors on your side to counter that. You don't want to put nothing on your side, and she over here steadily putting shit on her scale, and the scale's going like this. The scales of justice is going like this because she putting shit on hers. You sitting there looking stupid. Oh,
the system's not fair.
Yeah, it's not fair.
Right. That's all you doing. Miss me with that bullshit.
Yeah, nothing's
fair. Play the tape. I want to hear it again. Go play the tape.
All right, bro. We're gonna get to it.
That's just because now it's just nothing but will. And I'm just saying, ask the black people, where's your will at? You know?
Right. It's the men. It's the men. It's the men that the men are not they're not staying in the households, and they're not putting the time into the community. That is what is the problem. Go in the white community, there's a problem. The white men get together and fix it. Go in the Asian community, there's a problem. The Asian men fix it. The black community is the only community where the men run like Jesse Owens away from the responsibility of fixing the community. Just like Chaotic said so eloquently earlier.
That's the other point I want to respond to, but I know
leave those ends right there. They run from it. So until we get a hold on that mentality, let me context what Chaotic said. Chaotic said leave the black people that's in the hood, in the school districts and everything. He said, leave them alone. Just leave them there. Don't try to help them. Don't try to do nothing for them. Just leave them there. So that's what I was referencing.
Will you get struck if I stuck a middle finger up?
No, but let's not do that, brother. We don't like, because you're too intelligent and good looking to do something crazy like that. Now, Rico, he ain't good looking, but still, don't do that, Rico.
Yeah.
Right,
They don't call me Pretty Ricky for nothing.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. You say it's the men,
Well,
but
let me go get that baby
it's not. That's not the answer. That's only part of it. The thing is, there's blood on the hands of both. The men aren't in there. Why we're not in there? There's a few different reasons. However, I get what your point. We're not there. But the women, when we try to come back, women wouldn't allow us. Women aren't following men. No matter how great a man he is, they're not following. So that's where their part comes in as well. So they're left with themselves voluntarily to raise our boys to be men, which is impossible because a woman can't raise a boy to be a man. Now, they're raising the soft boys that they complain about. And there you have it. You have soft feminine boys growing up to be soft feminine men, and they don't know anything. They don't know how to be a man. They don't know how to lead. A woman can't teach that. And they hold on. And they elect to do that. Now, to podcast, there's a book by Charles Darwin called The Evolution of Species, The Origin of Species. My bad. I own this book. I'll show it to you on camera in a few later. Now, in this book, it speaks of things of what you're saying. Like, that's why I said you don't know if you're going to win unless you try. You don't know. And I'd hate for a person, even a person such as yourself, to give up on yourself. In my opinion, that's the worst thing. Why bother being born if you're just going to give up on yourself? And Charles Darwin speaks of basically with nature, it's survival of the fittest. You should prepare yourself in every facet that you can imagine, as much as you can, as best you can, and compete. Life is a constant competition. And some people are going to make it, some people are not. Some people are going to be flat out left behind. But no matter what happens, podcast, as long as you try, you will end up better off than you would be if you didn't, i.e. being on Section 8 and government welfare. What are you going to do when the day comes when the government says, okay, no more social safety net? You're fucked like Chuck then. And now, when there was your excuse, you say, oh, the government's wrong. No, it's not the government's responsibility to take care of you. You should have went out there and started a business or got a job or something, done something to be self-sustained. And so you don't need social safety nets. And it's because those people didn't compete. Now those people are going to have to die off. Sad as it is to say. Sad as it is to say that a lot of it's going to be the black community, but we were chosen to be the targets because capitalism needs a lower class, and we were just.
Guys, so go ahead and hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Just a quick breather for everybody. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button as you're coming in tonight. Guys, do believe and please hear me. We had a fellow content creator, No Captivity with Freezy. You see it scrolling at the bottom of the screen. His mother passed away, and so all the proceeds from the show tonight is going to him and his family. So if you will, go ahead and go to that Cash App right there at the bottom, $1976. Don't send me any Cash Apps. Don't send me any super chats. Send everything to that Cash App right there for my brother Freezy. He's still watching, so shout out to you, man. We love you. We're thinking about you and we're praying for you. Also, there was a question in the background that I want to answer real quick, and I'll go back. Coach K, you're doing a great job. Appreciate you.
Absolutely,
man. I appreciate you. So, Brother Clarence asked the question. He said, "Please explain how a woman can keep a man away from his children." Now, I know a lot.
Was that a topical question? Was that a relevant question?
It was a relevant question, but you got the butt hurt gang, so. You know, once you sit there and tell them, because of course, I want my kids. I want my kids. And then all the buttons come out and all these.
Hey, Rico.
Homies over hoes mentality.
And let me say this: I was minimum wage. I got out the military. I was in the military as a single father. Got out, minimum wage. I mean, it was a fucking struggle. It was hard as a motherfucker. It was hell and back. So what? I love my fucking kids. Case closed. Miss me with the pity party. Fuck the butt hurt gang. They pity party all the time. My mama said you had them fucking kids you gonna take care of. Full stop.
All right. Let's get to it, Rico. Let's get to it because we're almost done.
This is going to get into
a lot of guys on this platform tonight. Brother Hink for sure is a father. What we know podcast. I know you could probably deal with this a little bit. I've seen your little podcast. You could probably stir this gumbo a lot as well. And so I'll start it off and then I'll get out you guys' hair. I'll turn it back over to Coach K. But there's a lot of ways, and one of those things is the red button. Right? Every woman possesses a red button, and this is not a bad thing. I'm just saying they have protection 24/7 a day. If I go to the house to pick up my children and she don't want me on her premises, she can call the police, have me removed. Watch this. I remember listening to a group of black women say this one day. there's a loophole in keeping your children away from their baby daddy. All you got to do, girl, this is what I'm hearing now. I'm just like, what? All you got to do, girl, is go get a restraining order. And you get a restraining order. He has to go to the court, girl. He has to go to the court in order to see his kids. And that takes a long process, right? So there's several ways by law that women alone can keep their children away from the daddy. That's I mean, come on. I mean, I know a lot of fathers have probably dealt with that. A lot of fathers probably haven't. Depends on the relationship you have, but it's very possible, Brother Clarence, to keep children away from their fathers.
Well, let me say it this way. What is stopping you from continually fighting to get your children?
I can answer that.
Chaotic, you gotta go. Chaotic, thank you so much for being here, man. You know,
hey, Chaotic. Oh no, he gone. But I can actually speak to this, and I'm gonna speak from my own lens right quick.
Oh, Mr. Bennett, don't leave me.
Shoot, gotta go. Shoot, we love you, girl.
Shoot.
She got to get up and get to work in the morning. She in New York City.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So am I. I'm in New York City too, Brooklyn.
What's this say?
I know what they about to turn the TV down in your background. Sound like
There's no TV in my background.
Like David always got some shit going on.
Stop that line.
That's
all right, shoot, we love you, girl. We love you.
All right, shoot. I'll see you in a minute.
Man, it's midnight. Put them kids to sleep, like David.
All right, so I can speak on this a little bit from my lens. I got married at 22.
Oh, I thought there was a picture of you, Andrew.
So when I got married, I was already in the military. She had just graduated from college. We thought that we were doing, and I think we still ended up doing it together because, I got a little age on me. But what happened was that for the first 5 years, we were building. We were growing with each other. Year 7 comes, she started getting antsy. She's bored, or she got all kinds of things that she's saying. Now, I've been to war 3 times, been in the military. I used to remember when I come back, she still remembers about what we argued about 7-8 months ago, and I don't remember it. She brings it up. I can't remember anything. I get out the military after 10 years. We come to Michigan. We never had a problem with trying to get divorced. We never even was separated for that whole time that we were married until Michigan comes, because we both are from Michigan. She changes. She wants a divorce. She files for divorce. I'm like, okay, I'm not. You can leave, and you can leave the kids with me. She said no. Yeah, she says no. That don't make any sense. I asked her why. You know what she told me? Because she's the mother. I've talked to people in my family, people in my community, and everything. You know what everybody was telling me? Well, it's not gonna look good if you got the kids. She's the mother, so they should be with her. So she gets the divorce. It tore me up. I didn't realize it until probably 15 years after. I mean, financially, it tore me up. Mentally, my life was all in shambles because I shouldn't get out the military, but I had to. I didn't want to go back to war again. So what happened with that whole concept where now we end up losing the house because I left for the house. I left for everything. I was fighting. I just wanted to take care of my kids. I wanted them. I didn't want to pay no child support. I'm like, I'm not paying no damn child support. But she insisted that I pay child support.
Real quick, I want you to finish. But can I ask you a quick question? Did you leave those children in her care?
Let me tell you why.
I'm just asking you, did you or did you not?
No, I did, but let me tell you why.
Because that's the first thing that's a mistake we all make. But
we're going through a divorce. Just so happened that I was in the lobby right on the other side of the wall with her and her lawyer. The lawyer told her, we're going to have to put a case on him in order for you to get him out of that house because the house was in my name, and for you to get him on child support. Because as it stands right now, all he got to do is contest everything that you're asking for, and it's going to keep you in court. So what you have to do is put a case on him. And she did that. She didn't know that I knew that they were saying that. She called the cops on me when I'm just getting in the house. Cops come. The first thing that they tell me is that somebody got to go. And they were looking at me. You guys were arguing? No, we never had an argument or anything. I ain't even talked to her yet. But she said that you hollered at her and you put your hands on her and all these different things with it together. Guess what happened?
No, they haven't. Brother Clarence, there are guys. I'm quick. There are guys paying child support for children, and they never even slept with them.
Exactly. Now, I will say this. I'm in Texas, the state of Texas, which they want to be their own country. In the state of Texas, if you, Brother Clarence, are married to a woman and you have a 14-year-old daughter, the day she files child support, you're 14 years in arrears.
Yes.
They want all 14 years. They're going to retro back 14 years, and you have to pay.
Do you see them? They are constantly trying to tell me like I'm unaware of this situation, right? I haven't said that that's a good thing or that's a bad thing or whatever, but they constantly are trying to tell me, hey, this situation is bad. This situation is bad. This situation is bad. And I'm sitting there like, I know that's bad. I know. But I'm trying to tell you how to get over the water. I'm trying to show you where the bridge is.
Okay.
You guys are sitting there, complaining about how you can't get across the water. And
Clarence, hold on. New Grow. Are you asking about that 14-year thing that black man said? No, that shit ain't true.
Yeah,
okay,
I don't know, man. I cannot verify none of the things.
I looked it up.
Okay.
That's all.
So Rico
I
looked it up.
Niggas just need to read. And I got it from the Texas Attorney General because he told me that was the key. He said he lives in Texas. So on the Texas Attorney General, it stipulates how arrears are retroactive. It's not the way he said it. Oh, you get divorced after 14 years and you automatically owe 14 years. Because when I heard it, I was like, that shit sounds ridiculous and stupid.
It sounded pretty bad.
That makes absolutely sense. So that is not true at all. And that's what I say is problematic is they just put things out as we're going to sit there and debunk the up. Thank you, New Growth. It doesn't make any sense. Thank you. So rather than just believe it, and don't believe me because I looked it up, and thank you. Because if you were married,
well, Rico, if you were there, if you were a parent and you were there, how can you be in the rears?
Thank you. But
I don't understand it. I didn't understand that.
You heard what he said was, oh, the minute she paid for child support, you owe for 14 years. And I was like, that shit don't make no sense. So I said, rather than call the guy a lot, let me go look it up.
Exactly.
So I went and looked up the Texas child support laws and the child support laws for arrears. That is not how it's decided. It gives you the formula. It tells you everything. It tells you everything. So unless he's going to tell me that that's what he did, then he's going to have to show me how that shit happened in black and white. I can't believe that because the information provided by the state of Texas, the Texas Attorney General, and the Department of Family and Child Support Services does not support that.
Right.
That's all I'm saying. So
and then
again, my problem is they throw shit out there like that, and it gets in the ether, and everybody runs with it, like we're going to debunk that other idiotic fucking thing.
Okay. So later on, they're gonna say that in Michigan, they still have the dad by default.
So he said it once. Now he's gonna say it again. Okay. So this is how much he believes.
Also,
and what I'm saying is he might believe that. He may believe it, but it's not true and it's wrong. And because he believes it, all his followers, and you see how do we see how we're making this domino effect of misinformation in our community? That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. People just throw things out, and we can't do that. We got to be more responsible with our words and with our narratives that we put out. All I ask is just let it be true, favorable or unfavorable.
Right.
Just let it be true.
Just tell the truth. That's all we ask. We on lock. What you got to say, brother?
I haven't been through child support, and I've been married for damn near 12 years. I haven't been it.
Congratulations.
I haven't gone through it. So hopefully we'll go through another 10 years. Maybe, I don't know. But, I can't throw no pity parties. The only thing that I know is that if I had to make amends with my wife and we're going through a divorce.
Wait a minute, y'all. We got a guess here. We got to hold on. We got a guess here. Now, did I say only CBN and Mandrill could come through? But no, my brother Black Man Unfiltered came through. Come on, Black Man. What you got, brother?
Hey, I want to talk to Rico about this law he's talking about. I'm in Texas. It's called retro. I know you typed up something in Google. You typed up something in Google, brother. Yeah. And now you spewing out because you know why? I have. Hold on, listen. I let you talk for a long time. You've been hollering and screaming for the last 2 hours. Listen. Go ahead. In Texas, it's called retro. Look, I want you to Google this since you're the Google man. Retroactive child support is what it's called. Okay. Everybody in the retroactive child support. That's what it's called, sir. Retroactive in the state of Texas. Retroactive child support. I want you to Google that shit.
Okay.
All right. That's what it's called. Because if you would have went to the Attorney General, like you say you did, because that's kind of unbelievable if you didn't see retroactive child support on that list.
I saw it. I didn't say I didn't see it. I saw it.
Okay, so did you read what retroactive child support is? What is it? So retroactive means, what does retroactive mean? It means you go back and you pay child support and you retro back and you have to pay child support on the child. Is that correct?
Sir, it does. But it's
okay. What are we talking about?
Sir, I'll explain it to you. And just for preference, okay? I've been working in the legal field for over 35 years. So I don't talk law foolishly, recklessly, or stupid. So all I'm sitting there saying is, you're right. I never said retroactive child support didn't exist. It defied logic that if you were married to someone for 14 years and you guys were living as husband and wife, and you get divorced and she filed for child support, why would they take it retroactive to birth?
Okay, now hold on. Let me explain.
You said it went back.
Hold on. Tomorrow. Hold on. Watch this. Tomorrow on my barbershop talk, we have a barbershop talk on Fridays.
Yes.
I'm going to have a few guys that have been fucked by the system with that retroactive child support, and I'm going to ask them if I can redact the information out, their personal information, and I'm going to scan the papers and I'm going to put it up on the screen and debunk everything you're talking about right now.
Right, I don't want anybody personal. I'm just sitting there saying is.
But I'm telling you that the man divorced his wife.
And then
wait, hold on, Rico.
Hold on, I'm telling you, the man that I'm talking about, he divorced his wife. After him and his wife got divorced, she put him on child support. After she put him on child support, he went to court and told the judge, "I've been taking care of this child their whole life." The judge told him, "Yes, I understand you may have done that, but by the law here, we cannot prove that you were a suitable parent to this child. So what we're going to do is, since we can't prove that, everything that you've given this child in the last 14 years has been a gift. So what we're going to do is we're going to retro back child support, and this man is paying child support on a child. Now watch this. His mother passed away. When his mother passed away, they took his inheritance and gave it to his ex-wife for arrears. This is what I'm telling you.
Wait. Right. Hold on, Rico. Let me ask him a couple of questions.
I know.
Number one, black man. And that's a sad situation. But is that the common? So, are you saying that that's the common way that they do business in state of Texas? You've been married for 5 years. You divorce your wife. Now you're automatically in arrears for 5 years. Is that the common situation over there?
Okay, now listen. I've never heard about
husband and wife. You've been living with husband and wife.
Yeah. I'm from Louisiana, right? So I moved to Texas in 2010. I didn't know nothing about it. All I hear men at work saying, "Hey, bro, welcome to Texas. Hey, it's 3 things you don't want to do here. You don't want to mess with the law. Stay out their way. He don't mess with Texas. Everything is bigger in Texas, so stay out of large groups. And another thing, don't have no babies and get no divorce here." And I start asking questions. What the hell y'all talking about? Dude, if you get a divorce here or you got a baby mama and you get she filed child support, they're gonna put those arrears for the age of the child. I say, what? That's bull. I'm like, y'all, that's bullshit. Sir, it's the truth. Do that shit in Texas and they're gonna show your ass.
Okay, so no. I just want him. Wait, Rico. I just want to make sure that I understand what you're saying. You're saying that anytime any man gets divorced from a woman, I don't know every case. I'm talking about the men that have said this that I didn't believe, and then I saw men that presented paperwork that showed. I'm like, what? He said, "Look how much I got from my mama passing away. My mama died, and left me this." And they took my mama's inheritance and gave it to this woman. And I've taken care of my child since birth. Right. I can believe that, brother. But see, here's the thing I'm saying. There's a lot being left out of those stories. That you're presenting it like we're getting all the information. Because if that was the common situation, then nobody would be in Texas, right? Everybody would get the hell out of there. So I don't think that's the common situation.
Not really, because it's some money here to be made, brother. That's why I came. The bag is in Texas, goddamn it.
But what good is it if the woman can just divorce you and take it from you? So what good is the bag if they can just snatch it out of your hand? So my point is, those situations aren't common. There must be some other things going on in those situations, right?
No, your supposition is a married couple can be married for 18 years, living in the same household, the man supporting the family, because normally you don't pay child support to a wife. You're supporting the whole family. And at the end of 18 years, you decide to get divorced. She's going to charge you for 18 years of child support. That's utter bullshit.
That's basically what you're saying.
Now, hold on. Right. And that's right. The state of Texas is full of shit. Now, hold on. The state of Texas is full of shit, but watch this.
No, I said that's not the law in the state of Texas, and I'm going to show it to you.
Okay, watch this. I also know some men that are married right now that are still, that the state won't even take them off. Say, for instance, Rico, you and your wife got into it and y'all separated. And when y'all separated, she put you on child support. Well, y'all still legally married, right? But y'all decide to reconcile. Yeah. You have to, when y'all decide to reconcile, the state of Texas don't give a damn. You still gonna pay her child support. You got to pay her child support for another year. I know men that have been paying child support and living in the same house with their wives for the last 3 years. The state will not take them on child support.
Black man. I did that and was living with a wife.
Oh, shit.
Now, let me explain something. And that's in the state of Maryland. They drop it. No, that was D.C. They didn't drop it until she requested. I couldn't get it off. It still was the parent, the custodial parent, that had to agree to drop. So now maybe they ain't telling you that part. I don't know.
I don't know, but listen,
that's not even
I'm just
Texas thing.
listen.
What I'm saying is, once a child support order is in effect, the paying parent can't get it dropped. It's the parent, the custodial parent, is the only person who can petition the court to say, okay, we can drop it, and that is going to be one of the conditions. Like, why are you dropping it? You know, oh, we married. Oh, because they're not going to just let you drop. Because what happens is a lot of women will drop child support and then go apply for state aid. And they're like, no, you're going to keep getting that fucking child support because they don't want the taxpayers to have to pay for your children or my children or other people's children. So I get it. I was paying child support to my second wife. We got married, and it took her a whole year and a half because I guess she wanted to see how long it was going to work out. Me begging her ass to go down there and get me off of it.
But you shouldn't have to do that. Well, go ahead.
I shouldn't have had to do it, but I'm just sitting there saying that's the way the law is. The law don't care about what we have to do.
Exactly.
They feel like this kid being taken care of, and we ain't taken care of. We don't give a shit. That's not our problem. You should have worked this out beforehand. All I'm saying is that the logic of you. Yes, there is. I never said there was not retroactive child support. It's retroactive to the time of the split.
That makes
after
sense.
14 years, you leave your wife and y'all go and 2 years later, she filed for child support. You pay back to the time of the separation. You don't pay all the way back to the time of the birth. If you were married
did not make no sense
and living together, that's what I said didn't make sense when you said the whole 14 years. I was like, wait a minute. He was the husband in the household. Why would he pay it for the whole 14 years?
And I'm reading here. It
the
says,
worst fucking lawyer in Texas.
It says back child support in Texas is generally limited to a maximum of 4 years.
Where's it making
I don't know.
sense?
I don't know, man. I don't know. But hey, you know, now if you're in the rears, it's something different. If you're in the rears, it's different.
Right
now,
and then
the rears,
those guys, I
that's a
believe
whole other
the story they
situation.
told you, but I believe they leaving a lot of stuff out.
That's all we're saying, brother. I'm not saying that it ain't.
Maybe he ain't paid for. Now, here's the thing. I heard you say he was doing all this, and the court will say it's a gift. If you're not on an order, anything you give your baby mother is considered a gift. If you're not on an order, it's a gift because they're gonna say you have to give them nothing.
Right. And these guys right here, like women, when they talk, men believe everything they say. So when these men were talking, I'm giving these men a voice. Hey man, speak your story, tell your story, right? And some of these men, like you say, butthurt, I ain't gonna never talk about men that's going through that shit, because when you go through that type of shit, it can break a man. So I ain't gonna never disrespect a man who's going through a hardship with his kids or trying to fight for his kids or on child support. I always gonna have a heart for him because I've been there.
None of us are, brother. None of us gonna do it.
But no, I'm saying, but Rico was saying this. But I'm saying Rico was saying the butt. He was saying
if you father a child, you provide for that child. Zero fucking excuse.
Absolutely, but you're not listening. But I'm saying you're not listening. You're not listening to what I'm saying.
Got frostbite. I get
what you're saying.
I'm just saying.
But my thing, what I'm telling the men are, even when they tell these stories to me, you know what my rebuttal is? Go to pick your kids up, because this is also a law. Go pick your kids up and don't take them back ever. Don't take them back ever, and let her have to fight to get them if she want them.
There you
go. Because when you call the police, the police are going to say it's a civil matter. There's nothing we can do about it.
With no paperwork. Exactly. That's
exactly. So go pick.
Don't have no paperwork. Yeah.
Right. So go pick your damn kids up and don't take. That's the mistake I made. But after she put me up. After she put me on child support, I went got my goddamn kids.
But see, she had paperwork then, though.
Yeah, she had paperwork. I went to court and I spent some thousands of dollars, and I got custody of both of mine.
Here's the thing, too, black man. And I heard your story. Here's the thing, too. Is like most people don't understand. I'm like, if you're married by law, so you can leave the house, the child belongs to both of you 50-50. You're still married. So when dude's leaving, you're not divorced. The child is not the custodian of either parent until a court of law makes a determination in a divorce who's the custodial parent. Correct. A judge. The fact that you left them there, that's just your ass deciding to leave. You can take your kids and ain't nothing she can do about it.
All right,
because
Rico.
you're still legally married.
I got something. I got a question for you on that one. You said
Yes.
judge determines who's the custodial parent and
Yes.
who the parents are. Does it?
Yes.
Does it?
In the final divorce. That's all in the final decree.
Okay, it's in the final decree. Okay.
It's in the final decree.
Then
when the divorce is settled, it settled the dissolution of property, debt, children. That's what the divorce is. The divorce is the dissolution of assets and everything. What y'all doing until then is just fucking arguing. That's all. You arguing, she arguing. I fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. The judge is going to decide. The judge, and see, here's the point. People are like, oh, it's for the woman. You know what? That white man, he don't give a fuck about none of y'all. He just like, I just want this shit to go away. So he gonna strike the pen. So oftentimes it is a heavier lift for men. I don't deny that. It just is. So what? It's just fucking harder for us. But it's not impossible. That's the whole point. I keep hearing guys take this attitude. And I heard you said, man, Drew, the other day with the guy about where the guy was saying, oh, you know, these guys, I think I seen your little podcast. Well, you can't say that you're not gonna get out if you don't get it. If you can't say that you ain't gonna be successful if you don't try. That's the same thing with getting your fucking kids. Why are y'all crying this? Not you. I'm just saying in general, people cry a defeatist attitude about how difficult it is. But I see little, and I heard Jedi Mike say, little to no fucking effort.
Here's the thing about okay, Rico, I'll tell you. I got you. Here's the thing. Wait. Let me get this in.
I'll say this one thing and I'll be quiet. You go down to family law court, sit in there, and you see how many fucking fathers show up. See how many? Be a room full of fucking women.
Oh, okay, cool. But here's the thing.
Legal rights to go down there.
Okay, but here's my thing with this. Now, here's the thing, Rico. Preface it with this: I don't have any kids. I ain't never been on a child support. I don't have a dog in that fight. So when this comes, all I have are questions. Okay, and I can cite cases that I've seen that are just grossly corrupt and
okay, real quick.
Wrong.
Do y'all want to admit y'all were wrong about Michigan?
No,
I put the link. I put the link in the back check.
The link is in the back check. There are people. There are guys paying child support in Michigan. Hold on. Hold on. The link is in the back check. There are guys in Michigan who are paying child support for kids, and they never even had sex with the woman.
Stop. Black man, you put a YouTube video.
It's a news report, dude.
Let me finish. That law was repealed in 2012, 10 years ago.
Oh
Governor
my God, bro!
In Michigan.
It's still going on.
No, these are cases that occurred before. Now, Michigan law is different. They repealed the dad by default. You can look it up.
I get you, but it's still the point we're trying to make is it's still going on, regardless repealed or not. They're still the courts are still doing it.
You guys specifically said.
I said
okay,
Michigan.
Rico, hold on, Mandriel. Rico. Do you think? Okay, you said that they repealed it, right? Now they made weed legal 5 years ago, right? They made weed legal 5 years ago, right? Why are black men still in jail doing 30-year bids on marijuana when it's legal?
They're already in jail, but I don't think they're locking them.
No, what I'm saying is why if the laws have changed and people are still doing 25-year bids, 15-year bids for weed, don't you think they should be out of jail since the law didn't change?
Absolutely.
Wait. Hold on. Because we getting caught up. And then I want Hank to jump in. Okay, we getting caught up on what should be and the way things are set up. The thing is set up for if something happens like that, it's on them. They have to appeal it. Right. They have to go and appeal it. There's a relief. There's a path of relief for them to appeal it.
I got you. But
wait, hold on, y'all. Hold on. If they don't appeal it, then they're just gonna sit there and rot. That you have to be proactive in this situation, like Rico said earlier. You have to be proactive. If you always playing catch up, exactly, man, they 10 steps ahead of you already. So you gotta have to say, oh, okay, now they repicked the law. Okay, now I can go. We just did a story about 2 or 3 weeks ago on a young brother that's in I think it's in Louisiana, where the brother is doing life in prison life in prison for an ounce of marijuana.
Yeah,
It was a
yeah.
third strike.
Exactly.
Okay, so we understand how this goes. And he appealed it and was denied.
Yes, I know.
Was denied.
Yes.
So we understand. But you have to
just
fight.
because they appealed it doesn't mean it won't still happen. That's what I'm saying.
That's why I'm saying it's on us. We got to get the right information and the right lawyer and the right everything we need to fight, because it's gonna be a fight. We know we black men in America. We know we're gonna have to fight.
All I wanted to do is to make sure we don't put out bad information. And in this particular statement that you guys all jumped on Clarence when Clarence said it was repealed, and you guys said it wasn't. I just want us to button it because it's easy. It's right there.
Gotcha. I'll button it up with this with me. I still read reports of this kind of thing happening.
Okay, right. And I just go with
repealed. What I'm saying is repealed. Yeah, the law, repealed or not, you can't deny. Okay. If it's this actual law, you can't deny that.
Right.
But also, you're still reading reports about the same thing happening to people.
But see, and the only thing when I read these reports, sort of like the same thing we were telling Black Man when he was telling us about the gentleman in Texas, and I believe those stories. It's just I don't have enough information to see why it's happening in individual cases, because all these cases are individual. It's not a universal collective. There's individual, and so people will.
Every state
they have certain circumstances that they leave out. So it's like, I don't know why he got jammed up like that. But then when you go a little bit further, this is why he got fucked. It's kind of stupid.
Okay.
Whatever. But the law is you just are not being dead by default anymore. They specifically repealed it 10 years ago, and we have to be honest when we say that.
Hold on, Rico. I got to do some shout outs. Let me shout out to Mr. Rucker. Mr. Rucker, yeah, we know about the prenups. Mr. Rucker, thank you. MK, glad to have you in the building. Shout out to Rico. Okay, now we got Brother Hank. Brother Hink. Why would I say Hank? It's Hink. Brother Hink in the building. Brother Hink, you got something to throw in here in the pot, man?
That's my brother.
What's going on, fellas? How y'all doing today?
What's going on, man?
Man, it's all good, man. I mean, you know, the bad thing about it is that they even had to change them laws in Michigan. They even had to change those laws in Michigan because it was such a problem. That's a problem that they even had to change it. So that's an issue alone by itself. But look here, man. We all understand, man. We black men, protect yourself at all times, and I mean by every means necessary by doing it. But you got to look. I'm the same guy who don't believe in making no excuse. You know what I'm saying? If you have a baby, you got to take care of your baby. You know, that's a must. That's a must. And so I tell guys all the time, I said, dude, do me a favor. Don't wait for them to put you on child support. Go down and put yourself on.
Yeah.
Thank you. You win when you do that shit. You win.
I appreciate you, cheerleader, but I don't need you right now.
Sorry.
The reason I say that is because you don't want to get caught up with a bullshit ass story like what Black Man Unfiltered talking about. 14 years of back pay.
That's exactly how you get caught up like that. Yeah.
That'll kill a man. I was in a situation where if my daughter's mother was a nasty woman, I could have been hemmed up in a 5-year back payment, starting off the bat. You realize how much debt you're gonna be in, not including any student loans you may have.
Yeah.
But just 5 years of back support, and the difference about back year support, there's a difference. I ain't got to worry about a student loan taking my license. I'm putting a federal charge on me, but I do with child support if they wanted to do that. And
see what I'm saying, Rico? He went through it too.
Yeah. Look, I'm in the state of Kentucky.
Mm-hmm.
When I went in there to get the child support order, everything squared away, they trying to put on me a $5,000 urge. That's what they try to put on me. I said, I told my ma'am, I got receipts of money orders, and I don't have the cash that I was paid up. They said, those are gifts. And just like you told them, they told me the same thing. Those are gifts. I'm like, gifts? Man, I just shook my head.
They do that shit
I mean, it about killed me. Because I had about $3,000 worth of money orders that I paid and gave her money to help out. Now, my daughter was only probably about 3 years old at the time. So, you know, back in 97, 98, you know what I'm saying? That wasn't a lot of money still. I needed that little money. I'm fresh off of graduation. I need that money. You know what I'm saying? So, but if they looked at her, they said, well, has he been paying anything? And fortunate for her, she said, yes. Those receipts I did get them, and I did use them for the baby. They cut my debt in half. So now instead of 5,000, I was only 2,500 in arrears. You know what I'm saying? But she could have been a nasty heifer.
Right.
And since I said he ain't did a goddamn thing for me, and I just been screwed with some damn receipts of money in my hand as gifts. So this shit goes on. It's unfortunate us men in the situation, we got to deal with it, but it is what it is, man. But I'll be telling these young dudes, I said, look here, dog, y'all better learn the laws of y'all state. Learn these family court laws. Get to know them. I don't care if you and that woman's in the good terms or not, because if it only takes one time, she get mad at you, or she get upset with you, y'all break up, and guess what? She looking for some get back. And then that's when she gonna try to stick you, and man, it's not worth it.
So let me ask you a question.
And Hank, I fought for my kids. Hank, I fought for my kids for 3 years, right?
You have to.
Three. Well, but watch what happened. Let me tell you what the judge told me. Let me tell you what the judge told me, Rico. Let me tell you what the judge told me. The judge told me. This is what the judge told me. I said, he said, sir, do you take care of your kids? I said, yeah, I've been taking care of my kids. I've been married. I'm married to this one. We got a divorce. Oh, okay, sir. He said, well, when it comes down to it, sir, and my lawyer was talking to him. She said, be quiet, I got you. I said, okay. So he said, you may have a good lawyer, but I'll make the decision. He said, you can sit there and smile and kiki with your lawyer. This is what he's looking at me, telling me. You can smile and kiki at your lawyer all you want to, but you may have a great one. But I'm going to make the final decision in my courtroom. So I knew then I was fucked. So I said, you know what? This judge ain't on my side. So I need to find another. I told my lawyer, we gotta find I'm paying you all this money. We gotta find another goddamn. We need to get another judge. I don't know what you gotta do by law to get another judge. But if we have to deal with this one, I'm not gonna get my kids.
Yeah. I mean,
right? And I told the judge she was getting abused, and she was. I had pictures of everything of her, and my ex getting her ass beat up by her boyfriend. The damn family court gonna tell me, but that's not her fault. She doesn't ask to be abused. Why would we take the kids away from her because she's being abused? Because my kid's in the house with a dumbass bitch. What are we talking about?
But see, here's
okay.
Go ahead,
Rico. Okay, well, let me ask Hank, because I want to ask Hank.
There's a couple.
Very important question. Hold on, Rico. Let me ask Hank this real quick question. Hank, do you suggest that these cats that get that once they find out they're gonna have a baby, and the baby actually comes out live birth, and it's determined that they are the father, through DNA or whatever, do you suggest that they go and put themselves on child support if they're not going to be with the child, be with the mother?
Oh, for sure.
Okay.
Now that's just
now let me push back on that though. I think you should go get your kid and not take your kid back and take care of your kid without getting put on child support.
Oh, well, yeah, for sure.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. I'm all, look here. I'm all for that first. That's first option.
Hell yeah.
That means that's first option off that. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay.
But let me say this. I'm encouraging these men, go get a female lawyer.
Yep.
Not a male. Get a female lawyer.
Yep, exactly.
And they're gonna respect them in a different manner. They're gonna talk to them, and they're gonna kiki, like you said. They're gonna be good friends because most time she'd have been down there. She knows all the lawyers. That's exactly what I did.
Exactly.
When I got custody of my daughter. You know what I'm saying? I had to get a female lawyer.
Here's a couple of things. Like I said, that's not a pushback though, black man. That's actually sound advice. But I also would tell any man, if you're going to go get your daughter and want to be a custodial father, you got to make sure that you have everything in place for it too. See, a lot of guys, I don't mean no harm, they think just getting the kid and that's it, it's over. Oh, I got him, that's it. I'm like, no, motherfucker, it just started.
But you know what's a shame, Rico? You know what's a shame? You know what's a shame, Rico?
What?
I'll say, you know what's a shame? That men have to have all they shit. I'm telling you what I went through. Men got to have all they shit together, right? I'm showing them, hey, this is my house. This is I got a new house here. She living in the goddamn housing authority. But look, she ain't got to prove nothing.
Black man. Here's one thing I'm a caution you at, right? And you're absolutely right. We can't make the standard be I'm better than her and she down there and shit. That can't be the standard for our children. You know what I'm saying?
But Rico, come on now, though. Would you want your kids living with your ex in the housing authority or with you in your house?
Black man, hear what I'm saying. I'm not saying that you shouldn't have got him. You should have got him. But what I'm saying is, even if she was doing good, you still should want your kids.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Doing good and none of that bad stuff was going on, you should want them. So, you know, with all that being said,
hey, that's some feds. That's some feds coming to get you, Rico. You talking too much.
I only say this. I would tell young fathers that, especially, I know you got yours at 5 or 6, and I got mine. They was 3 and 2. That shit's hard work, and you know, at 5 and 6, it's not easy.
Hell yeah, it was hard.
Right. So that's what I'm talking about. It's like, look, being a single parent, you know, that shit sounds good on paper. Just mentally be prepared for the work. Physically be prepared for the work. You know what I'm saying? Know all the stuff that you have to do. And when I say have your stuff in order, I'm not talking about having no mansion. I'm like, don't be living with your mama. Come on, have your own damn place, room for your kids, food in the house, things like that. Don't be thinking you're going to go to court arguing for your kids and you don't even have the basic necessities that you should be living with. And then don't go your way.
But Rico, you say that. But Rico, you say that these women living in the same condition. You just sit there and say men are.
Yeah,
so why is it any different though? Why is it?
Right, but what's the whole? But the whole point. You're okay. If that's the case, but then why take him from the mother and give him to you if you in the same situation that she's in?
Because you feel like you're the better parent.
You feel like it, but I'm saying if your conditions is the same,
doesn't matter. I'm the better parent because I say I'm the better parent. I don't give a damn if we come on, if we in the same conditions, you living with your mama, I'm living with your mama. We ain't no better than each other. So why the hell are you a better parent?
What's the difference? What I'm saying is,
dog. I'm not getting up. Let me tell you this, dog. I'm not getting my child up. You live with your mama, I live with your mama. We in pretty much the same conditions. The only dang difference, you got a split and I got a dick.
But what I'm saying is, as a guy, put yourself in a better position. Then that's why that black man. That not what made a huge difference for you. If you was living the same like them, why would they give them to you?
But listen, like I said again, I had to, like I said in my story, I had to play dirty. I had to turn people against her, take pictures of her while she drunk, because she's supposed to have alcohol in the house. I had to have pictures of her with men in the house when the joint custody plan said kids couldn't be in the house. Like I had to play dirty to get them, bro. If I would have played it the right way, I would not have my kids.
But I guarantee you had your own place. You didn't.
Yeah, I had my own house. Yeah, I had my own house.
You still was better. So when the judge looked at everything, it's like, this is better for these fucking kids than
okay, but dog, that shouldn't really matter, man. That shouldn't matter at the end of the day. It shouldn't matter because now you simping for the women. Well, since her mother's living over here in a better neighborhood, and I'm living over here in a middle class neighborhood, but their mama's living over in the rich neighborhood because she's staying with her mother. What's the damn difference? We both valuable. We both got a job. Only reason I don't have a house is because I had to move out of the house because they told me to leave the apartment with my ex-wife, and that's the only reason I made me live with my parents until I get my own. So how is that fair?
No,
okay, let me ask y'all a question. Let me ask y'all a question. All of the men on the panel, including CBN, just got here. Shout out to CBN. Okay. How is a court, like the situation that Hank just described, how is the court supposed to determine who's a better parent? Because if everybody's in the same condition and you want the baby and she wants the baby, how does the court determine?
By character, by your character. Black David, I got it, Black David. By your character, you go to court and you prove your character is better. You have character. Let me tell you now, I've sat in court because I help other men try to get their kids here. So you have in Texas, I do that. That's what I do. On my spare time, when I'm not coaching kids, I'm helping daddies try to get custody of their children. And so you go to court, You get character witnesses, your pastor, your first lady, your boss at your job. You bring them all in. Family members, friends, co-workers, whatever you can muster up, you bring them in. You bring in your pay stubs, you bring in your checks, you bring in what you making, what you bringing in. You bring in the schools that's in the area. Hold on. You bring the schools in the areas of where your mama lives. The schools may be great. And then you also show a plan, a 6 month, 7 month plan where you're going to move out and be with your kids. You got to have this shit strategically together. And when you go to court, you show them this is the plan. Now I'm living with my mama. She's in a great area, great school. All these people just vouch for me. In 6 months, I won't even be with my mama. This is the area I'm moving in 6 months. The schools are great. They're going to be at basketball practice, football practice. This is the church they're going to. The pastor and the first lady is right there. This is what we do at the church to take care of the kids. I got daycare set up. I mean, you have to have all that. Most women not going to have that.
Well, that sounds like the same thing I just said. You have to show where you're better.
But the unfortunate thing is, a woman don't have to have that.
So
go in there and show she has a job and some reasonable place of living. That's all they have to show. We have to go throughout and show our whole portfolio and resume.
You sure all right, brother. You sure all right.
As well as our police records. Why does a man have to do all of that bullshit? But these heifers ain't got to do half the shit.
Well, let me ask you a question. Somebody put in the chat a very good question. Can any of us breastfeed here?
What does that got to do with anything?
Man, it's 2022. You ain't got to have no breast milk no more.
Okay. That's just, I make sure everybody was on the same page.
Yeah, you got to have no breast milk no more.
But see, that statement alone is a disingenuous comment, man. Why does it matter? Are you saying just because you birthed a child that you have more entitled rights than I do? That's some bullshit.
No, hey. If you're breastfeeding a child, if a child is at an age where it needs to be breastfed, then that's going to require more time with the person that has the breast.
Let me ask you this. I don't think most of the men on here are not talking about taking a child away from as soon as she come out the womb. We understand that. But if that child is at least 2 years old,
out of there.
Okay, I'll give you that. I'll give you that one.
Out of there.
2 years old, and the child can start eating table food, and the child shouldn't be on the damn bottle anymore. They should be on at minimum a sippy cup.
Okay.
Practicing to a regular cup. Then I'm gonna make my move.
Okay, got you. I agree.
He go to the house. You know what? Hold on, real quick, my brother Clarence, if I can. You know what I tell most of these guys? You don't have to spend $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 like I did. All you got to do is go over to the house, be friendly for about 2 or 3 weeks. Go over to the house, spend all the time with your kids. On that 3rd week, I want you to go over there, tell her to have the kids dressed up. Tell her you're gonna take them somewhere. When you take them somewhere, you already have your house set up where you're going, and take them and never return them. And you know how many guys have their kids right now? When we have the little father-daughter dances at the damn church or whatever, they bring them up there and they took them from their baby mamas, and the baby mamas now have to hire lawyers to try to prove he's unfit.
Okay. So let's be clear about that, man. We have to. That's in the case where there's no court order. Everybody's just being friendly.
Let me ask you a question. What about in instances where it's easy enough if we're sitting there.
I want CBN after this, Rico.
Okay, but it's easy enough we're going to set up a straw man, and the woman is terrible. Everybody, baby mama ain't terrible. Can you agree with that? Just because you broke up with her, don't mean she's a bad mama. You
broke up a little bit. Say it again.
You broke up, Rico.
Rico. I said we have to. Yeah, can you hear me?
Now we can.
Can you hear me? Okay, so what I was saying is we got to take away the straw man that everybody baby mama is terrible. Some people got baby mamas that you just didn't get along with them, but she's not a bad mother. You know what I'm saying? So you even have those situations where you have to work out, the co-parenting, who's going to get custody, because she ain't a bad mother. She ain't on drugs. She ain't, out here, being a slut.
But you know what, Rico, but you know what? Dealing with these guys, helping them get their kids. Let me tell you what they run into, brother. Mm-hmm. They run into, they have a friendly relationship.
Black man. Hold on 1 second. Vic, when you take the child and you got joint custody, that is not kidnapping, brother. You only kidnapping when they got a court order.
Yep.
All right, go ahead, black man.
Correct.
So you know what these guys run into, Rico, that I'm helping them get their children? They run into, they be friendly with their exes, and him and the ex playing the birthday parties together. They on a whole nother level. And guess what some of the men run into? They meet somebody new. And guess what? Just because she pissed off that he met somebody new, she'll go stick his ass just for that reason. That's why I tell him, I don't care how nice she is, I don't care how friendly she is, go get your goddamn kids, bro.
You stick him for what? For child support?
Hell yeah, just because he with another female.
Black man. Me and Hink gave you the answer. Ain't nobody never have to stick me for child support because I ran my ass down there and did it myself.
Now I'm going to get my kids. I ain't worried about no child. I'm going to get mine. Fuck that.
What I try to tell a guy is, especially if you're not going to be the custodial parent, put yourself on, because what you do is you take power away. That's what you do. Once you do that, she ain't got nothing. She ain't got nothing.
But Rico,
and here's the thing: it was like, okay, she can force me to pay it, or I can volunteer to pay it. Whatever it's going to come down to, because and they come down even in the state of Texas. It's a formula. Don't think they look at you and say, "Black man, I don't like how you look. I'm gonna make you pay 100%." No, it don't work that way. It's a formula. So every state has its own formula, and whatever they figure it out, that's what you pay based on your income, their income, and several other variables.
Now you don't think, Rico, you don't think that's pimping? You don't, let me finish this statement. I'm gonna let you cook. That's to me, when I say go get your kids, I think the state is pimping black women against their men. Let me tell you how I know this. In the state of Georgia, I want you to Google this too. In the state of Georgia, last year, in a 12-month annual review in the state of Georgia, $2.3 billion was made off child support fees in the state of Georgia. And guess what the average black woman was getting for child support? $100. $100 in rural poor areas. Black women are getting $100 from their baby daddy. The state getting their little $35, $40 for the fees that they're charging the daddies. And after a 12-year annual review, they made $2.3 billion off of child support when the baby mama's not even getting more than $100 damn. Okay, that's pimping. That's pimping, bro. That's pimping.
Hold on, y'all. I want CBN, since he came up here. I'd like to.
No problem. Yeah, and after him, if I may, because I have a comment. Take it back off the last thing you just said. Yeah.
Canadian, if you don't mind.
Good evening, brothers. How you doing?
So far, so good, brother.
Don't long stroke, nigga.
Don't stop, Black Pimp. Don't stop me right now, Black Pimp.
Black Pimp. He long-winded.
That's my brother, man.
I know what it's like to be in that system, because from when I came from a broken home, my mother and father got divorced a couple of times. I also had to come into court at one point when my dad had another woman, and I had to clear my name because of a situation that took place. So every state are not the same. Every state is different. New York City, state law is different from the complete New York state. New Jersey is different from Pennsylvania. Everything is different. The problem is based on the people who did not pay attention to, who got into office, who changed the law that benefit women more than the guys. The reason why I've been telling people this has been going on for more than 30 years, a lot of immigrants pay attention to the law ahead of time, see how things works before they make those stupid moves, which is a known thing. There are guys who got wives at home in their country, but they got their girlfriend out here. They ain't knocking up their girlfriend. They're going to try back out, get their wife pregnant over there, lead them over there, come back here, make their money, make their bread. The woman then try to whatever bitch and they're running down there for them. This is a known fact. Because they saw the system, they saw the law, and it wasn't worth it. Now me, I'm married, I'm a father and a grandfather. I've spoke to a black man in part about his situation. I spoke to other guys who had the thing, and I can understand that, because you know why? I saw it for myself firsthand. This country system is meant to pimp and destroy black family, period. It was designed that way for that purpose. It was not designed to protect kids. It's never been the case, because I don't buy into that thing. I got relatives of mine who are lawyers, and they broke it down to me how things play. You had TLA, the elite attorney who had been a divorce lawyer for 20 years, broke it down. So you got to be honest. You can.
He broke it down for Georgia. He broke it down for Georgia, right?
Yeah, Georgia, he did.
Yeah.
Okay.
But he spoke to other lawyers as well as almost similar. The only thing I know that is full of crap is Michigan. Because that law is now being implemented, which I found out yesterday, with at least 39 states, which is kind of stupid. What I see, what I hear, what I've observed, what I've been in,
No.
I tell young brothers, be honest with you, go out. Marry your wife out there, stay over there, don't bring over here. I'm not trying to create a divector community, which that's not the case. But unless you can know who you're voting for, who can change the system around, which is not going to happen, y'all going to have it worse than ever. I'm keeping it 100.
All right, my brother. I thank you, man. Appreciate you, man. Mandrell, you want to jump in there, and then Mark?
Yeah, because I've heard you say a lot of times, well, we're the men, come get your kids, we're the men, come get your kids. The point I was trying to make with that is that even for me, who, again, I'd love to have a family, but I don't have one yet, you know what I'm saying? But even from my observation, you clearly see that the court system has a vested interest to keep Black families torn apart.
Agreed.
There's more money for them.
Yeah,
and the thing is, if it's just you, yeah, there are ways to fight, but it's almost impossible to do it. It's possible, yes. And the fight is hard. Yes, I get what Rico was saying. Yes, it's hard, but you fight anyway. It's just harder for men. That's how it is, bar none. I follow that same philosophy. However, how many men have the resources to fund that kind of a campaign?
Shit.
Very few.
You gotta have some money.
Few.
You gotta have some money.
99% of men are just fucked like Chuck.
Yep.
And they have no and they just and the government is going to bend them over and aim for penetration.
Yep.
They're going to do that. So, and my thing is, yes, where are the men? Where are the men? Hey, the government's still at us like that. They separated us back in the 60s and 70s. That's when it started. And it continues on to this day. The game hadn't changed. Neither have the rules.
Man,
neither has the overall goal.
Okay, if the game isn't going to change, and the person who put the game together, let me tell y'all this quick story. I'm sorry, Marcus, I'm real quick. I had a cousin. Are y'all familiar with the game Electronic Battleship? Any of you guys familiar?
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Okay, I had a cousin who used to kick my ass every time in Electronic Battleship, right? And it was because I didn't realize that it was a grid system. That if you hit something, and you should probably throw another depth charge at someplace close to that, right? Because I didn't realize that. I would just randomly pick every little spots all over the board. Once I realized it was a grid system, I knew how to play the game a lot better. I was much more successful. And he obviously wanted to play less, right? Because I was much more successful. My point is, we as Black men are complaining about a system. Remember, I was telling you guys when I was on the part, I said, you guys don't vote, right? Mostly, it's a lot of times, it's in some places almost 8-to-1 women voting over men. These women voting these judges in. It's these women voting these district attorneys in. You and me and us, especially Black men, we don't vote. And then we get mad when we got these prosecutors in that we didn't vote for. The women voted for them, and so of course they're going to support the women's interests.
Brother Clarence.
So we got to get more active in the politics.
Now, Brother Clarence. Brother Clarence. Come on, hold on, Mandrell. Brother Clarence, you know for a fact when it comes to voting, where all the men at? The men at work, the women, some of the large majority. A large majority.
You can't say that. Wait,
dude,
you can't say
a
that.
large majority. I vote, but what I'm saying is
they have to give you time to go vote. They have to.
Who?
The state has to give you time to go vote.
Dude, they just passed that law here in Texas, bro.
Okay.
Black man.
Come on now.
No.
They still have to give you time to go vote.
I vote. But hold on, let me say this, Rico, real quick. When a man, like let me go with Mandrell just said, men don't have the resources to do this. You know why? The state represents the woman in court when she go to court for child support. She only have to come. The man has. I spent almost $7,500 getting my kids, bro. What man you know? Average man you know right now? What an average? Hold on. But the average salary for a black man in the United States of America is 40 grand. How many of you know? And if it weren't for my boss at my job allowing me the time off to deal with this shit, I was blessed to have a boss that say, hey man, take care of your business, whatever days you need off, do it. How many businesses or bosses would allow you to take off 3 days at a time, 2 days at a time, over and over again? Come on, man.
We all agree that the system is jacked up.
Come on, man.
For one second.
And then I gotta pass the ball to Marcus.
I just want to correct him on the voting.
I know there was a guy that I knew. There's a guy that I knew. He went to court. I went with him to court. The mother was incarcerated. They bumped up the child support from $200-something to $400-something. She was incarcerated. We had the paperwork right there showing that she was incarcerated.
Clarence, can you stop for something? Because I need to help the chat. Because the chat, black man. You really have fallen off the wagon with
and
this.
Then Marcus, huh?
I'm just saying, with black men can't vote because they at work bullshit.
No. I didn't mean it. Okay, let me say this. Hold on. I'm a huge advocate for voting. I'm just saying some black men.
I'm saying the work as an excuse is the biggest excuse in the world, because I'm gonna tell you why. We have early voting. They have voting on weekends.
Absentee ballots.
Let me finish. You can vote by mail. So that's what we're saying. And let me finish. The only thing Clarence is saying is that to change these laws are made by the legislators, people who vote for. Okay. And because black women, and I'm just talking about just the black race, women as a period vote at higher rates than men. Correct. So most black men, you know why they don't vote? Ain't nothing going to change, this, that, whatever. So the women will vote for people for their interests. And when shit get done their way, it's because we don't participate, is what we're saying. So what changed the law in Michigan, that Fathers' Rights Act? They had to rally up people to vote for people to put in the state legislature to repeal that law. You're right. It should have never been in there, but it was. So the only way it got changed was the men in Michigan said, fuck it, we got to vote. And we got to vote to get these guys who are going to repeal this shit. If not, it would still be dead by default. And that's what we're saying. Guys complain about it. They'll say, ain't nothing never going to change. You're right, because you don't do shit. It ain't going to change.
So, Rico, let me ask you a question.
You have to participate.
Wait.
Can I ask you a question, Rico?
Black man. Hold that thought. I'm going to go right to you. I got to get Marcus in here. He's been patiently waiting. Marcus, come on real quick.
What's up, man? How's everybody doing? My bad.
Well, so good.
Y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. So some of the things that I know from family law and divorce is obviously, y'all probably know this. It's obviously irreconcilable differences. The other one that's usually not mentioned a lot is incurable insanity, right? And I remember, because this is why I could relate to a lot what Black Man Unfiltered was saying in his case, because my brother-in-law had to do that against my sister. But my sister at the time was crazy. She was dating the wrong type of man when she got divorced because he had cheated on her. She got into drugs and to committing crimes, but she had overall custody of the kid because it usually went to the woman. It turns out he had to prove that, okay, this chick is crazy. So my nephew started saying, like, hey, my mom is doing this. She's acting weird. She's hanging around with your man. The men are making me feel uncomfortable. Had to make sure he took pictures, video. And then next thing you know, my brother-in-law was able to prove, okay, she's incurably insane. And I guess my sister had developed schizophrenia. So she was crazy. And then, she lost the kid. She lost everything. She didn't have a car or home or anything anymore. And that's something that doesn't get mentioned a lot, that men can probably say, hey, if she is crazy, because I hear a lot of men say that the woman they're dealing with is crazy, prove it. And then you can file for incurable insanity. That can help you a lot. And I know it's tough, but at the same time, if you can catch it, film it, record it, take pictures, whatever you got to do. Another thing real quick as well, a lot of times what they can consider marital misconduct, it's not just cheating or domestic violence. It could be alcohol abuse, drug abuse, wasting marital assets. So it could be an anticipation of divorce. It could be hiding marital assets, gambling. They can use that against you. And I'm talking specifically for California law, which California court is probably one of the worst where you can get, destroyed. Obviously, marital abandonment. Abandonment is when a spouse leaves their marriage, right? And without any justification or any consent from the other spouse, and with the intention of ending the marriage. All right. That's another thing too. Spousal misconduct is what? Illicit sexual relations, cheating during the marriage, criminal acts that lead to separation, neglect, abandonment, DV, financial mismanagement, and addiction. All right. That's another thing as well that people I don't really hear sometimes talk about, unless it's, you know, TLA maybe on the state of Georgia, but I'm talking for the state of California. Also, alienation of affection. That's, I know, alienation of affection. So no, legislation was enacted, obviously, to abolish the right to bring an alienation of affection lawsuit. So no, in California, they don't allow it. Colorado, neither, because they abolished it as well. That's a plus side to it, right? And obviously, when you're going through that separation, like my brother, because my brother right now, he's going through the ringer. He's going through the ringer right now because originally they were both okay with it. They were both okay with 50-50. He said, you know what? I don't love you. I want to be divorced. But guess what? Before she said, okay, I remember before she telling my brother, hey, if you divorce me, I'm never going to allow you to see the kids again. I'm not going to do this. And guess what? Your first daughter isn't even your actual daughter. It's somebody else's kid. He didn't want to believe it. And I asked him, are you afraid of the paternity it says? I don't care what that paternity says. That kid's mine. I was like, all right, man. And then next thing you know, he had the balls to say, hey, I'm not in love with you. I want to divorce you. She was 50-50. But then once she started dating, it was okay. Once he started dating while they were separated, she's like, no, I no longer want 50-50. I want 80-20.
Exactly.
That is what's kind of fucked up that I find on. I'm just trying to find context and add context to anybody in the panel, anybody in the chat. Make sure you take the notes. And I get it. We come from different perspectives and angles, but overall, we're all trying to fight a good fight. We're all trying to help people at the end of it. That's what we're all trying to do. We're trying to especially inform everybody. But that's all I want to say.
But unfortunately, you can't believe what a woman says. Just because she says she's going to do it, unless you got it in writing, don't trust what she says.
Goddamn right.
Oh no, that's exactly my point. I'm right there with you, brother. I'm right there with you.
I would never trust unless you got it in writing. I would never.
I was talking about the whole voting thing. A lot of men that I encourage voting, right? Because I feel like in the civil rights, I think a lot of our people passed away and died for us to have the right to do it. So that's why I do it. And that's why I encourage other people to do it, because other people lost their lives trying to fight for us to get the right to vote. Right?
And nothing's not going to change for you if you don't.
But hold on, but watch this.
They're just going to keep doing what they've been doing.
But watch this. I'm going to tell you something. If me and you own the business, Rico, and we'll call it unfiltered Rico Black Man Facilities. Right? Okay. We own this business. We're making $2.3 billion. We got policies in place to make this money every year. Are we going to allow the board of directors to come in and vote and change some shit so we can make less than $2.3 billion? Or are we going to try to keep shit the same? That's what I'm saying. Ain't no way. And a lot of black men have said to me, I'm not voting. Because if I'm voting into a system like, okay, let's take this Joe Biden shit, for instance. I didn't want to say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. Take this Joe Biden. Everybody that voted for Joe Biden thought something was going to fucking change for them. They didn't vote Joe Biden in. Joe Biden up here doing a fucking speech talking about, yeah, we got to really stop what's going on in America, the shootings and everything. The motherfucker's impaired. So he came, and so we done voted for somebody that really can't do anything for the fucking country.
Let me ask you a question, though. Well, I don't care whether it's Joe Biden, Donald Trump, whoever. If you sit there and you say that the men will tell you they don't want to vote into a system that's not going to change or do nothing for them, right? Right, black man?
Yeah,
that's
exactly. Yeah.
But the problem is, right, and I get that. But the problem is these same men are controlled by that same system. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you don't want to participate in something that could possibly alter that system for your better, but that system controls your black ass anyway. You're under that system, whether it's not like, oh, fucking, I ain't voting for that system. I'm going to go over here to another system. We don't have another system to go to. This is the only fucking system we got. So to sit there and say, I'm not going to participate, okay, then I'm not going to say you part of the problem, but motherfucker, you ain't part of the solution. Then stop complaining about shit.
Okay, bottom line.
If it's fucked up and you don't want to participate in it, but you're still under it, then what are you doing?
Okay, so Rico, 1 second, Mandrea, 1 second. I promise. No, I'm letting my brother. I'm gonna let you cook, Mandrea, because I know you're gonna cook. I got 30 seconds. So what I'm saying to you is, what the reason I made that analogy is because, like I said, I always go back to the state of Georgia because they're shining a real light on stuff right now. So the state of Georgia just turned blue, right? So the state of Georgia got $2.3 billion in child support fees, right? And now that they have $2.3 billion every year, now they've changed. And I want you to go look at this, and you're gonna fall out your damn chair. They've changed the voting laws, right, for early voting, for the vote by mail, because they talk about the votes can be tampered with. It's over 300,000 votes that got mailed in that didn't get counted. You see how they building up the doubt for people not to do the shit? Now watch this. Now, not only did they do that, they said people have to get up and take their asses to the polls to vote. While you're there, you can't be offered food. You can't be offered water. Nobody can offer anything to you. If your ass tired and you about to pass out, you just gonna fucking pass out. Right? So Georgia is the prime example. They don't want to do mail-in ballots no more. They don't want to do early voting no more because they said that you're cheating the system by doing so. Am I right, Mandrea? Are you right there?
I agree. Yeah.
Bottom line is this to Rico and everybody on the panel and everybody in the chat. Canadian boy, could you please?
Canadian boy, turn your damn TV off.
Please mute your mic. Thank you. Here's the thing. I understand what both of you are saying, and I'm an advocate for voting as well because just like Black Men Unfiltered, I believe that there's too much blood that has been spilled over the right to vote for you to not take part in it. You know what I'm saying? I don't care if you vote independent every year. Vote. You know what I'm saying? I don't care who you vote for. So I say that to say this, no matter who you vote for, nothing's going to change. Because like I said, the game hasn't changed. Whoever you vote in there is a part of that game. They're going to have to play ball unless you throw in a ringer, which would be one of us. One of us who has either had this experience or knows someone who had this experience, who has knowledge of politics, is going to have to somehow rally the people behind him and run and get elected. You're going to have to get someone who's not a part of the status quo, who doesn't rub elbows with those people, somebody they don't know. It's going to have to be. Yeah, it's going to have to be an outlier. Wait, it's going to have to be. If you want change, it's going to have to be an outlier, and it can't just be one. But it cannot be just one. For men, because hold on, let me finish. I'll let you go. For men, we need power because a lot of power has been taken away from us when it comes to family court. Pretty much all of it. I think it's safe to say pretty much all of it, because it's not in our hands. It's in the hands of the courts, and the courts are gonna kowtow to women. They're gonna cater to women. We know this. That's enough evidence to safely say that. So for men, power must be taken. We have to take it. We can't just not vote or, you know what I'm saying, or not run for public office. We have to run for public office and take that power. That is, if you're looking for a solution, that's the solution. And I never hear anyone say it. We have to start getting elected into office. That's the step we need to take. And if we can help men get some of that, if we can help men by making this family court system fair, right down the middle, it has to be fair. Then we can start influence changing other things, other policies to help Black people. Like Joe Biden, he's a guy who single-handedly destroyed the Black community.
Selling crack pipes.
He wrote the 86 crack laws and another crime bill.
Exactly.
He destroyed us, and even he got elected. It can't be that hard, Black people.
He's laughing.
Hold on, let me finish. Even he got elected, people. The guy who it can't be that hard.
But Mandrea, you got to go back to the point of voting, because that's exactly what Clarence was saying. Is again, and when I said the butthurt comment, it's about like men. You can't keep complaining about the family laws that you don't vote for to try to change, or you don't participate, because that's the only thing that would change the family laws in the state of Georgia. You know who set those family laws? The state legislature. Those motherfuckers that they vote for. Those state senators and those same thing in Kentucky, same thing in Texas. It's locally.
Same thing
So
everywhere.
if men don't
Same
come
thing
out
everywhere.
and start beating up those local representatives and y'all need to fix this shit, they not going to change it. And you know what those politicians run for? They run for the women because the women, they know the women going to show up and the men.
But like I said,
Hold on, y'all. Canadian been waiting very patiently.
Go ahead.
Let him get something off real quick.
Here's something I've been saying several times over. You complain they're not going to change anything. My question I'm going to ask is, who do you breed up to take power for us? Other communities have their own institution, their own lobbying party, who they breed up certain people to go into particular office and make certain change for them. I recall Roland Martin have been warning people before the 2008 election, don't sleep on them. Don't just vote for the president, vote for your local and state office. He warned them. Nobody listened to him. He got I told you so big time in everybody's face. The man created a channel to trying to educate people how politics work. I watched this guy get kirked out almost 3 years in a row.
I ain't gonna lie, I watched that too.
Martin is a Democratic but here's the problem. I am an African person. If I had to understand your political system from top to bottom,
Was that on Fox or was
and
that on?
You were born and
C-SPAN?
raised here, and you tell me you didn't take no civic lesson while you in elementary school and high school. You know about the three party.
Man, take that punk, Nick, man.
No,
who was that? Who was that?
Please, man, don't put that man. That old man, get his lying ass
wait.
off.
Who is this?
Yeah, that got me so
Herschel Walker.
Herschel Walker lying ass. He lied.
Hey. Hold on. Hey, here's my thing. We talking about. That ain't Herschel Walker.
Herschel Walker lying ass. He lied about his education. He lied about his lifestyle. He look. Herschel Walker talk. Yeah, Herschel Walker lied about his lifestyle. He lied about graduating from college, and then he gonna talk down on baby daddies. And he got kids every fucking where.
No, wait.
Get him the fuck out of here.
No, wait. You're missing the biggest point about it. Why would you? And I got a question to you. Why would you pull? Hold on, stop. Why would you pull up a sambo in the this conversation? I don't get it. Now that's the real. Marcus, my Mexican brother. Just to educate you. Hold on. You've heard that word. Hold on. You've heard the word sambo and coon before, but that guy Herschel Walker, that is a real sambo coon.
Man.
Wait,
that's the real sellout.
But Herschel Walker, he's an NFL and an ex-UFC fighter, right?
This is not. First of all, this is not Herschel Walker.
I didn't think so.
Who is it?
This is OG Patrice and
that's OG Patrice.
Jerome Davidson, ex-NFL player. He also is an ex-NFL player.
That nigga look like Herschel Walker.
Okay, he's running for Congress out there in Arizona. And the only reason why I'm showing you this is because we got to get involved. See, they're involved.
Look like
wait, what are his policies?
Get involved.
What are his policies?
This brother has had a meet and greet or some type of meet and greet where he was trying to get in touch with the community. And Patrice went there and met the guy and so we have to do that as men. See, women are doing that. Women are getting out there and they meeting these guys and then they're getting to know what their program is about, right?
Trying to point out.
Brother Clarence, hold on. Hey, I got some pushback on Black David. Listen, y'all, I'm finna say the most real shit ever. I'm finna say the most real shit ever, bro. In order for us to have power, we have to look at the people that have had power and how they got it. When the mob wanted power, they bought politicians. When people wanted power, they buy motherfuckers. They put them in their pocket, right? Ain't no way you can go elect. You can go elect anybody you want. You can go elect. You can go elect anybody you want to go elect. You can elect this dude on this picture with OG Patrice. But if I go to the man that's running with him and say, hey, listen, I'm gonna give you $100,000 a year, you're gonna say what the fuck you got to say to get in office. I'm gonna have all my corporate men back you, and once you get in office, you're gonna do what the fuck we say.
No.
I'm talking, man.
Let me do a quick. Wait. We're gonna do a quick lesson on politics, American politics. American politics runs on a quid pro quo system. Mm-hmm. The reason why we don't get anything because we appeal to people on a moral level. This is wrong. You should change it. That's how you do African tribal politics. You go to the elders and you appeal to the elders of the community. This is wrong. I need it righted, and the elders figure out a solution. But this is American politics. They don't care who's right and wrong. Who got the biggest bag? Whoever got the
exactly.
biggest bag,
And black-
that's who
and
I'm
black
listening
film,
to.
for
But we don't
my
have no
talking
PACs.
point, I'm
We don't
charging
have
you
no
for that.
political action committee. We don't have no PACs or super PACs with millions of dollars like the Asians can
You
go
got
in and say,
lobbyists.
hey,
Lobbyists
we
are there.
want we don't have lobbyists with
We
big
don't.
bags of money like that, Marcus.
We
Because
don't. That's
we do
what I'm
not put money
trying
together
to
like
say.
that. I'm
Yeah, I
just
think
talking
my
about
talking
black
point
people.
Yeah, we don't. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Listen,
Nick, let me finish, Randall,
yeah,
and
go ahead.
then you can cook. That's why we get smoked in politics as a community. Now, because the Asians will put money together, they put $40 million, $50 million, and they give it to the candidate who's running, and they say, we're going to put this in your campaign. Now, you got to put us on your to-do list. When you get in office, we expect this thing to be taken care of. So it's a quid pro quo system. You got to pay to play. Black people are only ones that come to the table with no money. We come with morality. Hey,
Right.
this is wrong.
Exactly.
That's
I agree.
wrong. So
Yeah.
that's why we don't ever get nowhere. But now we
But
got to
Brother Clarence, but Brother Clarence, imagine me and you, and just say for an example, Brother Clarence, me, you, Rico, Mandrell, Marcus, Hank, Black David, all walked into an office with suits on. And we told a motherfucker that's running, hey, listen, we need you to go run and we need you to win. All these men behind me have deep pockets. We're going to push it. We're going to get you in office. When you get in office, I need to, and while you trying to work to get in office, we're going to find all the dirt on all the other politicians. I want to walk in motherfuckers' office and be like, hey, listen, was you fucking this bitch while on your anniversary date or while your wife was feeling pregnant? And I want to put it on the desk. You was having sex with this lady while your wife was in the hospital with cancer. Oh, we're gonna expose you. But no, we're not. I want you. We want you when the voting come up. I want you to vote this way. And you either vote this way or get exposed. The man that we're supporting to run for office. Hey, listen, we're gonna take care of your family. We're gonna take care of your kids. You ain't got to worry about nothing. You got to have that kind. When you got that kind of power, where you can manipulate, because that's what they're doing anyway. Right now. Motherfucker, right now, we can vote that guy in. That's what OG Patrice, right now, we can vote him in. We ain't got no money. A white man can come up to him and say, hey, listen, we're going to put an extra $2.3 million in your back pocket. We just need you to shut the fuck up on stuff that we disagree with. He going to take that fucking money.
But that's American politics.
Come on, man.
That's how American politics
Come
works.
on.
Black pimp,
That's how
you're
American
still in my
politics
talking
works.
point.
So now that we know this, and we ain't got to run around saying, oh, the system is messed up. We know how it works. Now all we got to do is get in the game. We sitting around on the sideline saying that's messed up.
This is what I was trying to say before I got cut off, because I saw this system firsthand in Brooklyn. But I've been trying to break it down to people. Other ethnic groups in Brooklyn, in New York City, have been doing that for more than 2 decades. And everybody keep complaining. I'm like, y'all full of crap, for real. We got no institution, we got no community whatsoever. The Jewish community, you don't think how much money they're raising every year for a different election? And put certain people in power to get a certain law for themselves? They get police escort. How you do that? Explain that to me. Explain that to me.
Well, here's the thing. Because I got to say this because I got to run. Oh, I got to say this because I got to run, fellas.
Okay.
But bottom line is the answer, and I'm telling you this because I know.
You found
the answer. The answer
to 5 bodies.
No, the answer to this
I'm just fucking
is I know. The answer to this conundrum is it's not just voting, right? It's not just voting because there's times where I voted and I looked at that ballot and there's no such thing as a good policy. I mean, you flip it on the back when you vote for your candidates, but then they got the list of policies and stuff. You on the other side, you flip it on the back. That's the rest of the policies. There's been times I voted and there was not one good one.
Lesser of two.
So like I said, that's what I said. That's what I said. The game hasn't changed. Yeah, we have to change the game, and if we're going to do that, we have to run for office ourselves. We're not a part of the inner circle. We're not a part of their little plan. We have to form a super PAC of some sort because you can't donate to candidates directly.
Is the first step.
So this whole thing about people saying I'll put money in your back pocket, they do. Black man's right, but they donated to their super PAC, and from the super PAC, I get it, and it's a tax write-off because I got the money from a super PAC. So I get money from the government that I ain't even earned.
Mandrell.
You know what I'm saying? So like the whole thing works like that. We like the guy OG Patrice is supporting. Now, OG Patrice is an activist, and she's been out in the streets and been doing it a long time, right? Out on the front lines. Salute to her. And salute to you, OG Patrice. You know I love you. We have to find black candidates who are not going to take the money, because it's not going to be worth all the effort if the guy takes the money. If he takes the money from the opposition,
the only way you can
Mandrea, let me ask something, brother Clarence.
That sounds really
right before Mandrea leave.
Is to offer more money.
Yeah, before Mandrea leave, I'm gonna ask y'all a question. How many of y'all have seen the new Doctor Strange?
I have.
I have not.
Okay, let me tell y'all what happened. Doctor Strange got into it with Scarlet Witch. Scarlet Witch came to the place where Doctor Strange was. They had the army waiting on her. When they had the army waiting on her, she used all her witchcraft to break the shield of the army. She could not break through, but she found one weak motherfucker. They held her off. She found one weak ass man, whispered in his ear, and that one man broke away from the shield, and she was able to destroy the entire kingdom. That's what politics is today. We can stand strong. Me, Mandrea, Brother Clarence, Rico, Marcus can stand strong in a pack of niggas, and we gonna do it.
It only takes one.
All it takes is one. And all it's gonna take is what Rico to be coming out of the building talking loud and motherfucker, yeah, we gonna get you. And a white man pulled him to the side. Come here, Brother Rico. Hey, listen, I'm looking over your financials. I see that you, in your lifetime, you had made $1 million. But how about this? I know you're trying to get that thing to go through on your construction business. My guy already on the staff over there. We're gonna go ahead and push that through for you, and we're gonna give you $500,000 of spending money, and we're gonna invest another $1.3 million in your construction company so it can stay afloat. All we need you to do is vote no tomorrow. Shit, Rico gonna eat shit. Come on.
But the only defense we got against that is giving them more money.
Yeah,
exactly.
Here's the thing. Here's my concern with this. Okay, is you see what I used to make jokes about Tyler Perry all the time, right? I used to make jokes about Tyler Perry all the time. But when Tyler Perry built that studio over there in Atlanta, when he first did that, I called my sister up. I said, you know what? I'll never tell another joke about Tyler Perry again. She said, why not? I said, what this man did by himself, every single successful black actor could have pulled their money together and did this decades ago. And he did it all by his freaking self. I got nothing but respect for that. I don't care if he swings both ways or one way or the other. I don't care what the man does in his personal life. He did a great thing there that needed to be done.
But what did it change?
Now, my thing is, how are we going to rally enough of us who are going to be on code and not take the money? You know what I'm saying? How are we gonna do that? Because like I said, money talk. Here's the thing. We know money talks.
More money,
and bullshit won't.
You have to give more money. So when the white boy,
where are we gonna get the money from?
When the white boy offered you, we got it. We spending all this money on weaves.
But how you gonna tell them
Jordans?
How you gonna tell them? How you gonna tell them
% of our money?
Brother Clarence,
how you gonna tell them not to spend their money on that?
And Brother Clarence, that's why you shouldn't be doing reaction videos on the man that's trying to change this weave game. Last year, women spent $1 billion on weave. $1 billion on weave, and they spent $200 million on education. That means there's some pretty looking dummies walking around this motherfucker. Now that's what I'm saying. We spent it, and I'm telling you, the weave, lashes, makeup, all that shit, $1 billion business. Black women and then as a whole, black people are spending $1 trillion a year in the United States. $1 trillion a year. What the fuck? Do you know what we could do with a trick? Oh my God!
And the thing is,
gentlemen. I know we were raised right. There's a lady that has just joined us. So we are going to refrain from certain language, aren't we, gentlemen? Because we're gentlemen. All of us are gentlemen, and we were raised right.
Help me, Lord. Help me, Lord.
I know you're a gentleman.
Right. I know he's about to leave, and I just want to just piggyback on because we got to look. I know we were talking about the child support earlier, and I just wanted to say it because I couldn't bring the point up. I just want us also to remember that we talk about, as men, and I know, Manager, you don't have any kids or anything like that, but that's good. I just want to make sure everybody get the information. we know this in this child support discussion that we have. While I paid faithfully, I know you did, Black Man, and Hink and everybody else who fathered up. We got to realize there's a lot of fathers that are not like us. Literally, I think only approximately 55% of people who are entitled to child support receive the full amount. Another like 10 or 15% receive a partial amount, and 30% who have an order receive nothing. Zero. Now, it's not that these women are all going out and getting government aid, because a lot of them work jobs, but these are children who are not being financially supported by their fathers. So when we do have these conversations, as much as I know that there may be heroes on this panel, it's extrapolated the number 2 or 3 times by us of men who are not paying anything or not supporting their children the way that they should. And at the bare minimum, the reason why I take exception with it is because their fucking children deserve it. As a father, it can't always be about the children's mother. Make it about your children. And that's why I think the people on this panel, we take care of our kids because it's about our kids. Some dudes get too fixated on the person they had the child with rather than the child. So, I mean, I just wanted to put that out. And the amount, the average child support payment is about maybe $400 a month. I think I'm going to look up the detail exactly through the CDC. It's not no huge fucking amount that people think.
That's what I was saying. It's
a small amount.
They pimping them out.
It's about $400 a month. So I'll be like, dude, that's why for me, knowing this data, where I get into the butt hurt, it's like, come on. And because I'm looking at the totality. I'm not
That's
looking
still a lot of money though, bro.
Now, Rico, hold on, Rico.
That's still a lot of money, bro.
Rico. When I'm gonna tell you what happened
a month for a fucking kid.
$400 a month,
Rico, hold on, Rico. I got my kids. I got my kids with me right now. I don't spend. I don't.
No kids.
No, what I'm saying is, I would rather I would rather pay $1,200 a month and have my kid with me.
You can be a sovereign citizen.
You tell me if $400 a month is a lot.
I'd rather have $1,200.
Hold on, Rico. Now, Rico, the flip side of that is, I myself was making really great money. Thank you, Jesus. Had level side. Anyway, I was making some real good bread. I went to court to get child support, but I had to go to another state because she still lived in Louisiana. I was in Texas. Right. So when me and her made a decision, I'm going to give you this amount of money every week, and I'm going to pay half of every bill you have. Everything my kids touch, that's a bill. I'm going to pay half of everything. Right? That's the agreement we had. Right? Okay. Her mama, her sister, girl, all he doing is just paying the bills and giving you money for school clothes. Girl, you can get more than that. Take his ass to child support court. She took me to child support court. I was hurt to my core. Why the hell would she do that when I'm breaking her ass off? She said, I don't think you're giving me adequate enough money to take care of the kids. Okay, so hold on, we went to court. Guess what the judge said? I'm gonna tell you the game, because I know he ain't gonna agree with this. I went to court. And the judge said, hey, since you're in another state and we didn't get a chance to verify your employment, we're going to just go with the state minimum. We're going to do $50 for your daughter, $50 for your son, in the sum of $100. They gave me the paper. I took a picture of the paper and sent it to her. I said, you fucked yourself. I did. I sent her a picture and said, you just fucked yourself horribly. And it's all playing games with this system. Now you're getting $100. You're getting $100. I hope you enjoy this $100, because while you're getting this $100, I will be taking you to court to get full custody of my children.
That is karma. Ibobosa.
Okay, wait a minute. Hold on. First we're gonna let Vic. Vic's been sitting here waiting patiently. Then Patrice, and then we get back into the melee.
And Mandra, don't leave. Don't leave, Mandra.
Okay.
Don't leave.
All right. You know you can't leave, man.
Now she she keeping me here. I gotta stay.
Okay, come on, Vic.
All right. 2 things, real quick. With the as far as the voting thing is concerned, it wouldn't matter who you pay to put inside of a position, because we're still talking about one person, and any one person can be swayed. Just like y'all were saying, oh, well, then what if I pay them more? You're not going to beat them folks in their pockets, because those decisions that you want them to make and those bills that you want them to write, they have a larger financial implication, and those people are willing to pay to make sure those things stay like they set them up. And the second thing is no person who being put in there, with the exception of the president, who can have what do you call it, executive orders. They're not making these decisions unilaterally. These people are not just walking in there and saying, hey, we want these things changed. That's too much power. All the thing they can do is propose a bill, and then the other people have to go back and turn around and support that bill and vote for it. So it's not like you're just buying one person and we good now, we got our guy, we got an inside man. No, you're gonna need a multitude, and I think that may be a little bit outside of the scope of what we're able to do at this point. I think it would be better served to focus on community and things that we can do inside of the community to support each other, as opposed to trying to go change City Hall, because they got that thing set up just like they want it. And if you think sprinkle of black dollars is gonna make a difference in there, you might as well, you have a better shot going down to Vegas trying to get rich. So
I disagree with that, Vic, but I understand where you're coming
that's
from.
cool. I want to hear what you got to say.
Can I say something to Victor real quick?
Oh my God. I want to. This is my last thing, and I'm addressing it to you, black man. What you just said, and I respect the fact that you had the desire to go get the custody of your children. However, there's a lot of people who are in that situation who put their child's mother in a great situation like you did, and then they go play themselves, and then they say, well, hell, I'll take the cheap route. It ain't but $100 now, and that's all that they do, as opposed to saying, I was already paying this girl, $1,000, $1,200 a month total, you know what I mean? Because not for her benefit, but because it's for my child's benefit, even though she is a beneficiary vicariously by being attached to my child. You don't punish your child vicariously through the woman. You see what I'm saying? You don't go back and say, well, okay, so since she tried to play me, now I'm gonna play her and thereby screwing my child. No, you got to still take care of yours, because that's just man law. Damn all of the rest of that. You know what I'm saying? So you did it the right way and got custody, but there's a lot of dudes who would that would happen to, and they would see that as their exit. Well, I'm gonna let her suffer until she come back.
How's he screwing her by following a court order?
If he's screwing his children, if he's only sending $100 in a month, where he was sending in $1,200 a month, because now the court order says this is all he's required to do.
But guess what? The woman was benefiting more than them kids were.
How so this woman is directly feeding and fueling your health of your children.
If I'm sending you $1,200 a month, and now you're only getting $100, she was benefiting more, because now that's pretty much a part-time job for her. That's a part-time job. Now she has to go get a full-time job and offset that amount.
But now, how are you going to convince the court to give you your children?
The kids' living situation shouldn't suffer because she made a mistake and did what she did. She's going to have to get up and do what she has to do. If that means she has to get a second job to offset that amount, that's what has to happen.
Now the mother of your child is gone twice as much as she was before. How does that directly affect your children, who you can't get right now because the court says that she has?
Let me tell you this: you don't have somebody. You don't have no help in situation. Now I can go in there and say, "Hey, she's not available, and I need to have custody of my kid."
I've been going to this dude for 12 years.
Hey, somebody got a mute.
Hey, somebody got a mute. Yeah.
Somebody got something going on in the background.
All right, go ahead.
That's the benefit. Now that she has to go get a second job to offset the income that she's no longer getting. Now I have reason. Hey, I'm available. I work 8 hours a day. I'm available for my kids when they're said and done. I'm available. She's not available anymore. She has to go get a second job, maybe even the third job. Her weekends are tied up. So hey, availability is the best ability. She's no longer available. I deserve the right to have my son or my daughter or both of my kids or whatever the case may be. I'm not going to be sympathetic to the mother. I have no reason to. We're no longer together. So you're not getting the same benefits as you was when we were together. You chose to make a decision for your exit plan. That's cool.
Unless you can prove that woman is unfit, unless you can prove that woman is an unfit mother, which Marcus is very true about the mental
if you're not available,
capabilities.
if your availability is suffering for the betterment of the child, wouldn't you deem that's part of being unfit? Your availability?
Yep.
If you
I like put that blueprint together and do a live stream on it.
Let's put a pin in that one, because I know Mandrell's got to go and he's waiting on Patrice. So let's let Patrice address Mandrell, and then we'll get back to the melee.
How y'all doing? Salute to the panel. Salute to the chat. I wanted Mandrell to stay because he pinned something very, very important, right? Like, I'm supporting Brother Jerome Davison here in Arizona, who's running for Congress, and he's running as a Republican. And I'm not even a Republican, I'm independent. But upon meeting this man and having the conversation with him as another Black man that I chose to support in his endeavors, and we don't agree on everything, because you know how it is trying to get Republicans to like come on the bandwagon and even have a conversation, right? When it comes to certain things pertaining to the Black community. And y'all know how I rock. Y'all know I rock with ADOS. Y'all know I rock for police brutality. Y'all know I rock with a lot of things when it comes to my people. And I had this conversation honestly with a Black man and asking him the question is why Republicans don't rock with a lot of things when it comes to pertaining to Black people. And he said that's why he decided to run, to make a difference as a Black man. Played in the NFL, went to ASU, you know, is a pastor and all of that. And I'm going to hear him talk tomorrow at a church because he's talking about the music industry, particularly rap, and the culture of Black people and how it's becoming a detriment to our community as far as the demonic music that is being out here, and our culture is just going down, down, down. I brought up all of the talking points. I've already hooked him up. He's done 2 major YouTube interviews with 2 Black females that got large platforms, one being Angela Stanton King, the other being the real Dana. I already hooked him up. You know what he asked me? He said, do you know any Black men that got huge large platforms that I could go on? Nah, I don't. Because his thing is as having me to support him now, and I'm helping him with his campaign, because the hardest thing is to try to get Black people to understand how politics work. And I was raised traditionally as Democrat and decided to go independent because I wasn't rocking with either party. And y'all know, y'all see my pictures. Y'all know I worked the Obama campaign when he ran. I was deep in it. I understand now how politics work. And I think that that's our problem as Black people. We really got to know how politics work. Politicians are purchased, period. You come with your agendas, you come with your resources, and you come with your funding to back a candidate that wants to run so you can get to see the things done that you want for your people, your community, your neighborhood, whatever, right? And you get this understanding, if we put these things behind you, and this man is about to go to Congress. Now, we had the reparation conversation, and we talked about the history of that. And he said, well, you know, a lot of Republicans don't. He said, but I'll be willing to sit down at the table to have the conversation with you. He said, what if we start with the $500 billion Black Platinum plan that Trump was going to put in place at first? What if we start with that and then we have the conversation? He said, if I win Congress, I promise you that I will work hard to get that bill passed for Congress for Black Americans. I said, that's cool. That's worth going to the table and have the conversation. But what we have to do, we have to stop fucking canceling our people that need to be in the goddamn rooms, need to be sitting at the table, trying to say, what can you get for our people? And I 100% agree with you, Mandrell. We need to see more Black men running. You was on spot when you said that. And we need to see y'all at the voting polls. We need to see y'all getting behind these Black men and these Black women or whoever. They ain't even got to look like you sometimes. As long as they are willing to pass your agendas, to get things done in your communities that you want done. I've already put my resources behind him, gotten him these interviews. I'm putting my finances behind this man because I believe, and listen, Black people, we ain't got to agree on everything, but as long as we can get some things done, Black men, y'all got to show up. Y'all got to do better. I don't have a Black man platform that I can let this brother come on and speak on a major level about politics, because y'all know what y'all do. Oh, he coming with all them Republican talking points and this and that. But guess what? What did the goddamn Democrats give y'all?
OG, Senator.
If you don't vote for me, you ain't Black. Chucks and pearls. We love the fucking dangling carrot, shiny object, charismatic bullshit. When you got people willing to give you, saying, let's sit at the table and talk about it. So we got to stop doing that.
Look here,
OG, I don't care. I don't care what you say. I don't care what you say. We're not voting.
I don't give a damn if you Black or not. I'm voting for my goddamn pocket. Fuck Kamala Harris.
I say you have to vote with your best interest for what you want done. And it does not have to be somebody look like you, and it don't have to be a Democrat, and it don't have to be a Republican. It could be an independent. But I'm saying we stand the same way all the time.
My pocket is my best interest.
We not voting for Herschel Walker, little cousin.
No. The thing is, OG, Senator Unapologetic with Mandrill and Shoo. Okay, because I am willing to sit down at the table. Like, people got mad at Ice Cube for talking to Trump, but it's like this. At least Trump. My thing is, at least I kept telling people, I said, listen, at least Trump was willing to sit at the table and hear us out.
Thank you. He kept saying, "What do Black people want?"
Biden killed us, and knows he did it.
Ice Cube. That was Black women.
It was Black women that tore down Ice Cube. That is correct.
But the thing is, it was Black people.
No, right? But the men turned down Ice Cube because they understood what he was doing.
At least he was gonna. My point is this: I'm willing to work with the person who. I'm in the business of getting shit done. I'm in the business of getting shit done. Whoever I can work with to get shit done, that's who I'm going to work with. If I want a Black person, why didn't you want to run for office so I can work with you?
Thank you.
My thing is, so stop complaining. If I work with a white dude,
Mandrill. But you know what, y'all?
Unapologetic. Me and Shoo got him.
Hey, but that's fine. I think Republicans and Democrats have never really had us at the best interest at heart for none of us. That's to be honest. Hold on. Let me say this. Let me finish. I think that politics is like a man on prom night. He's saying just enough for you to let him in, and eventually he gonna fuck you. That's exactly what it is. So now we got we got to figure out. Now we got to figure out who going. But like we said earlier, OG Patrice, what Black company or group got enough money to compete with these deep pocket ass white men that's turning Black men into coons? Who got the deep pockets?
Well, they're not there. Well, they're not. He has not been bought now. I can't say that. I have checked his numbers and his stat, and I don't think that that's where he is going with it. But honestly, if he is saying, we gotta, even if they is buying them, even if they are guys, guess what? Because they, at some point, they all are bought. I saw this for myself, millions of dollars in checks and donations coming in for certain communities when I worked for Obama. And when he got in office, guess what? They got their shit done. They got their shit passed. We are the only ones that just talk, and love the fucking charismatic talk. We don't get shit done.
It's just like brother. It's just like brother.
Wait. You just talked about women with the hair industry. Y'all at the goddamn strip clubs and all and y'all have all the designer shit. No, hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. And we all got vices. We all got shit that we do that we know we could spend our money better on. Let's just keep it a buck when it comes to that. Black women and Black men. We put our money sometime behind the wrong thing. The only thing I'm saying is we ain't got a goddamn thing. And if somebody is willing to give you something, that is a start. We ain't never had shit. not shit on a shingle. So now we got somebody saying, let's have the conversation. And every goddamn time that person come to try to be with that person, Black people get in their feelings. Why they doing that? Let's cancel them. We have to stop that. We have to stop that. If he's saying or him or anybody else saying, okay, I'm gonna listen to Black people. So what the hell do y'all want? You know what we don't even know what the hell we want. But we complain and we bitch and we moan and we grow, but we come with no agenda. We come with no agenda.
OG Patrice, can we do this, OG Patrice? Let's get an ad together then. Let's get an ad together and say, hey guys, we're going to vote for the best interest of the Black people, please. We're not going to buy Jordans or long 40-inch weaves. And let's see how many people show up to the polls and not buy weave for a year, because after a year of not buying weave, that's $1 billion industry. That's $1 billion that can go to a representative. Don't buy no wigs. And I'm telling you right now, women spending more on wigs than they're doing, and then men spending at the strip club on some booty. I'm gonna tell you that now. That's just double.
Hey, nobody finna stop buying no lashes and no wigs.
Come on, Victor.
And men ain't finna stop doing what they doing. The problem is we have to learn how politics work. And the ones that want to be in the game gotta get in the game. If you want to see change for your people, for your future, for your children and your children's children, this world is ran on this shit. And as long as we stay in the goddamn bushes talking and not doing anything, that's why we ain't gonna get shit done.
Okay, now OG Patrice, let me ask you,
I would love to see y'all more Black men running.
Patrice, hold on. I got to get Canadian born, because Canadian born has been waiting.
He better have some good to say with his hand. He better not say nothing about New York. He better not say nothing about
Don't test me. As long as you don't cut me off, you hear what I'm going to say.
And I am about to sign off. OG Patrice, thank you for coming up and showing me love. You know it's all love between you and I. You know
don't
that.
call me no damn troll no more.
I won't, OG. I apologize for that. I love you, OG Patrice. You know that. And you know I support you. You know that.
We on lock running ass came back.
All right. I'll see y'all later. Brother Clarence. Brother Clarence. Thank you for having me on your panel.
Why do you continue like to fuck with me?
Brother Clarence, thank you for having me on your panel. Appreciate it.
Can't be nice to these hoes.
I'm signing off. Yeah, Brother Clarence, thank you for having me on your panel.
Thank you for coming.
I look forward to being up here again sometime in the future. You know,
appreciate you, man.
Good conversation, dope show, Black man. Hold the fort down for me, OG Patrice. Keep kicking ass out there in these streets, okay?
Appreciate it.
All right, shout out Mandrell. Before you go, Mandrell, where can people come and see you, man?
Oh, you can find me on the Black Man Unfiltered Network. I have a show called Unapologetic. It's every Wednesday night at 8:30 p.m. Central Time.
Okay, if you haven't already subscribed to Black Man Unfiltered, go on over there to check out Black Man Unfiltered. Right. He got a lot of different shows over there. One of which is
we do.
Mandrell's show. What's the name of it again, Mandrell?
Unapologetic with Mandrell and Shushu. My sister co-hosts with me. Yeah. Okay. We also have barbershop conversations on Friday nights, 8:30 Central Time, p.m. And Tuesday nights we have Talk Tuesdays, 8:30 p.m. Central Time.
Right on.
So Tuesday, Wednesday,
everybody
Thursday.
Go on over to Black Man Unfiltered and check that out. See if that's the kind of content you can rock with. Thank you, brother man. Joe, appreciate you.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir.
Now, as a Black nerd, I've been trying to say that for the longest. If one thing want to pull your money, how you gonna pull your money when you have organization? Because you do the same kind of power, do the same exact thing. Perfect example, BLM. How much money they collected? How much money they use for unnecessary thing when they could have used it for something more important? Don't cut me off. I'm a logical thinker, and sometimes it's best for you to listen before you're trying to cut me off.
I know, but you're talking about pennies. You talking about Jay Bezos versus Ashton Kutcher.
I know that, but listen what I'm trying to talk about. Here's the problem I'm trying to push. You want to put money together. We don't have a community that have a structure and order in place whereby you can convince people to say, you know what, it's worth it. The problem is for the past 2 decades, we didn't have no real leaders. We have these rap artists who people in the same nonsense out there that create this society that we have with our so-called community that people wasting their money on to begin with. Let's be honest. We spend like almost $1 trillion every year on let's everything. Well, you could talk about 20% of that thing and put it somewhere else to get the right people into office. Why it doesn't change? It's because of what we put out there. You want to invite men to come to the voting poll, and not 9 times out of 10 they don't know anything about the 3 branches of government or how the system works. How are you going to convince them? These are things that people have complained about most of the time, but have no direct way how to get it done. That is our biggest problem. And the issue is what's been put out there. We don't have our institution. Okay, we have our own media. We have Walter Martin, which he tried every day for the past 3 years trying to educate people how politics works. I'm an independent. I'm not Republican, no Democrat. I'm for my best interest. But I do understand this. Unless we understand how the system works and we come together and put our money together in the right place, nothing's going to change. Period. We can play all this game all we want. Unless we start educating our folk from in our own house to our own community, from our own area, and start telling people this needs to stop. Yes, the Asian I live in Brooklyn, Asian community, they don't throw money out that easy. But I bet you they're stacking that bet up every year. When the election come, you ask where they get the money from. You don't see it coming. You can do the same exact thing. I watch.
Hey, somebody got some background noise.
But my kid talking
somebody
about
at the store or something.
I watch these people do these things, and I watch our own people don't do jack, but they all they do is run them out and complain. I asked this question: where do you put your money at? Who do you support? Who do you lobby for? Don't complain. You don't do shit.
He acting like we all.
Brother. Can I make a suggestion to you?
Like David, everybody ain't rich, man. You talking like a Nigerian right now.
No.
Wait, hold
Motherfuckers ain't no money.
Wait a minute, hold on, black man. Let me make a suggestion for you. Canadian born, you a smart brother, man. And you have, that's a good question. What are you doing, right? But our people are so, like you said, man, they so out of it and don't understand what's actually going on that you can't just simply question them. You have to pretty much, if you're gonna question them, you have to be ready to teach them, because you're right, they don't know how politics work. They think that they think that the people, they still think the president, that they voting for the president when they put a ballot in and they click that switch for the president. They think they're doing that, but there's actually an electoral college that actually does that, right? So they don't even understand how this thing works.
But I've been saying it for more than 15 freaking years. I mean, if I can understand the system more than they do, and I get cursed out and get pushed back, and when shit happens, I'm looking at them, I told you so. They keep playing this dumbass game.
Okay, Black David. Listen, let me ask you this, because you know you're my brother. We can bump heads. Listen, you say you've been telling people this for 15 years. Okay, what classes have you set up? What building have you rented out? What days of the week do you have 20, 30 black men joining together to teach them politics? See, we'll sit up here and complain about the problem, but we ain't part of the goddamn solution. If you've been doing it for 15 years, you should have enough men. You should have enough men in 15 years that you didn't talk to turn this thing around. How many men could you have touched in 15 years?
Black man, we were saying the same thing to you, black man.
What you mean?
I'm glad you mentioned
about the laws, the custody laws and everything.
Listen,
and the judges,
people who want to invest their money to make certain change. What I found out for 15 years are mostly immigrant people that are doing that. They
can't do it alone, brother.
I know they can't do it alone, but they make that choice ahead of time. We done tell African American people to say, "Shut up! What you know about the system?" I'm like,
listen, as a black woman that is no longer Christian, I'm finna go and support this man and listen to him preach in the church. And y'all pray that the lightning don't strike me when I enter this church, because it's been fun. That's how dedicated I am in supporting this man. You understand? Thank you. I appreciate that. Listen, when I support somebody, I don't trip because we don't share the same views on certain things or this and that. We have to stop that. That's what I'm saying. As a people, we have to stop. If they are willing to give us something, y'all, we have never had anything. Do y'all know what zero means? Nothing. But we sit and we watch them give it to other communities. That's because other communities are putting their resources and funding behind them, whatever it is and look like. We need to understand politics 101. No matter what ballot you place, and you can go to that politician with an agenda, like I did, Brother Jerome. I said, look, I'm involved in ADOS. I'm involved in police brutality. I'm involved in this, that, and the other. What can you do to help our black community gotten nothing, and we have watched all these other races of people get reparations, get all these different things. What can you do? He said, I will be willing to start with the $500 billion platinum plan that Trump put in place, and then we can sit down and I'm willing to have the conversation. But you know what he got OG help for? Have to go in these churches, have to go in certain places where Black people are in the Black community to try to get them to see different and know that what y'all been doing for decades ain't working for us. We got to do something different.
Okay, so let me explain to y'all how it works. Okay, so Black people do this. The Black people since the 30s, I think Franklin Roosevelt came in with the New Deal, and that was the mad dash from Black people running from the Republican Party into the Democratic Party. Okay, and so what Black people have been doing ever since is what they call in the prison system riding with the car, right? They just ride with the car. Whatever's going down, whoever, whatever, right or wrong, I'm rolling with this person. We rolling with this party, and that is wrong. That's not how American politics works for people who get stuff done. If you ride with a party just because your mama ride with that party and your grandmama rode with that party, you're gonna like the opportunity for you to get bent over the sink is gonna be huge. So the only way you can check that is by only voting for your interests, like Patrice was saying. Your interest should be not the car. Because loyalty ain't got nothing to do with politics. Loyalty is a bad word in politics. You only get
goddamn right
loyal. You only get screwed being loyal. What you should do is have your interest in mind. Like Hink was saying, my pockets is my interest. My children are my interest. Right? If I don't like what the school curriculum is teaching my children, I'm gonna go down there and I'm gonna vote for a new superintendent so that I can make sure that a person that's pushing a program that I want pushed in front of my children is getting pushed. That's what we have to do. We have to get more involved, and I think that's what Patrice was saying in a more bigger way than I am. I'm just saying a little lower way, but that's what she's saying. Now, what I want to do is get We On-Loc in, and then we can start the melee all over again, y'all. But We On-Loc, you came back, man. I'm glad you came back. Do you have anything you want to throw into the pot?
Well, I have a question for OG Patrice. What would you suggest that we do if we were to start our own independent block party? What would you suggest that we do, and how would you get it started?
I think that's a great idea, for Black people to do. But the thing is, we are so indoctrinated and we're so conditioned into tradition and what our mothers raised us to believe, and grandmothers and so forth, and not seeing the light of knowing that this has gotten us nowhere. And this is something that's got to be done differently. And if Black people don't see this, how we're losing. Like we are literally, listen, the reason why I got behind this brother specifically when he told me about when he made a change from being a Democrat to Republican is the same reason. And when he saw that they wasn't doing shit for us, but giving us the con game and the sweet talk, right? And he says, and I'm tired of it. He says, so if I went to the other side, and if Black people know the history of truly who they were and what party they really rocked with years ago, Black people were Republicans, you guys. Black people were Republican. It was the Democrats that came in and tore down Tulsa and Rosewood. Y'all, have you studied your history on politics? That's what I'm saying. We are so far removed from politics. That brother got a commercial demonstrating when the Democrats were the KKK. He has a commercial with him holding a shotgun. Talking about the Dixiecrats and how they ain't gonna take his gun because he gonna have his gun to defend his family. He talking about all the things that these schools are trying to do and indoctrinate with our children. This brother's against all of that. But he had to do it differently because guess who's pushing that agenda? The far left, not the far right.
Now,
do your history. Black people were Republicans.
OG Patrice, you are absolutely correct. Black people were Republicans. But the only pushback that I have on what you just said is it wasn't Republicans or Democrats that burned down Tulsa. It was mad white folks that saw Black people doing better than they were.
But they were Dixiecrats. They were Dixiecrats.
Can you imagine Black people got 4 theaters, bowling alleys, shoe stores. What? And we're down here playing corn? That's what happened.
Yeah, but they were liberals. They were Democrats.
Right.
They
And
were
one of the
Democrats.
and one of the survivors of that, she was 100 and some years old before she passed away, I think. She said she remembers seeing military planes dropping bombs on top of these buildings.
That's because they was protected by the Democrats or Dixiecrats.
You have your Second Amendment rights.
What'd you say? We unlock.
You have your Second Amendment rights. So I suggest you practice them.
Yeah, okay. That worked out a lot for Nat Turner.
I'm telling you, that ain't never gonna work, because if you got to go to your enemy to re-up, you in trouble.
Exactly, bro. Exactly.
So you can't create your own guns. You can't create your own bullets. Is what you're trying to tell me?
Well, no, you can if you got access to the raw materials.
Right.
You don't
if
have
you got
access
the money.
to the raw
Really,
materials. You don't have access to the industrial setup. I mean, to create a plant that's gonna make guns. I mean, that's probably at least what, a couple $100 million just to start it, just to get it started.
Exactly.
I mean, so
what was
we on lock, but we on lock to answer your question.
What was the last black gun owner that you spoken with?
Hold on. You on with one right now? You on with one right now?
I think we on with.
Shit, what you talking about?
I'm in Arizona, open carry.
Talking to one of them that sings a lot.
Baby, already, I don't play.
I'm in my car right now. I got one in my glove. I got one in my. I'm in my car right now. I got my AR-15 in the trunk, my .380 in the door, 9 in the console.
Easy, black man. Easy, black man.
Oh, okay.
We know you got it covered. We know you got it
covered. Hell yeah. Shit.
Shout out to Big Easy.
But we on lock. Honestly, to answer your question, would be a great thing if black people could get together and create their own political party. But the thing, black people can't get together on shit. We can't get together on nothing and agree on nothing. That's the problem. Because somebody ain't gonna like somebody saying something or this, that, and the other, and they gonna be like, well, if they ain't rocking with the way I want this done, I ain't gonna be a part of that. And that's our problem. That's why we so divided with things now.
So what can we agree with? You
have to get behind the politician in your state and look them up that's running and see what their political views and their talking points are on. Go to the meetings and say, hey, look, I live in this local district, blah, blah, blah. I see you running for Congress, or I see you running for city council, and this is what's happening in my neighborhood. Listen, you got to bring receipts. You got to have an agenda. That's what I'm saying. That black people, we show up and we don't have nothing but just talking points all the time. I came literally with a proposal for dude when I met with him on that picture. First time I ever seen him in my life. And he told me, I need you, sister. He said, because it's hard to get black people, and I'm in Arizona. It's hard to get black people, black men and women to that's gonna rock with in a Republican Party. I said, well, I'm not a Republican, I'm an independent. I said, but I'll sit down and have the conversation. We have to stop because we ain't this, we ain't that. I said, look, this is what I would like to see done for my people. These are part of the organizations I'm a part of. Can we talk about this? And we had the conversation. It has to start from somewhere. Y'all already know it ain't gonna happen overnight, but they getting shit done for other people, and we ain't getting shit done for us.
Can I
have the floor for just a moment?
Let me hold on, Vic. Let me answer the We Unlock question real quick, and I'll throw it right back to you. All right. So, how do we start? There's a book by Dr. Claude Anderson called Powernomics, right?
Powernomics. Yes.
Yes, a very expensive book, but it's well worth it, right? But it shows you there's steps involved in getting not only political power, but getting control of your community. And one of the things, but the first layer is economics. Because we can do all of this and say all of this stuff and all, but unless we got a economic base where we can control an industry, that's how other communities are able to get control of their own communities, because they have their own industries that they control, and they can control that base. And therefore, the politician doesn't want that community to throw their weight to the other person, so they sit down and listen to them. What we don't, we are just the pawns in the game where they just move us around where they want to move us. And if we take one on the head, we take one on the head, and they might chip us off something on the way out, right? Like Obama, open up a park here or there on the way out, right? But the real nitty gritty, the meat stuff that needs to be done, it ain't getting done because other people are in front of us because they give up the money. We're gonna have to have economic base before we do anything, because if not, they're just gonna take our money. If we got to have a base where we can say, okay, you took our money and you didn't do what we say, okay, now we're gonna take you to court. See, but when they feel like you ain't gonna, just like they do black men all over the country, they just plead their ass out. They just plead them out because they know they ain't got no lawyer, they ain't got nothing. They just sign right. You want to go home today? Oh, just sign right here. They don't tell them, oh, by the way, you signing, you got a felony now. They just plead them out, right? Just to get the W. It's a W for the prosecutor, and the public defender gets an attaboy for playing ball. Their political career gets pushed. Everybody gets a win except for the black man who gets that W. So that's what I'm saying is, and they do that to him because they realize he's got a public defender. He ain't got no. What's he gonna do? Even if he come back to get us 5 years later, I'll be retired. I'm gone. Right. So my point is, when they feel like you ain't got no power behind you or no financing behind you, they'll just take your money. Like that's the reason why, like brothers brought up about the mob. You can't just take the mob's money because they got money that, okay, we're gonna send somebody to come see you. Okay. Same thing we need to be legally. We're gonna send somebody to come and see you. But until we get like that, we just gonna get done like how we getting done and get pushed all over the board for this purpose. They want to use us for this, and then these people want to talk about how bad Black Lives Matter is done, and they just push us all over the board for politics, for political gain. And a few of us make a little bit of money. The Al Sharptons and others, they make a little bit of money off of this situation, but the most of us, we get nothing out of it. And that's my opinion. We got to get an economic base first. We got to get some industries that we control. Nobody else can come in and take them over. And we control them. And that's the first step, in my opinion.
And you know what?
The main people the main people that's the face of that a lot of politicians are going to use now for political gain when it comes to police brutality and the killing of men like y'all. The politicians are going to use that in their politics now. Be careful, black men.
But you know
what though, brother Clarence, Malcolm X said something. Malcolm X said something so beautiful. Malcolm X said, when it comes to politics, this is what he said. This is what made me. I said you can't listen to them old school guys because they'll change your whole perception. Malcolm X says we're the only race of people. We run for office, sheriff, governor, whatever it is that we want to do. We run for office. We're the only people that go in as strong black men, get elected, and become the house cool 6 months into office.
Yeah.
And he's right. Because even here in Dallas, bro, even here in Dallas, we shook hands with this guy, right? I ain't gonna say his name. We shook hands because he ain't worth talking about. Everybody shook hands with him. He sat down. He wasn't Democrat. He's Republican. Shook hands with him. Hey, this is the best choice, right? Because you got to vote what's best for you. I'm with Hink. So they shook hands with him. He had everybody at the house eating their collard greens and cornbread and having a good time. He gets policies are fucking great. Soon as he got in office, for that first probably 8 months, man, he was still seeing people. But when that 12th month came, the year passed, a year and a half passed, you didn't see his ass no more. You call his office, they say he busy, he in meetings, he wasn't coming out no more, he was collecting that check and making decisions. Come on, man.
But politics is American politics is a dirty business. See, we send these people up here and we send them to go fight the dragon by themselves.
Yep, exactly.
Still be behind them because they got their money in their hands.
Exactly.
But we got to be behind them with the money and with the numbers. You know, you know why DACA got passed? Not because Obama wanted to do that, because all the Latinos out here let me just talk about LA. They all took off of work and went to downtown LA. They shut the hotel industry down. They shut the housing industry down.
Sure did. We don't do shit though. We don't do nothing.
It all down. Nobody could do nothing else no more that day. The hotels had to close. They was begging them to come back to work. Please, Obama, pass this thing so we can get our people back to work. They was losing like $1 million a day, some of them places. But my point is they had the numbers, plus they gave up the bag too. So that's how they was able to get all of this done. So we don't understand it. We think that we don't send a politician up there and he's got a noble cause and he's a good guy, but nobody comes out, not even Obama. You don't come out of American politics with your hands clean. Even Obama had decisions, especially at that level. You got to decide this. If you decide option A, 30 million people die. If you decide option B, 50 million people die. But option B, the banker's gonna make money. Option A, the lawyer's gonna make money. So you got decisions like that to make. You ain't got time to be making local decisions on what's going on. That's why we got to keep always our interest in front. But first thing we got to do is show these people we got a bag, we got a nice bag too, and we will come after you if you try to play with our money.
Hey,
Once
can I have
they
the
see
floor for
that,
just a
then we
minute?
be viable to listen to. They could, you know what they do now in California? I'm talking about the Biden and them. They come and sit down with the Latinos. Hey, what do you want? Let's sit down with you guys. What do you want? 50 years ago, they didn't talk to the Latinos. In their mind, they used to have signs out there. Where you at, Patrice? No dogs or Mexicans allowed in here. Same thing in New Mexico. Same thing. But now
Wait
look
a
at
minute. But then you had Trump talked all that stuff about the border and the Hispanics and how they were criminals and this and that. But guess what he did before he left office? Signed a multi-million-dollar grant for them to get things done in their community.
Patrice. That's like I said before.
We
Even though they take your
stop
money,
it.
they bring you in and they tell you, hey, look, I'm going to have to say this publicly. I'm still going to do this for you because I got your bag right here. I'm still going to do it, but I got this other base I got to deal with. So I'm going to have to say these words publicly. But I'm just going to say what I got to say. Don't worry. I'm going to take care of you. I see you over there, Canadian born. I know you got something to say. Come on, brother.
Yeah, hold on. Can I get the floor for just a minute? I ain't gonna be long. I promise. All right, listen. It's 2 part. Real quick, OG Patrice. This is not like no gotcha question. I'm just asking.
Just talking.
Is there a reason why you don't have a YouTube platform?
I do, but it's my music thing. But I am gonna get a YouTube platform going. I am, and it's going to be about
that powerful. Yeah,
it's going to be about politics, teaching Black people about politics. What I learned when I worked Obama administration. I'm gonna talk about pop culture and a lot of different things. So yes, bro, it's coming.
Okay, because that's the thing. Because say for instance, right? I don't vote. I don't really care to vote. I don't believe in voting, and fuck the system overall. I don't want nobody to give me shit. Fuck them. So I talk to my people. Now I understand that people may see that as counterproductive and whatever, you're entitled to your opinion. But if you were going to convince someone like me, which I am not alone in my thoughts, you would have to have some means of Black media to push the education about who these people are that we need to be voting for, because everybody's not going to take the time to do due diligence and read up, and we're not going to be able to come to an agreement even if we all did read and learn who our local officials were, or even on a higher up scale. The higher you go up. So at the end of the day, if you could get 100%, can somebody mute? I get an echo. If you're getting a 100%, what's the word that you use? Saturation. If you're getting 100% participation out of Black people voting, right? At let's just say 15%, nice round number. Let's just say Black people are 15% of America. If you got all 15% to vote for any one particular individual, that is not enough. You always need a second group to join the fight in whatever that fight is in order to get things passed. So
exactly.
their interests are always going to be tied, and they're not usually going to align. So I think that is the more of the problem. And then the simple fact that you're not getting 100% saturation, you're getting more like less than 50%. So how are you going to come to the polls even at full power knowing that that's not enough to get anything done without having everyone else's agendas tied to yours directly. They like, what the hell? Why do we need to address black people issues? We'll just cut y'all off of the ticket, off of this bill, or off of this. You can't unify that way. So we have to find where our values align with other people who are already going in. We got to go in with someone else. We can't afford an apartment by ourselves right now.
All right, Black David, go ahead.
I'm glad you just said that, Victor Freed, because I remember a episode on William Martin Unfiltered. He laid out the blueprint how people did it back in the yesteryears. They had the ground force who meet up several times before the time came. But they convinced the people when it's time to make that move, you make that pull. When they shut down the bus service because they wasn't taking the bus, how do you think they get that together? It wouldn't happen overnight. That's what I'm trying to talk about for the longer, because we don't have our own institution that we can trust. You got too many organizations that have been sleeping for far too long, have not using their power nor their lobbying power to do anything. Those Latino, they had community leaders who they listen to, who they trust, who they rely on. What do we have? We are court jesters like Jay-Z, T.I., the rest of them. They're not leaders. When they did what they did back in the Martin Luther King era, they did it in a way that no one believed they were able to do that. And they made sure that they break up the black community because they knew they had that kind of power.
Yeah, but you talk about a time, but Black David, you talk about a time where we could all, men and women, agreed on one agenda. We had a common enemy, which was the
But
white.
here's the thing, y'all, black
The
people
common
just
enemy as a white was a white man, so we can both get on the agenda. Look, the thing we need to do is if the first start on agendas that can affect everybody. So we all can agree that the family court laws need to change. That's an agenda we can all agree on.
And black men need to be at the forefront, in front of politicians, pleading that to
It don't
them.
have to be just black men, period.
No, yeah, men, period. Yeah, you're right.
You're
Men,
right.
period. But I'm saying, because I'm mostly on black platforms, that's what I hear come out of black men's mouths. But black men in general, you're right, because I hear it all over from white men, Hispanic men. It's the same song. So yes, and y'all have a lot of power. Listen, black people, we period have a lot of power that we don't exercise. And let me tell y'all one thing, and y'all might as well get used to it right now. Ain't nobody finna get behind with us and rock with us. Ain't nobody fucking with us. And that's what y'all need to realize. Ain't nobody finna fuck with us, okay? You know why? Because we have no unity. We have no power. We have none of that. We have the power and resources. We just not exercising it. We even have the goddamn money.
OG Patrice,
But ain't nobody finna get behind us and help us. And we should not want that. We should not want that.
OG, you said something so profound. Let me dance on the floor with you for a second here. Because Black David just said something. We don't have no leaders. We especially can't do what you say, Black David, like Jay-Z and T.I. Watch this. The reason that we can't do when you talk about Jay-Z and T.I., I'm tired of hearing black men talk about billionaires. These motherfuckers did something right. You got to involve everybody that's got some money. You can't say these people ain't leaders. Jay-Z has a very successful business. His wife is very successful. They're billionaire. Both of them are. They divorced today. They ain't got to split shit. Both of them are billionaires, right? You got people that have real deep pockets that you would need to fund. We're trying to go get gas station owners to promote and help us out. When you talk about, hell, if we leave Jay-Z out, what are other $1 billion? You know how much money he can contribute to a campaign? Do you know how much money T.I. could contribute to a campaign? Do you know how much money these guys have made? And we're talking about they're not leaders? Hell,
but wait on them. Wait on them to contribute. Wait on them. Hold your breath and wait on it now.
I ain't saying they will.
A good game, like T.I. talk certain good game, and what's his name, Mike, Killer Mike, and all of them. They talk a good game to a certain part, but where they at now in Atlanta? Where they at? I don't hear their names ringing out no more. You see what I'm saying? So when we talk about certain black, listen, I want y'all to get the fuck away from
it's just like we're hating on successful black people.
I'm not hating on them, but please know, guys, we got to do this shit right here. Us. We can't even expect the celebrities to do it, because if they were doing it, they would have been done it. And the ones that used to do it, they're older now. The ones that used to march with the Martin Luther Kings, your Harry Belafontes, your Jane Brown, your Aretha Franklin, they all gone.
They're a different breed.
You know what I mean? It's a different day, and ain't nobody finna rock with black people because we the goddamn weakest link. So we just need to rock with each other.
But you know what though, OG Patrice? You know what, OG Patrice? If you look at that, you said Harry Belafonte and all these people, right? Harry Belafonte, he gave a lot of his money, right? But even back then, he got flack for being married to a white woman, right? Sidney Poitier gave a lot of money to the black movement. He got a lot of pushback because he was married to a white woman, right? These men were giving their money, their time. They had on suits marching and protesting and gave all their money. And they still, okay, I'll say even the bad men in our community. Let's look at brother Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby paid over $400 million in education. And they just threw this man away like he ain't shit, but ain't none of them coming forward saying, I don't want this degree no more because it was paid for by a pedophile. I don't want this, I don't want the school, go to the school library no more that Bill Cosby built. I ain't going over there to study no more. You see what I'm saying?
I agree. That's the hypocrisy of it, right? With us sometimes, right?
Bill Cosby is not a pedophile because Bill Cosby was not a pedophile.
I mean, not a pedophile, but you know,
but I'll just
you know
say
what I mean.
this.
My bad.
I'm saying that, you know, nobody is going to get behind black people in our movement. No, you may have a few. You know, white tea in there. You may have a few Hispanic and other, you know, it'd be sprinkles. It'd be sprinkles.
But we need
I'm
them.
talking about on a big scale. Yeah, we need them because especially if they have any kind of political power or in any type of money. But it's very few and far between. We have to get up and we have to do it, guys. We really have to, because I'm telling you, we ain't got shit on the shame. No, we don't own shit. We ain't got shit. No political power, no resource or powers, no nothing. We have no say in nothing. And they are literally changing the game on us in the school system, trying to tell us what we need to do with our own damn children. They trying to push all these different types of laws and shit in place. Look at, I mean, and it's coming all the way from the top level. It's almost like it's almost like we are going to be, if we keep this shit up, we're going to be living in a dictatorship and they're going to be telling us what the fuck to do, excuse my French, with our lives.
Yeah, I think, yeah, but you know what though, OG Patrice, I think I'm related to Nat Turner, so I don't think this shit going to happen over here. But okay.
I'm like, listen, you in Texas, I'm in Arizona. We in them states, but
hell yeah.
I will say in Texas, they are trying to push that stuff in school about them babies.
Yep. You right. You sure right.
Y'all better be careful. California, Texas, they trying to push that mess.
Look what I've been trying to say from the very get-go. We need our own institution.
Yeah.
We need our own corporate business. Stop trying to make excuses. Mandrell said Tyler Perry built something, but guess what? The money he's making for production, for TV shows and movies, is going to him now. All these big name celebrities have to go to his platform to produce a movie without nobody telling him what to do now. So who he got to pay? They got to pay him. So
and you were saying, black man, you were saying, look at all these, look how long all these celebrities been wealthy. Diddy, Jay-Z, Kanye, Pharrell, all of them. Look, they could have been did what Tyler Perry did. But you see, they don't, because they even separate.
Wait a minute,
They could put certain money somewhere, but you see, they didn't.
Wait a minute.
And they was in the business before Tyler Perry got famous. They've been in the business, even though he older.
Patrice, let's put the whole thing on the board now. You know, in being in the entertainment industry, as long as you've been in the entertainment industry, you know that there's you got to pay to play to be in the entertainment industry.
But there it is. Well, you know, of course.
Yeah, but Tyler Perry did something completely different. He did his own. He played his own.
Hey, Black David, Tyler Perry. Let's be real now. Tyler Perry just got rich. He got rich off of pandering. Now that's not. Hold on now. I know y'all saying he did what he did, but every movie showed the black man ain't shit. Black women are superior. But every movie now. Let's talk about it now. Every movie, black men ain't shit. It's we got if he a lawyer, he cheating and beating his wife. If he's a and then they made it seem like the poor man was always the good man. The successful man could be a good man. Diary of a Mad Black Woman. Shamar Moore worked at a goddamn fireplace hitting metal all day, and she had a lawyer, but the lawyer had to be the abusive one. The most successful man had to be the abusive one, right?
I get
You see what I'm saying? So he made his money off the emotions of black women. If we being real now.
What he said, he had to do the necessary evil to build something need to get done.
I agree. Agreed.
Because
and he's hiring a lot of new black actors and actresses that wouldn't have never got a chance in Hollywood.
That's
he really
the good part.
is. So you got to give him.
But I'm
kudos
saying
for
we
that.
guys. I'm just saying, y'all. Before we jump on all of these black celebrities and say, well,
exactly,
how come they ain't did this, how come they ain't did that? We got to understand that there's a setup behind the scenes that they have to plug into if they still want to get the money coming in.
I understand.
Exactly.
So that, and they don't want to cut that off. So what they do is they got to stay out of the politics. They have what they call a PR person. You know this, Patrice. They got a PR person and other handlers that tell their lawyers and whatever they tell them, hey, you know,
they'll go and do a little bit every now and then, like Jay-Z just gave.
Right.
Jay-Z just gave a bag of groceries. He bought a bag of groceries per household for still the people over there in New York in the projects of Mossy May, where he came from.
But
they do just enough looking in there.
But I'm saying that.
And guess what? He'll get that nigga wake up call. If he start doing too much, you're gonna get that nigga wake up.
We just did a show on that little while ago.
Gonna get that nigga wake up call.
Right. So my point is, we can't expect that. I agree with you, Patrice. We can't expect them to just jump in and help us. They not. This has to be something that starts from the bottom up.
Yeah, don't depend on the celebrities. OG
Patrice.
They will come later. Just like they did with Martin Luther King. They'll come later. Once the movement gets started and you got enough white people in it, then they'll come. Then they'll come over and they'll jump in.
OG Patrice. For 40 years, nobody said nothing to Bill Cosby about nothing. Soon as he sat down with NBC to buy NBC what they did to him, 30 women came out. He touched me. He raped me. He touched me. He did this to me. He drugged me. After 30, 40 years, women said in 1975, Bill Cosby touched my breast. In 1969, he winked at me and touched my butt. In 1980, right? Come on now. Then you'll get your nigga wake-up call. You're going to get it. Jesse Lee Peterson, he did all that talking. White History Month. But now, and he talking about all these, he talking about all these men. He talking about all these men are gay. Gay men, beta, and now he's sucking more penis than the men he talking about. So that's you see what I'm saying?
Peterson always
come on now.
Y'all, he a whole buffoon.
Yeah, man, that is a horrible
beta for number one for a long time. Beta.
Yeah.
Hey, just for the record, OG Patrice and Black Man Unfiltered. Everywhere I see y'all, I love y'all. Y'all voices are so powerful, but y'all mics be too goddamn loud. I just wanted to make that known.
Hey, hold on, Victor. Now, Victor, Victor, my mic gonna be loud because I'm in the car.
And I got my earphones on. I'm loud though.
Just loud.
Real talk. I'm loud. I'm from Chicago. I'm from Southside Chicago. My whole damn family is loud.
Yeah, I'm loud, and I'm from Louisiana, and I used to call horses and cows to come eat, so I'm loud too.
Yeah, he's loud like a megaphone.
Yeah, and I'm on my headphones too, so shit, I can't adjust the volume.
Hey, real quick, and this ain't a long point. Everybody, 2020 was our moment, right? That was our moment. Everybody had to force, mandatory. Sit your ass down for a minute and reassess your life, where you at, what's important to you, your children, your family, your wife, everything. And we did. And niggas tore up some shit. Niggas tried to get together. A lot of entrepreneurial businesses and everything was made. And you can see it kind of going back to where it was, but we still got a little bit of that energy, and that's what you're hearing in the YouTube streets. However, if you notice, because a lot of people you need a face. You can say terrorism, but guess what? Until you say Osama bin Laden, okay, now we got somebody to hate. You know what I'm saying? People want to put a face on it. So he said, okay, Black Lives Matter. Okay, then they put, okay, it's a black woman. Okay, cool. Yeah, we with that. They going, and then next thing you know, somebody that ran off with the money. And it's not like that was the first time. Every time they rally up and say, Puff Daddy out there, oh, rock the vote. You got to vote or die. It don't matter what the hell going on. You rally black people up just to disappoint them. And niggas just tired of the shit. So
I get it, Victor. I get it. I do. Listen, bro. The BLM movement started. I remember because I was a part of like when it started. It actually started off the backs of police deleting heterosexual black men. Let's be real. Heterosexual black men off the backs of men like that, and they got turned into a whole different movement. And they took it and they ran with it, and they kept having them the face of saying, you know, the ideology of Black Lives Mattering when they had a whole different agenda. Then they accumulated over $90 million. And where's the money at?
Warn you guys about that
in a mansion somewhere.
And where are they when it's us doing what we doing to each other? If they would have took some of that money and put it into some of these low income, low impoverished black communities and build resource centers and after school programs and different things and help with job training and different all these things that are lacking in our communities. If they would have took that, just some of that money in the inner city and did something with it, we would have been in a better place. But you know what? One of the leaders, and she got my first name, Patrice McCullough. She took some of that money and bought a big, beautiful house and got a big old tall 8-9 foot fence around her mansion now. So you're right. This is why I'm saying we gotta stop falling for the okie doke every time.
And I get it, but Roland Martin warned you guys, but no one want to listen to him. And he
so why would we vote for Herschel Walker?
What was his name? What's his name?
Roland Martin of the Roland Martin Unfiltered Digital Daily Show. We've been saying that for the past 3 years.
You just said
I watched that thing.
The Black Lives Matter movement was hijacked by that other community, basically, that literally took all the money that was given to us by you know who, man, that didn't look like us.
Right.
And put out people that look like us, again, that sold us out, took the money and ran.
Okay, OG, hold on, OG. Here's another one. Does anybody know who Andrew Yang is?
Yeah.
You say Andrew Yang?
Right.
Google, right? Andrew Yang.
From Google, right?
Oh, Andrew Yang, the guy that ran for president?
Yeah. Right, the Asian guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Democrat.
The one that Dave Chappelle supported.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know you're talking about.
Now I happen to feel that if I was gonna vote, I only voted for Obama once the first time. That's the only time I've ever voted in my life, and I pretty much said I was good at that. That was for the people. That was for the cause, and that was my contribution, just to say I did, so I wouldn't be on the wrong side of history. However, Andrew Yang made me reconsider. I'm at work, you know what I'm saying, arguing with these fools like, man, y'all better. This is for us. Blah, blah. He gonna do the, you know what I'm saying? Because I listened to quite a few of his interviews before I came to that conclusion. And one of the thing that sold me is he went on an interview. It wasn't even a big plot. It was like The Roots or something like that. And he told this man, because he was asking some real tough questions, some black style questions. And he said, what you gonna do about Flint, Michigan? That's when they was having that thing about the water and the lead in the water and them emitting everything, all this, right? And he told that man, he said, listen to me. Within my first, 90 days, whatever he said, I'm gonna take care of this water issue in Flint. And he said, my son will drink from the tap in Flint. That's how I feel about that. He said, you don't got to worry about, am I a man of my word? Am I going to do what I say? He said, you will see me, not me. I'm not going to drink it. My son is going to drink from the tap in Flint. And when I heard that, damn, the $1,000 a month, that was cool. But when he said, hey, I'm willing to put my blood on the line to say that I stand by, I said, okay, we got one. However, before he can even finish the race, come on, man. They say, hey, listen, bro, this Biden time, bro, I need you to slide over, bro. You can take this bag. We can do this the easy way. You can do this the hard way. You understand?
There you go.
And he quietly went away. just like a lot of people have in the past.
Freeze, they did the same thing to Sister. I don't know if y'all knew Marianne Williams. She was running. She had got behind reparations, giving reparations to black people.
Talking,
and this is a white woman, though.
Yeah,
she was talking. Listen, and then that's the thing. Black people didn't even know about this white woman that was talking about giving us this reparations. She went on Tone Talks. She was literally saying we were old and talking about what she was gonna do if she was. But you see what happened.
She scared white people. She ain't know how to play the line.
Yeah, but we should have been behind her in droves. Do you all know? You all know. I don't know if you all know.
Bernie Sanders.
Just recently,
voted for Joe Biden.
Thank you. Because he said if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. That's how. Okay. So anyway, 1.8 million black people have now over the last 8 years have now turned from Democrat to Republican. 1.8 million. We just did the numbers the other day in a meeting with Jerome in his office. Listen, I'm telling y'all, it's getting ready to be a new day, because I think a lot of black people are waking up and starting to see that they are not getting any tangibles. We need tangibles.
You said 1.8 million black people, or just 1.8 million tangibles?
1.8 million black people alone have switched from Democrat to Republican.
If Donald Trump wins the election, how do you know you're going to get tangibles from him?
Should we be better off than this shit?
We were gonna get the $500 black platinum plan. The shit was already written up. Y'all, they just had a fit when Ice Cube was getting ready to talk to the man and get ready to cancel and everything. He changed his mind and said, I ain't getting black people shit. And do you blame him? Do you blame him?
I blame
everybody, listen up, everybody. I want everybody to get some last words in, some closing remarks. We're about to shut the show down, but I want y'all to get y'all closing remarks in. So let's start with Brother Hink, and we work our way back up to Black David, and let's everybody get some closing remarks in. Brother Hink, I'm glad you came by, brother. Appreciate you, man. Got some closing remarks you want to throw at us?
Yeah, right on, man. I'm going to keep it short and sweet. Black men, protect yourself at all times. At all times. I don't give a damn. We can't trust nobody but ourselves. They not for us. They look like us. We can't trust them. And y'all know what I'm talking about, them chicks. We can't trust them. You trust each other. Black men, protect yourself at all times. Hey, come check me out. I'm on Lepifin on Sundays, usually at 11 o'clock Central Time. So come check me out there. And I'm also tapping in with Black Man Unfiltered on Barbershop Talk, as well as Talk at Talk Tuesday. So just check me out there. If you want to follow me on Instagram, my Instagram handle's at Hink75. That's at Hink75.
Appreciate you, Big Hink. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, man. Go check out Hink at Lepif, what we call him the mothership over here. Go check him out over there. Go check him out over at Black Man Unfiltered, and check him out at his Instagram. Check him out over there. Thank you, brother Hink. Appreciate you, brother. I'm gonna pull you down, man. All right, we on lock. We on lock, big brother.
It's only gonna work if the black man and the black woman come together. Rehash old memories, throw them away. I don't give a damn what you have to do. You have to come together. I understand that the male, is the head of his household. But I just believe that two heads are better than one. If the man is the head, then the woman has to be the neck. So let's operate as one unit. And then, because it starts from home, then you start with a community base. And then you call yourself something other than BLM and all these other cultural base type shit. I don't care what you call yourself. Figure it out. Then let's see how much money you're willing to put in the pot. That's when the shit talk is over with. Once you put the money in the pot. That's all I got to say about that.
Thank you, man. Where can everybody find you? We On-Loc.
You can find me on We On-Loc Nation on YouTube.
Salute to you. We On-Loc. Salute, sir.
Salute to you, brother. Salute to you, brother. Thank you for dropping by. Good to see you, man. All right, that's We On-Loc. All right. What did I do? Oh, I did this by accident. All right, Patrice. First of all, Patrice,
Yeah.
do we need to talk?
Yeah, for a hot minute when it's over.
Okay.
I just want to say, you know, as much as we doing all of the negative talk and riffraff towards each other in these YouTube streets, man, like Black people got to wake up and get serious on something. And Black men really got to step up when it comes to being the leaders in their communities, being the leaders in their households, being the leaders when it comes to going to them polls and getting shit done, running for office. If you want to see change, you have to be the change you want to see. You have to be a part of it. You have to be in the goddamn room. You know, you have to be present. You have to have an agenda. You have to have something to go to the people and say, look, this is what we need. And goddamn it, we tired. Because I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. I don't know about y'all Black folk. And I ain't finna sit up here and tell y'all I come from the hood on the south side of Chicago. I was a single mother, a teenage mother. So I know what it's like to live in the inner city and to strive to have shit. And I worked hard for everything I got, and I'm grateful. And the community I live in now is where this brother is running for, and it ain't no hood. But bro Clarence could tell you, I got receipts. I'm in the fucking hood in these meetings, y'all, trying to get shit done for my people. I could have been one of the ones. Hey, I got mad. Fuck y'all. See, because that's what a lot of us do. That's what a lot of us do. Let's just keep it a buck on that. A lot of us, we get ours and we don't give a shit about fighting for nothing when it comes to anybody else. We get ours and we fucking gone. Fuck the hood. But we come from the hood. But we don't want to see nothing built back up in the very hoods that we come from. Come on, y'all. We got to do better. God damn it. And if we ain't in the room and at the table, we need to shut the fuck up. And I'm just going to say that real talk. It's time for men to step up. And it's because women are going to the polls. These women are out here voting.
Yeah.
Man, y'all got to do better.
Yeah.
Real talk. I digress.
There we go. All right. I knew you know what I was looking for. All right, girl, I'm gonna pull you down. Okay. Hang tight. Don't go nowhere. All right. That was OG Patrice. Victor Freeze. Last words, man. Closing remarks, brother.
All right. Appreciate you for bringing me up, bro, Clarence.
Man,
I just wanted to, yeah, man, y'all was having a good conversation, and actually heard what y'all was talking about originally, and it always turns into this conversation somehow. But I just wanted to put my closing remarks on that, and there's a lot of brothers who was talking about body count and what this means and vetting and all of these things. There's a lot of great questions to ask a woman, but I've never had to ask a woman her body count. It is what it is. The vagina is one of the most resilient things, just like the black man and roaches. You can't break it, you ain't gonna kill it either. So and trust me, you ain't bigger than no baby. Okay, so at the end of the day, if you wanted to ask a woman something, ask her about her disease history, ask her if she's ever been married before, ask her if she's ever deleted a baby, ask her if she has stalkers, ask her if she has any addictions. But body count should not even be in your top 5 of questions you need to ask to vet a woman.
I wouldn't even ask it. Yeah.
With that, you know what I mean? I appreciate everybody that was here today. Everybody in the chat, much love to you. My name is Victor Freeze. You can find me at Victor Freeze Music, all one word. All right.
Thank you, Rick. Appreciate you, brother. Peace. All right. Canadian born.
How you doing?
You look like, man,
I'll make it simple here.
When I saw you on Black Man Unfiltered, it looked like you want to rip my head off, man.
No, because I'm a very passionate guy, and Even though I'll tell you what I said before, I've been out there, I've been in church meetings, I've been in a lot of community meetings. I speak on certain things that people just say it's no big deal, you won't need to do that. And they don't realize they have to have a strategy on how to accomplish something. I'm a tactical person. When you want to get things done, you have to plan it. You have to plan your step forward. New York City have too many ethnic groups. My own people, Nigerians, circulate their own money among themselves a lot, but they gotta build something and keep on the low radar. They probably watch other community. Our community have to do the same. Let's stop the nonsense, stop shenanigans. Nobody is perfect. Somebody say, "Oh, I like Roland Martin." He's the only black media that been consistent. He's not perfect. I'm not looking for somebody perfect. As long as he can keep me informed, I don't know who's calling me right now. I need to wait.
This black man unfiltered. Get off a lot. Let's talk to black
So,
man.
like I'm trying to say is this: we have to support our own. We have to build our own from ground up, but do it on a low radar frequency. You can't look for somebody, but there's nobody perfect. Walmart is not perfect, but he's been consistent about it. He made sure he keep us informed. Since there's an institution right there, I will support it. If you don't have anybody who can keep you informed every single day and let you know what is really going to affect you, then I don't want to hear no excuse. Then we need our own banks. They're going to need our own hospital. We're going to need our own school. I'm in Brooklyn, New York. There are more than 50 Jewish schools. They were able to build. Why? They pull the resource together.
Right.
Stop trying to look for somebody perfect when you ain't perfect your goddamn self.
Right.
Quit the nonsense. Nigerians are supporting each other business like crazy. And when they're doing that, they're building up to something bigger and better. There are two black American people. The intelligent ones are moving out of the hood, leaving your guys behind, build their own community quietly without you even knowing a goddamn thing. Because they realize you're not going to change. You want to make that change? Start from ground up. Build your own institution. Build your own business. And I'm talking about only 2 employees. Make sure you have 4 and 5. Keep that thing growing. And start circulating that within your own self. Then you have lobbying power. Then you have the buying power to make certain moves. Until then, you can waste your time complaining X, Y, Z. Nothing going to work. These people think 30 years ahead and look at them right now. They got the money. They got the power. They got the influence. What do we have? Court jesters. If you're not going to be tactical about it, then just leave it alone and take the beating. I'm a tactical person. I think ahead. You don't like it? Oh, well, that's just you. You want something to be done? Think the big picture. Stop thinking about yourself too goddamn much. This is why you are where we are right now. You don't believe me? Oh, well, wait for the next 5 years and you find out everybody have their own institution and you don't have your own. You wonder why how they got there? They planned ahead. They do it step by step. Build the foundation first, then start building from there going upward. That's all I gotta tell you guys. So you can back me for like a Roland Martin. He keep your ass informed. Support him, let that thing grow, they can hire more people, then you have something to do. Then go to the next one who doing something great. Continue to build your own institution. Stop trying to look for somebody perfect. Because you ain't perfect. You voted for Joe Biden. Look what you have right now. I voted for Bernie Sanders, and I said, I told you so. So let's stop the nonsense and then quit it, all right? Where I am right now, because I'm tired of the nonsense. I'd rather tell you the truth than tell you the goddamn lie.
All right, man. Appreciate you. Hey, Canadian Born, where can people find you, man? They want to hook up with you.
I've got a YouTube channel called TBN Tech Talk, where I'm trying my best to do it for free, trying to educate people about IT and all the things that's going on that could affect you or not. Today, I realize we're in the back to school season. I might do an episode tomorrow afternoon after work, trying to teach you guys on how to save money and get a better purchase for your children, either for laptop, tablet, whatever. There's so much going on in the IT arena that you may think it's not a big deal. It is a big deal. Maybe you can get your kid into coding or something. There are people on the YouTube tree trying to do exactly just that. And I want to use my channel to put the voice out there, put the word out there. He doing this, reach out to him. He doing that, reach out to him. At least we have something going on. So you can find me on my YouTube channel, TBN Tech Talk, or my other branches out there. My Facebook channel is linked to there. My Instagram is linked there, and my LinkedIn profile to show that I'm real about what I do. You can check it out.
All right. Thank you, brother Canadian Born.
No
We'll pull you
problem.
down, brother. Thank you. Appreciate you, man. Okay. What do y'all think? What do y'all think about today's show? What do y'all think? Man, I thought it was a great show. I thought it was actually a great show. Nothing but good guests, right? We talked about a lot of stuff. We talked about ladies' body counts. Talked about the black man don't vote. Black men in custody. We talked about, what else did we talk about? We talked about political system, American political system. Talked about eventually, and like Victor said, it always usually breaks down to this conversation. No matter what we start out talking about, it usually breaks down to this conversation that we have here. But it's good to get the conversation started, right? And we have so many people with so many different ideas, right? The brother Canadian Born talked about other ways we can get this thing done, started this way. We have so many different ways we can approach it, and that's good. So now what we got to do is agree to sit down with each other and talk about it, and talk about how we move forward together. Because if we don't move forward, like brother said, we're gonna just keep on getting the same old, same old. What y'all think about the show? Did we do good? I thought we did a good job. I thought everybody came in and did a great job. Great job. Let's do the rundown, y'all. Let's do the rundown, because I got to go talk to OG Patrice, man. You know, you do not want to have Patrice mad at you. You do not. Take it from me. Take it from somebody who's been there. You do not want Patrice mad at you. Let me do the rundown real quick. First of all, let me give kudos and thanks to the most valuable people, the MVP, the chat. You guys always do it right. Did it again. You guys did it again. You guys, there ain't no riffraff coming through here to cause no big old humongous problems. I appreciate all of y'all, man. Thank you, Jill. Appreciate you. Yeah, we appreciate all of y'all being in the chat, making sure everything is going to be nice and squeaky clean. Like we say, we don't mind people disagreeing with us as long as they're respectful. I have no problem with that. Shout out to the chat. Strong performance from the chat. The MVP of the broadcast, the chat. Strong performance. Let's go down. Let's do the rundown on the cast that was on the panel. First of all, we had Big Hink. Big Hink came through. What y'all think about Big Hink? Very intelligent brother, man. Very intelligent brother, man. Big Hink came through. Very intelligent brother, man. And the brother shot his shot a couple times, man. He came in and you know what I mean? He put it down, man. What I noticed about the brother is that he's a very intelligent brother. I could tell that by the way he puts everything together. So I've only been on the panel with him a couple of times, so I ain't actually seen his wings spread until today. And so I see he got a big wingspan mentally. And so shout out to brother Big Hink. Appreciate him, man. What y'all think about Big Hink? I thought he gave a strong performance from Big Hink, man. Hope the brother comes back and visits us again, man, because I don't mind that the brother don't agree with us. That is all good. We don't have no problem with that. Just as long as we all respecting each other, man, as men and women, that's cool, man. As long as we do that, man. You know what I'm saying? But shout out to brother Hink. Strong performance. What about Black Man Unfiltered? He came through. What do y'all think about Black Man Unfiltered? I put the link out. I said, man, I only wanted CBN and Mandrell to come up, right? Who was the first person that hit that link? Black Man Unfiltered, right? And he came in, he ran straight at Rico, right? He ran straight at Rico, man, right? He ran straight at Rico. Hey, Rico, this is right? But shout out to Black Man Unfiltered, man. You know what I'm saying? And him and his crew for coming over here. We appreciate them, man. And thank y'all in the chat for showing them hospitality, man. Not, trying to create no drama with them, man, because, there ain't no drama between us and them, man. We just, sometimes we're going to agree with each other. Sometimes we're not going to. They're just another group of brothers, man. And so shout out to them, man. But Black Man Unfiltered came through. And, he pressed on, man. He pushed his program. Like he normally does. He is a very outspoken person, man. He pushed his program. What do you think? I think he had a very strong performance, very strong performance. Even though the brothers, it wasn't even no tempers flying. It was just passion, man. The brothers had passion, and they was pushing the program on the passion. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to Black Man Unfiltered, man. He came through, strong performance, very solid, just like Hank, very solid performance, very solid. What about Mandrell? Mandrell came in, you know what I mean, and he came in, and he's another one of these guys that's very intelligent over there at the BMU crew, very intelligent brother. You know what I'm saying? He came in, said his little piece, and thing I'm noticing about Mandrell, man, when he's on a bigger panel, when he's on the panel by himself and him and his sister, he has a lot more to talk about. But when he's on the bigger panels, he'll pick and choose his shots. So he's another set shooter. And so, he did a good job, in my opinion. Always, Brother Hink, always, man. You always welcome, man. It's your second home, man. When you get tired of them knuckleheads over at the BMU crew, you can come over here and chill out for a minute, man. Shout out to you, man. BMU, what did you think about a Black Man Unfiltered, man? I thought he did an awesome job. I was talking about Mandrell. Mandrell did an awesome job. You know what I'm saying? He's a set shooter, so he set his shots, kind of like Marcus. Marcus is a set shooter. He'll sit there for a long time, but when you throw him the ball, it's going up, bam, right in, right, swish, right. Shout out, you agree, Jill? Hink was awesome. Yeah, let him know that. Go to his go. If you see him out there in the streets, let him know, hey man, you did a good job over there on Let's Talk About Black Life. You know what I'm saying? Just let all these cats know. All these cats, let them know. You know what I mean? They did a good job. But Mandrell, solid performance, strong performance, strong. Hopefully all these cats will come back, man, and we'll have a discussion about a lot of different things. We don't always have to agree, but we are respectful, man. We are and yet passionate. So it's all good, man. It's all good. Mandrell, strong performance. Very, very solid. Very, very solid. As all these guys gonna be coming up, gonna be solid. What about CBN? What y'all think about CBN? He came in. I saw him. I didn't even play that part on Black Man Unfiltered where he looked like he was going. He wanted to come and see me, man. He wanted to come knock on my front door, right? Shout out to CBN, man. He came in, but he came in, man. Solid, man. Solid performance, man. And really that last little quote he had at the end, man, it showed me how closely aligned our thinking really is, man. You know what I mean? Sometimes when you see somebody in a certain setup, you're not able to connect with them enough to really find out if your thinking is you got kind of aligned thinking, right? But Brother CBN, when the last stretch we was talking about Walter Martin and the political situation and how we can get better things more accomplished, I started realizing, oh man, you know what? We ain't that far off from where we think we actually more closely aligned than I thought. You know what I mean? Hopefully, brother will come back to visit us, man, and let us know that brother Hink, let's talk to Better Black Life, man. I'll put it in there, man, when I get done with the rundown. The rundown is where I run down how everybody did on the platform, man, chat and the panel. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate you, man. Man. So, CBN, man, we're much more aligned than I thought we were. So sometimes you just gotta have another kind of environment so you can kind of see what's going on with everybody, right? You know what I'm saying? So shout out to brother CBN. I'm gonna give him a strong performance, very solid performance. I think this is his second time over here, but very solid performance. I think it's Hink's first time here. Solid performance for Hink for being your first time here. Black Man's been here a couple times. CBN, definitely a strong performance. Definitely strong. Very solid. What about Marcus? Marcus came up here, another set shooter, right? Marcus came in, dipped his toe in real quick, man, but he waited a long time. And when we threw him the ball, man, he swish, put it right through the hoop. Bam! Right? Thank you, Jill. Let them know. Yeah, let people know, man. If you see them out there in the street, let them know, hey, man, you guys did a good job over there, man. Because that's how we do it over here, man. We try to acknowledge everybody. You know, as long as the platform's small enough to where we can acknowledge everybody, let's do it. You know what I'm saying? All right, so Marcus came through, obviously. Shot his shot, you know, like he always do. Like I always say about Marcus, man, one of the things I like about Marcus don't come over here and try to act like a quote unquote black, right? He don't try to come over here and be like, I'm quote unquote black. No, he's himself. That's why he's very respected throughout these streets, because he might hang out with us in the black community, but he don't try to, you know, say, oh, or because I'm Mexican, my situation is, you know, more. He don't try to push nothing. He just say, hey, this is my opinion on it. This is it, and then, you know what I'm saying, he just be himself, and we can deal with somebody who just be themselves, man. We can deal with it. So shout out to Marcus, man, and solid performance as always. Always the young man always has, even when he pushing back, he's very respectful, man. So shout out to this young man. Appreciate you. Much success to you out there, Marcus, man. Be careful out there in the streets, because even a guy like Marcus got haters out there. So be careful out there, brother. But solid, very solid performance by Marcus. Very, very strong performance by brother Marcus. What about Vic the Freeze? Vic came in, you know, at the last minute. You know what I mean? Solid performance. Very solid, man. Vic is always solid as usual. You know what I'm saying? Vic is a returning guest, man. He's always solid, you know, when he do step in here and there. You know what I mean? He gives too much time in between, but he comes through every now and then, man. But I guess he has something to say today. Shout out to brother Vic. Appreciate you, man. Solid performance from Victor Freeze, as always. As always. What about brother Rico? Brother Rico, solid performance. Rico's the one who made me look up that statute. He made me look up that bill that passed in Michigan that did away with the father, but gave a path of relief for the daddy by default people. It gave a path of relief for them. So now, instead of just waiting on the mother to take you off child support, you now got a path where which you can push your program to get your own self off of child support if you can prove that this is not your child, right? So shout out to brother Rico on that. Rico, before he got into libation, he was hitting them hard. Got into them libations a little bit. He had to go, man. He had to go, man. He had to go lay down or whatever, right? Shout out to brother Rico, man. And one of the things I like about Rico, man, is me and Rico fight like cats and dogs, man. Y'all just don't have no clue. Sometimes, man, Rico just get tired of me and hang up on me. Sometimes I get tired of him and hang up on him. And then we call each other back later on in the day or something after we've cooled off. Or Rico will argue with me on the platform, and then he'll say at the end, call me when you get off here, or he see me get off, he'll text me, call me. Right? Sister Jill said, CBN has great wisdom and passionate about his views. Yeah, definitely. But you know what, Jill, sometimes, you don't realize that, because he's in that camp and I'm in this camp, quote unquote, and we're in different camps, quote unquote. And so, we never really got a chance to actually sit down and talk. And so we didn't know, we really got a lot more in common than we thought. You know what I'm saying? So, but after listening to him talk today, I realized we had a lot more in common than I had thought. But CBN said, when you work in an arena, I worked for it in many years to see things, not so many people see it. It will make you think real hard in planning moves. I get you, CBN. You have to in the IT field, right? You have to plan for every little thing. I get you. But who was on? Oh, Rico. Yeah, Rico, man. This is an Army vet, man. Dude jumped out of airplanes, hundreds of parachute missions, jumped out of airplanes, man. This dude, I'm telling you, man, Rico is, so you got to understand why Rico may not be as sane as the most of the rest of us, man. But talking about a good dude, man. This is a good dude, man. And hopefully I get to know all these other cats, man, and I can find out if they're good dudes. I think they are, though, in my opinion. Just meeting them off the top. But Rico, I know a little better because we have had more one-on-one conversations behind the scenes. But shout out to everybody. But yeah, Rico, strong performance. He hung in there as long as he could, y'all. Strong performance. What about OG Patrice? OG Patrice. What about OG Patrice? OG Patrice came through, and you know how OG Patrice is, man. Once you get to talking about politics, man, great, take a seat, because OG Patrice gonna let you know what's going on, right? She's trying to help this young brother out there in Arizona get elected, or at least have him come to the table and get some support. You know what I'm saying? You know what they say about your first time out in politics? Don't expect to get elected. You're just trying to build a base. Once you build a base, you might get elected the second or third time. That's when you actually might get elected. So let's get some support behind that brother. Hopefully Patrice will come in and keep talking about the brother until the election and even afterwards, so we can have his name on our radar and we can support the brother if we can, right? All right, but Patrice, solid performance as always. Patrice always comes in with a solid performance all the time. Shout out. And she debunks the whole, well, you women don't know about politics, women don't know about this, and women don't know what's going on. She debunks all that. So that's why I love having Patrice come on. And I know if I really want Patrice to come on, because I always send her the link. But if I really want her to come on, we're gonna start talking about politics. We start talking about politics. Boop, she'll pop right up. Hey. And she got tons of pictures of her in the Obama situation campaign, her trying to be in the streets, dealing with all type of different people, man. There's a lot you just don't know about this lady, man. So, but if you see her in the street, you know, just say, hey, you know what, keep doing what you're doing, Patrice. Because our people need encouragement, man. We spend a lot of time tearing each other down, and we need encouragement. We need to encourage each other to go forward, man, and do something. You see what I'm saying, Jill? We need to kind of do that. You see what I'm saying? Risa, pretty Ricky. Risa, I gotta get you some glasses, Risa. I send some glasses out there to Arkansas, man, because I don't know about that Pretty Rico stuff. Pretty Rico, what they call them? Y'all in this Pretty Rico stuff, man. Okay. All right, I mean, maybe that's what they used to call him, because he claimed, man, he got around back in the day. And I mean, Digital Underground get around. All right, so Patrice, solid performance, as always, very solid, very strong performance as always. Let me move on, man. I gotta go because I got Patrice back here. I gotta get to her. All right, so last but not least, brother, We On-Loc. What do you think about We On-Loc? The whole point of me going over to Black Man Unfiltered is I didn't want everybody to just jump on We On-Loc, and that's not what happened. You know me. They got him a little bit, but they didn't do him like I thought they was going. I thought they was going to really get him. they didn't do it. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to We On-Loc, man. But We On-Loc came over here, and you know, we just talked about a little bit about his stance on what he was talking about over there on Black Man Unfiltered, and you know, he don't always agree with me. I don't always agree with him. But one thing we do agree on is we got to start encouraging our people to do better, man. We got to do that. The men and the women, man. We got to do it. We got to stand behind our women and stand with them and stand. And then sometimes you got to know when to stand behind them, know when to stand on the side of them, and know when to get out in front of them. And we gotta as men, we gotta learn how to do that, man. So shout out to We On-Loc, man, because you know he stands behind his program, man. He pushes his program. And if you haven't already subscribed to We On-Loc, go on over to On-Loc Nation and subscribe to the brother and check his content out. If you think I'm subscribed, but I mean, if you think that's the kind of content you down with, go on over there and check him out, man. Go and check him out. We On-Loc. All right, man. That was everybody in the rundown. And the most valuable people is the chat. Shout out to the chat, man. The chat is where it's at, man. The chat is where it's at. We're gonna get this gear, y'all. We're gonna get everything ready so everybody can when we come on, man, we can all have our gear on. Maybe we can send some pictures in about us just wearing our shirts. I'm gonna tap in with Brother Eric, because Brother Eric does those shirts, and I'm gonna tap in with him to see what we can do about getting some shirts made and get that stuff out there. All right, y'all. All right, y'all. We're gonna go. Today is Thursday. We probably won't be back before the Sunday show. Y'all know the Sunday show. That's the Stack Show, Black History Minute, and the Job of the Week, and the news, and Hit Parade, and Rescuing Black Boys, and so on and so forth. So y'all know it's gonna take about an hour for you. So before we actually get to the topic, an hour or so, right? But we will be back on Sunday. We'll have a topic for y'all, and then we'll get to it. Thank you, everybody in the chat. We hope to see y'all on Sunday. Appreciate y'all, and we're gonna close out. Peace.